The dawn above the shattered towers of Dragonstone was heavy with mist, rolling off the sea in waves, blurring the black stone against a pallid sky. The fortress felt emptier with each passing day, a hollow, wind-lashed shell haunted by voices of the past. And yet within its halls a storm was brewing, quiet and sure as the tide. Jon Snow moved through the silence, boots striking cold flagstones, the wool of his cloak sodden at the edges, dark as blood in moonlight. He paused at the edge of the terrace, hands braced on the stone balustrade, and peered into the white oblivion that hid the courtyard below. Far below, dragons shifted and groaned in the fog, an uneasy sound that carried through the stone like distant thunder. Jon heard the scrape of claws, the heavy breath of living fire. Rhaegal was awake. He always was before dawn. While Drogon slept, curled as a serpent around the broken fountain, a mountain of black and red scales gleaming wet in the mist. Rhaegal's green and bronze shimmered when the clouds thinned, his eyes fixed on the windows high above. It had been 3 nights since the last council, 3 nights of Daenerys pacing the painted table, fingers tracing the lines of Westeros, eyes rimmed with red. Since Viserion fell to the Night King, the world had narrowed to a razor's edge, every choice steeper than the last. But Viserion's death had not been the end. On the waters north of Dragonstone, where the Iron Fleet had once waited, Rhaegal had nearly fallen too, pierced by Euron's great scorpion bolt. Blood had poured from his neck, splattering the deck of Daenerys' ship, and Jon had leaped to him, helpless, feeling the beast's pain as if it were his own. Yet Rhaegal had not died. He had flown, broken but living, to land on the rocks of Dragonstone, and for days none dared approach him but Jon. Some called it luck, others a sign. Luck or destiny, Jon thought. The realm will demand more than both. He heard footsteps behind him, soft, deliberate. He did not turn. "You're awake early," he said. He felt Daenerys' presence before she answered, a warmth at his back, and something else, a kind of tension that threaded the air taut. "I do not sleep much these days," she said, voice low and thick. "Nor do you." Jon's hands tightened on the stone. "There's much to think on." She came to his side, fingers brushing the balustrade. Her silver hair was unbound, eyes dark with old exhaustion. In the half-light, she looked both young and ancient, a girl from across the sea, and the last, weary Targaryen queen. "There is always much to think on," she said. "But it does not help to think alone." She glanced down at the courtyard, searching the gloom until she saw the faint shifting shadows, the gleam of scales and eyes. "How is he?" "He..." "Slower than I hoped, but he heals." Jon's voice carried a note of relief. "He let me touch his neck last night. The wound is closed, but I see the pain in him." "And Drogon?" "He will not let me close." Jon smiled despite himself. "Nor anyone else save you." Daenerys' mouth twitched in a wan smile. "Drogon has always been possessive. He loves you, Jon, but you are not his." Jon looked sideways at her, a question in his gaze, and she read it as she always did. "You dreamt again last night," she said. "Of fire." He hesitated, then nodded. 2 dragons above the field, smoke and shadow. "I felt the wind beneath me, both at once." He shook his head, searching for words. "It was not fear. It was purpose." She looked at him, searching his eyes, and Jon felt the old tension coil again between them. The question neither would ask. "Do you believe you are one of us? The blood of the dragon? Or are you still Eddard Stark's bastard, living in borrowed dreams?" Jon did not answer. He turned back to the fog and the dragons below. "It is a sign," Daenerys said at last. "You rode Rhaegal once before, north of the wall. You saved him from death. He knows you. And Drogon tolerates you as he does no other." Her hand slipped into his, her fingers cold and strong. "We need every strength the gods will give us. The city waits. Cersei waits." Jon stared at the swirling mists, The dragons below. I'm not sure I can. You can. Her voice was hard now, iron beneath silk. The city must see our power, our justice. If they do not bend, they will break. Her grip tightened. Will you ride with me, Jon Snow? Will you bring fire and blood to our enemies? He did not answer, but in his chest, his heart was already beating to a different rhythm, the one he felt in the dreams. He looked down at Rhaegal, and the dragon lifted its head, scenting the air, his eyes a mirror of Jon's own. Davos found them as the mists lifted and the first feeble rays of sun cut through the clouds, gilding the courtyard in pale gold. The hand's cloak was heavy with dew. His beard shot through with gray. He bowed as he always did, but the gesture was tight with urgency. My queen. Jon. You're wanted in the Great Hall. There's news from the capital. Daenerys let out a slow breath, her shoulders stiffening. What news? The Golden Company have entered King's Landing. With their elephants. Davos' voice was grim. Cersei's banners fly over the Red Keep. They say she's gathered the city's grain, locked the gates, and posted archers atop every wall. Jon frowned. How many? 10,000, maybe more. Sellswords and Lannister men alike. Davos hesitated. And the city itself, they say, is ready to burn. Wildfire under the streets. The Mad King's legacy. A shiver ran down Daenerys' spine, and for a moment, Jon saw the shadow of her father in her eyes, the madness that lurked behind Targaryen pride. But she mastered herself, nodding once. Then we will break the gates before Cersei can burn her own city. Davos' gaze flickered to Jon. And the dragons? Jon answered before Daenerys could. We ride at dawn, both of us. Both dragons. His voice was certain now, the doubt burned away by the urgency of fate. Let them see who their true rulers are. The hall was cold, banners limp in the stale air. Grey Worm stood at attention by the map, Missandei beside him, eyes wide. Tyrion, pacing, turned as they entered, his face creased with worry. You're certain this is wise? He asked, voice pitched low. To risk both dragons, both. You? We cannot wait, Daenerys said, her voice flat. Cersei has shown she will burn the world before she yields. We show them our strength, our mercy if they bend, our fury if they do not. Tyrion swallowed. The bells. If the bells ring, the city will be spared, she said. But if not, she looked at Jon. He felt the heat in her eyes. The question. He nodded. We will be ready. That night, Jon found sleep elusive. He wandered the ramparts, breathing the salt air, listening to the dragons in the courtyard below. Every footstep echoed through his mind with memories of Winterfell. The wall, Ygritte's laughter, Robb's battle song, Ned's silent, judging eyes. All of it seemed impossibly far away. The memories of another life. He was not the boy in black, nor the crow come home, nor even the king in the north. Here, beneath Dragonstone's looming sky, he was something else. A dragon's rider, a king in name, a weapon forged for a war he could not escape. He descended the steps to the courtyard, boots crunching on gravel, the great doors swinging shut behind him. Drogon slept, vast and immovable, a mountain of shadow and fire. Rhaegal lifted his head, scenting the air, eyes bright as jade. Jon approached slowly, hand outstretched, and Rhaegal huffed, steam curling from his nostrils. Easy, Jon murmured. Easy, boy. He placed his palm against the dragon's scales, feeling the warmth pulse beneath the surface, the ancient heartbeat that echoed through his dreams. Rhaegal shivered, tail lashing, then lowered his head, granting Jon leave to climb. Jon hauled himself onto the beast's back, legs straddling the great ridge, fingers entwined in the spikes. He felt the world fall away. In that moment, he was the wind, the fire, the sky itself. He spoke softly, words meant only for Rhaegal and the night. Tomorrow we ride, you and I. We ride for peace, for her, for them all. He felt the dragon's reply, a low rumble that thrummed through his bones. He closed his eyes, letting the ancient rhythm lull him, and for the first time in days, found sleep. Dawn broke hard and clear, burning the fog away in golden shafts. The dragons were restless, pacing the yard, snapping at each other with playful malice. The Unsullied lined the walls, spears glittering. The Dothraki waited beyond the gates, horses stamping, blades drawn. Above it all, Daenerys stood, tall and pale in her black armor, hair caught in the wind, eyes fixed on Jon. He approached her, Rhaegal at his back, Drogon snarling low behind. "Are you ready?" she asked. He nodded. "I am." She climbed onto Drogon's back, her movements fluid and sure, the dragon arching beneath her touch. Jon mounted Rhaegal, feeling the old pain in the beast's wounds. But the dragon was strong, wings unfurling with a crack that shook the banners above. The army parted before them, men and horses shrinking away as the dragons stretched their necks, nostrils flaring. Jon glanced at Daenerys, saw the fire in her eyes, the pride and terror entwined. For a moment, the world stilled. Just two riders, two dragons, poised on the edge of history. Then Daenerys shouted a word in High Valyrian, and Drogon leaped skyward, wings beating the air to foam. Rhaegal followed, Jon clinging to his back, the wind tearing at his hair, his cloak flapping like a banner behind. They rose above Dragonstone, climbing into the blue, the world falling away beneath them. The army cheered as they vanished into the dawn, two shadows against the rising sun. The flight to King's Landing was swift and silent. The land below, unspooled in ribbons of green and brown, forests and rivers flashing past. Jon felt Rhaegal's strength, the wound now just a memory, the dragon's joy in the air contagious. He risked a glance to his right and saw Daenerys, her hair streaming behind her, Drogon roaring his challenge to the world. They flew in tandem, the dragons weaving around each other, dancing in the sky. Below, the city came into view. A sprawl of red and gold, the black water gleaming, the walls bristling with scorpions. The Red Keep loomed above it all, a crown of blood and stone. Jon saw movement on the walls, heard the distant shouts, the blare of horns. Soldiers scrambling to their posts, archers knocking arrows, scorpions cranked and ready. But none had seen what was coming. Two dragons, two riders. They circled above the city, the shadow of their wings casting fear into every heart below. The bells did not ring. Cersei's banners snapped above the keep, a crimson defiance. Drogon roared, fire blooming in his throat. Rhaegal shrieked in answer. The city trembled. Daenerys pointed to the gates, her voice a clarion above the chaos. Now! Jon guided Rhaegal into a dive, the dragon folding his wings, plummeting toward the scorpions clustered on the walls. Arrows hissed past, bolts whistled, but Rhaegal twisted, fire exploding from his jaws, melting iron and flesh alike. Drogon followed, his flames sweeping the parapets, soldiers scattering, screaming. Jon felt the power coursing through him, the dragon's will merging with his own. He was no longer a man, nor a king, nor a bastard. He was fire, vengeance, salvation. The gates buckled under Drogon's flame, iron running like wax. The Unsullied surged forward, spears raised, Dothraki pouring through the breach. The city's defenders broke before the storm, fleeing through the streets, pursued by the dragon's wrath. Jon and Daenerys soared above it all, raining fire where the resistance was strongest, sparing those who yielded. Bells began to ring, burst in the sept, then in the streets, the sound rising like a prayer. Jon heard it, felt it in his bones, and pulled Rhaegal back, banking away from the slaughter. He searched the chaos below for Daenerys, saw her circling the Red Keep, Drogon roaring his triumph. But something was wrong. The city was burning, the fire spreading faster than the dragons could control. Wildfire, green and hungry, erupted from the streets, consuming everything in its path. Jon felt the heat, saw the horror on Daenerys' face as she realized what had been unleashed. "No!" she screamed, guiding Drogon down, trying to smother the flames. Jon followed, Rhaegal's wings beating the smoke to tatters. They hovered above the chaos, powerless to stop the inferno. In the streets below, people fled, screams lost in the roar of fire. The city was dying, not by dragon's will, but by a mad queen's last vengeance. Jon's heart broke. He looked to Daenerys, saw her tears, her rage. She turned to him, eyes wild. "We must find her," she said. "Cersei, this ends now." He nodded, guiding Rhaegal toward the Red Keep, Drogon following. The towers crumbled beneath them, smoke and flame obscuring the sky. Jon saw Lannister banners burning, gold melting on stone. They landed on the broken steps of the keep, the dragons snapping at the corpses littering the yard. Jon leaped from Rhaegal's back, sword drawn, Daenerys at his side. They climbed the ruined stairs together, hearts pounding, the weight of fate upon their shoulders. Inside the shattered throne room, Cersei waited, crown askew, eyes wild with terror and hate. She raised her arms, defiant to the last. "You will not have my city," she spat. "You will not have my throne." Jon saw the madness in her gaze, the wildfire in her veins. He stepped forward, sword raised. "It ends, Cersei. The bells have rung." She laughed, a broken sound. "The city burns. The realm burns. You have won nothing." Daenerys moved past Jon, her eyes cold. "Your reign is over." Cersei lunged, a dagger flashing in her hand. Jon moved faster, blade sweeping, steel meeting flesh. Cersei crumpled to the floor, the crown rolling from her head. The city burned. The war was won. But at what cost? Jon stood over the fallen queen, the world silent but for the crackle of flames. Daenerys touched his arm, her eyes shining with tears. "We did what we must," she said. "We ended her madness." Jon looked out over the burning city, his heart heavy. "But the price." Daenerys took his hand, her grip strong. "We will rebuild. Together." Bam! The dragons roared above the ruin, their shadows falling over the city. A promise or a warning. And so, the song continued. Two dragons above the ashes, two riders bound by fire and fate, shaping a world reborn in the crucible of war. Oh, pay. Pay. Night fell like a shroud over King's Landing, the air thick with the stench of burned flesh, shattered stone, and something deeper. A loss that hung over the ruined city like a ghost. The bells, silenced by fear, no longer tolled. The streets flickered with green and gold, smoldering with pockets of wildfire. No laughter, no song. Only the distant screams of the wounded and the echo of dragons circling in the smoke. Jon Snow moved through the devastation with a numb heaviness, every footstep crushing the soot and embers beneath his boots. His cloak was torn, one shoulder bare, streaked with black and ash. Behind him, the shattered entryway to the Red Keep gaped wide. The steps splintered where the final moments of Cersei's reign had been written in blood. Jon could hear Drogon's distant roar as he soared above the city, Daenerys a shadow on his back. Rhaegal crouched atop the ruined walls, tail curled around the scorched stone, head low, as if mourning. The dragon's eyes followed Jon's every movement, green and ancient. Soldiers parted before Jon as he passed, unsullied standing rigid as statues, the Dothraki restless in the gloom. Davos found him in the ruins of the throne room, the painted pillars cracked and weeping from the fire's touch. The hand's face was grave, eyes shadowed. "There's looting in the lower city," he said softly. "The Golden Company's broken. What's left of the city watch is trying to keep the peace, but..." Jon shook his head. "Let the Unsullied secure the gates. I'll go myself. I'll see to it." He hesitated, glancing over his shoulder to where Daenerys' silhouette was briefly illuminated by dragonflame above the city. "Where is she?" Davos' mouth tightened. "On Drogon, above Flea Bottom last I saw. She's searching for survivors. There's still fire everywhere." He glanced at Rhaegal. "The city is afraid, Jon. Of her. Of you. Of the dragons." Jon turned away, words bitter in his throat. "They'll have reason to be. If we don't stop this before it spreads further. He brushed past Davos, sword still wet at his side, shoulders set with purpose. He found Grey Worm on the steps of the great Septari's ruin, helmet off, face streaked with sweat and grime. The unsullied commander saluted, lips pressed thin. "The city is ours, my king," he said in the accented common tongue. "Shall we press further?" The remaining Lannisters flee through the eastern gate. "Enen?" Jon shook his head. "No more killing. Send riders to all districts, anyone who yields. Let them live. Prisoners, not corpses." He met Grey Worm's gaze, saw the anger, the thirst for vengeance. "No more burning, not unless the enemy strikes first." Grey Worm nodded, slow and reluctant, but did not argue. Jon left him with orders, mind racing. He moved through the city, putting down pockets of violence, unsheathing Longclaw, only to separate frightened men or pull screaming women from the smoke. Again and again, he looked up, searching for Daenerys, for the blaze of dragonfire, for some sign that this was not a dream gone wrong. At last, just before midnight, Jon found her on the steps of the ruined sept, Drogon perched above, tail lashing, wings half open. Daenerys' hair was wild, her cheeks streaked with soot. She stared down at the city, jaw set, eyes dry. He watched her for a moment in silence, the pain in her posture, the exhaustion weighing her down. "They rang the bells, Jon," she whispered, but the fire was already set. Cersei made sure of it. Her voice trembled at the edges. "Was it worth it? Did we do what we had to?" Jon moved to her side, feeling the weight of everything pressing between them. "We ended her tyranny. But the fire, it's not what you wanted. It's not what I wanted." She stared at him, eyes rimmed red. "You think the people will forgive me?" He hesitated, then answered honestly. "Some will. Some will hate you, but the war is done, Daenerys. What comes next is what matters." She closed her eyes, drawing in a shaky breath. "Then help me. Help me make it right." Jon nodded, the choice heavy in his chest but true. Always. They stood together as the night wore on, watching the city burn itself out, the dragons overhead keeping silent vigil. By morning, word of Cersei's death had spread. Lannister banners lay trampled in the mud, their gold and crimson stained with blood and ash. Tyrion arrived, face pale, hands trembling as he surveyed the ruined throne room. He found Jon by the empty dais, where the Iron Throne had once stood. Now a twisted, melted hulk of black iron, warped beyond recognition by dragon flame. Tyrion's eyes lingered on the throne, then on Jon. "It's finished then. The last war." He glanced up, mouth quirked in a bitter smile. "Did you ever imagine you'd see this? The North's bastard, the Queen's champion standing where Aegon stood." Jon shook his head. "Never wanted it. Never wanted any of this." He looked at the ruined seat of power, its shadow long across the hall. "We'll need a council to rebuild. The realm won't rule itself." Tyrion nodded, straightening with a weary dignity. "There are lords still loyal, some from the Reach, some from the Vale. I'll send word. But you must speak to them, Jon. They trust you, more than any dragon." Jon nodded, shoulders tight with the knowledge of what would come. "I'll do what's needed." As the city's fires died, Jon and Daenerys began the work of restoration. Daenerys spent her days among the wounded, visiting the maimed and the dying, her dragons circling above. Rhaegal healed swiftly, his wounds little more than scars beneath shimmering green scales, and the small folk came to call him the Emerald Shadow, a silent guardian above the city. Drogon, fiercer, more unpredictable, patrolled the sky, a warning to would-be rebels. Jon rode through the city daily, Davos at his side, calming riots, listening to grievances, promising justice. The people stared at him with a mix of fear and awe. Some called him Targaryen, others Stark, but all knew he was the man who had ridden 2 dragons into battle and survived. His presence became a balm, a reminder that not all power was cruel. In time, the first of the lords arrived, Jon Royce from the Vale, Glover from the north, Tarly from the Reach, even Sir Brienne, now Lady Commander of the Kingsguard, standing tall in white armor beside Sansa, who had come to bear witness. Each entered the ruined throne room with their own demands, their own vision for the future. The council that followed was tense, fraught with old wounds and new fears. Daenerys sat at the head of the table, Jon at her side, Tyrion and Davos between. Sansa watched with a wolf's eyes, Arya lurking in the shadows. None trusted easily. All remembered the flames. Lady Sansa was first to speak. The North will not kneel. Not again. We fought for our freedom, and we will keep it. Jon met her gaze, steady and gentle. No one is asking you to kneel, Sansa. The North will always be free. Sansa's jaw tightened, but she nodded. Then let it be written. Jon Royce cleared his throat. And what of the rest of the realm? Will the dragons rule by fire or by law? Daenerys answered, voice clear and proud. The war is over. There will be no more burning, no more fear. I will rule as queen, but with justice, with counsel, with mercy. Glover grunted. Mercy is for the living. What of the dead? My men saw your dragon burn hundreds in the streets. Jon's voice was hard but calm. It was wildfire that took most. Set by Cersei, not by us. Judge me if you must, but judge truly. Them? Tyrion interceded. The realm is broken. If we're to mend it, we must look forward. A council, not a single ruler. Let us build something new, a kingdom of many voices, not one. Brienne nodded. A council is wise, but the queen must lead. The debate raged for hours, but in the end, agreement was reached. Daenerys would be queen, but a great council would be formed, representing each region. The dragons would remain, but only as guardians, symbols of peace, not terror. That night, Jon found Daenerys alone in the gardens above the city, where the air was sweeter, less tainted by ash. She was staring at the sky, where Rhaegal and Drogon circled together, two shadows against the moon. They trust you, Jon, she said softly. Even those who hate me. He sat beside her on the broken bench. They fear the dragons. They fear fire. But they know I'll do what's right. Then at once, she looked at him, a smile ghosting her lips. And will you? Even if what's right goes against me. Jon took her hand, calloused fingers lacing with hers. You're not alone, Daenerys. You never were. She closed her eyes, leaned into him. I'm so tired, Jon. Tired of war, tired of blood. I want peace. I want a home. He pressed his forehead to hers, voice barely a whisper. Then we'll make one. Here. Together. Weeks passed. The city healed, stone by stone. Daenerys rode through the streets on Drogon's back, Jon on Rhaegal beside her. The people learned to lift their faces to the sky without fear, to trust that justice could come from flame as well as steel. Yet darkness lingered at the edges. Pockets of Lannister loyalists struck from the shadows. Embers of rebellion smoldered in the west. Arya tracked rumors of assassins in the alleys, her dagger quick and silent. Sansa wrote letters north, building alliances, weaving a net as clever as any spider's web. In the aftermath of victory, Jon found himself haunted by the choices he'd made. The flames, the screams, the price of peace. He walked the streets at night, cloaked and hooded, listening to the whispers. Some called him savior, others usurper. Children chased after him, daring each other to touch his cloak, to boast they'd seen the Dragon Knight. But Jon's dreams were troubled. Again and again, he saw Rhaegal falling, saw the city aflame, saw Daenerys with eyes like his father's, mad, unyielding. He woke in sweat, heart pounding, breath ragged. One night, as the moon rode high, he found Daenerys alone in the Red Keep's highest tower, staring out over the city. Drogon and Rhaegal perched on opposite ends of the roof, watching each other with wary eyes. I can't sleep, he confessed, joining her at the window. She smiled, weary but fond. Nor I. The city's too loud, too alive. They stood together, gazing out at the flickering lights, the river shining silver in the darkness. "I keep thinking of what's to come," Daenerys said. "Rebuilding, healing. But part of me wonders if the realm will ever forgive me, if I'll ever forgive myself." Jon reached for her, pulling her close. "You did what you had to. So did I." She rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "Promise me, Jon. Promise me that if I ever lose my way, you'll stop me. No matter the cost." He held her tighter, the words of vow as solemn as any oath. "I promise. Fire and blood. For peace." Mendonosau. Below, the dragons stirred, sensing the promise in the night. As spring ripened into summer, Jon found a strange solace in his new role. Not king, not quite prince, but the bridge between worlds. With Rhaegal, he patrolled the kingdom, rooting out the last of the Lannister resistance, freeing villages from bandits, hearing petitions from lords and commoners alike. Wherever he went, the story followed him. A man who rode 2 dragons, who had fought beside a queen yet belonged to the people. Rhaegal healed in spirit as in flesh, his flight more joyful, his roars less pained. Sometimes, when the sun burned hottest, Jon would fly high above the clouds, Rhaegal soaring beside Drogon, Daenerys whooping with laughter as the dragons danced. For a few heartbeats, the world was theirs. Sky. Fire. Freedom. But peace was fragile, and Jon knew it. In the quiet moments, when Daenerys slept and the council squabbled, he sat in the godswood planted in the queen's gardens, head bowed, seeking guidance from faces carved long ago. Ghost returned to him at last, the direwolf gaunt and white as snow, eyes gleaming with loyalty. Together, they patrolled the walls, a reminder of the old gods and the old ways. Rumors reached them from across the sea, the Iron Bank demanding payment, Dorne restless beneath a new prince, the Iron Islands chafing at their chains. Each challenge was met with patience, with force when needed, but always Jon and Daenerys faced them together. She ruled with fire, he with ice, and between them, the realm began to heal. One afternoon, as the council argued over the fate of the Crown Lands, Tyrion found Jon on the ramparts, gazing northward. "They'll never love her, you know," the dwarf said softly. "Not as they love you." Jon grimaced. "I'm not sure they love me either. They remember the fire." Tyrion shrugged. "Fear is a kind of loyalty. But love takes time." Jon nodded, his gaze distant. "She deserves it. After all she's suffered." "So do you," Tyrion said, clapping him on the back. "And so does the realm." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jon watched the dragons settle on the towers, their scales catching the last light. Emerald and obsidian, fire and shadow. Daenerys appeared beside him, hand slipping into his. "Tomorrow we ride to the Reach," she said, "to show them peace can be kept by dragons." He smiled, weary but hopeful. "Then let's give them something to remember." And as the last of the daylight faded, Jon Snow, king, bastard, dragon rider, stood with his queen above the city, the scars of war all around them, but a new hope kindling in the dark. 2 dragons circled overhead, the promise of a future forged not just in fire, but in mercy, and the memory of everything that had been lost. K. Rain swept the ashes from the streets of King's Landing, drumming against the scorched stone and broken glass, pooling where once the gold of Lannister banners had run bright. In the half-light of dawn, the city looked cleansed but hollow, its wounds not yet healed, but no longer bleeding. The air was clean, the fires reduced to a dull, sullen glow beneath the relentless, steady fall from the heavens. Jon Snow stood on the battlements of Maegor's Holdfast, hair plastered to his brow, cloak sodden, watching as Rhaegal unfurled his wings above the city. The dragon rose in the rain with a great, shuddering effort, water sluicing down his emerald and bronze scales. Jon felt the creature's strength through the old bond, a pulse, faint but certain, reminding him of every wild ride above winter snows and burning seas. Below, the city's denizens gathered in silent awe, peering up through the sheets of rain, watching the dragon's flight with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Daenerys emerged from the keep behind him, her own cloak drawn close about her slender form, silver hair bound in a long braid. Her eyes were shadowed but bright, the fire in her undiminished. They stood together, alone, above the ruined capital, the storm a shroud that held the world at bay. He heard her breath, quiet and even. "The rain will help," she said. "It will wash away the poison, the blood." Jon's eyes remained on Rhaegal, who was spiraling higher, droplets scattering from his wings like shards of glass. "It'll take more than rain to heal this place," he answered. "More than time." She nodded, moving to stand beside him at the edge, gaze sweeping the sodden city. "It's a beginning, Jon. Just a beginning." He risked a look at her, searching her face for doubt, for that flicker of uncertainty that had haunted her since the bells. He found only resolve, etched in the lines of her brow, the set of her mouth. "The people are afraid," she said. "They lost a tyrant and found a conqueror in her place. What if they never forgive me?" Jon placed a gloved hand over hers, grounding her. "Forgiveness takes time. Trust takes longer." His thumb brushed her knuckles, and she looked down at their joined hands. "But they'll see. If you rule as you've promised, if you show them mercy, they'll follow you." A gust of wind swept across the tower, spattering them with cold rain. She shivered, but did not move. "You sound like Tyrion." "I'm not as clever as Tyrion," he said, and she gave him a faint, rueful smile. Below, the city slowly returned to life. The first shops opened their battered shutters, bread ovens smoked in the ruins of the market. The bells, warped by fire, were silent, but the rhythm of daily life, stubborn, irrepressible, moved forward. Jon watched mothers shepherding children across the muddy square, old men haggling over burnt fish, a washerwoman wringing her hands and peering skyward as Rhaegal swooped lower. No one ran. They simply watched and waited. The council convened that morning in the broken throne room, among the pools of rainwater and the jagged, half-melted throne. Daenerys presided, posture regal, eyes sharpened by the sleepless night. Tyrion stood at her left, his manner brisk, an endless parchment in hand. Davos sat across from him, eyes darting from face to face, the only northerner in a room still suspicious of dragonfire. Sansa was absent, having returned north to oversee Winterfell's recovery. But her letters came daily, each carrying news of unrest and wary peace. Jon took his seat beside Grey Worm, who spoke little, his face as blank and unreadable as the city itself. Missandei transcribed, her hand steady, catching every word for the histories yet to be written. Tyrion began, his tone clipped. "The Reach sends word. Lord Tarly's son, now styling himself Lord of Hornhill, has pledged fealty, but demands reparations for his burned fields and slaughtered tenants. The Iron Bank demands repayment on debts accrued during Cersei's reign, swiftly, or they threaten to back a rival claimant." Dorne is quiet but uneasy. "The prince has yet to respond to our envoys." Bah. Daenerys listened, her chin propped on one fist. "And the city? Hungry, but stable. Davos has arranged for grain shipments from the Riverlands and Stormlands. There have been incidents, but nothing the Unsullied cannot handle." Grey Worm nodded once. "The streets are secure. No riots? The worst is behind us." Daenerys looked to Jon. "And the north?" He hesitated. "Sansa's holding Winterfell. She's promised the bannermen she'll keep the peace, so long as their voices are heard here." He gestured to the council. "The north will not bend the knee, but she wants peace." Daenerys regarded him for a long, searching moment. "It's not enough to hold a throne by force. Not if I mean to break the wheel. Tell your sister. Her voice will be heard in council and in court." Jon inclined his head. "I will." Tyrion cleared his throat. "There is another matter. The faith of the Seven. The High Septon is dead, but his followers are not. They whisper that dragonfire is the work of the old gods, or worse." Daenerys' voice was weary. "Let them whisper. I will not burn their septs, nor silence their prayers. But they must not incite violence." Jon nodded. "Send a delegation." Let them see you're not the Mad King's daughter." Davos smiled, a rare warmth flickering in his eyes. "You might find, your grace, that faith can be won with a kind word and an honest deed. We survived Stannis. Westeros has seen worse than dragon queens." Daenerys's gaze softened. "Thank you, Sir Davos." The council dispersed by noon, the work of mending a broken realm never ending. Jon lingered behind, tracing the cracks in the marble floor, the scorched banners overhead. He found Daenerys staring at the ruined throne, fingers trailing the blackened iron. "Sometimes I wonder if Aegon ever sat here and thought the same," she murmured. "If he saw a city full of pain and thought, 'What have I done?'" Jon stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You are not Aegon. You're not your father either. What you build now, that's yours alone." She looked at him, something like hope flickering in her eyes. "Help me, Jon. Promise you'll help me build something better." He took her hand in both of his, bowing his head. "I promise." They walked together through the ruined hall, every step an act of faith. Jon rode Rhaegal over the city that afternoon, Daenerys at his side on Drogon. The storm had passed, and the sun glinted off the black water, brightening the battered streets. Wherever they flew, the people stopped to watch, some shading their eyes, others crossing themselves in fear or hope. Jon saw children running after the shadow of Rhaegal's wings, laughing as the beast dipped low, his tail brushing the broken rooftops. For the first time since the battle, Jon felt something like joy. A new chapter, a chance to make amends. He and Daenerys landed in the market square, the dragons hunkering close, folding their wings, steam curling from their nostrils. At first, the crowd hung back, wary. Then a girl with tangled hair and bare feet crept forward, cradling a loaf of bread, eyes huge in her face. Daenerys knelt, smiling, and beckoned her closer. The girl inched forward, trembling, then pressed the bread into the queen's hands. "For you, m'lady," she whispered. "Thank you for saving us." Daenerys blinked, a tear glinting in the corner of her eye. She took the girl's hand, squeezing gently. "Thank you, sweetling." A murmur passed through the crowd. One by one, others approached, pressing coins, flowers, scraps of cloth. Some simply touched the dragon's scales, awestruck and grinning. Jon watched as Rhaegal leaned down, allowing a boy to scratch his jaw, a low, contented rumble vibrating through the ground. That night, Jon and Daenerys shared a quiet meal in the Queen's solar, candles flickering as the rain pattered against the glass. They spoke of home, of Winterfell's snows, of the lemon trees in Bravos, of places untouched by war. Daenerys smiled, reaching for Jon's hand. "Do you think we'll ever be remembered for peace?" she asked. "Or only for the fire?" He squeezed her fingers, his gaze unwavering. "That's up to us. It always was." She leaned across the table, lips brushing his cheek. "Then let's make them remember peace." The summer deepened. Grain flowed into the city, and with it, hope. Daenerys oversaw the rebuilding herself, riding through the streets on Drogon's back, Jon on Rhaegal beside her. Where once the dragons had been symbols of fear, now they brought order, deterring bandits and unruly soldiers alike. The people began to speak of the Dragon Queen's justice, the baker who received flour for free, the mother whose child was healed by a visiting maester, the soldier who laid down arms and was pardoned by the Queen herself. The council grew, lords and ladies traveling from every corner of the realm. Arya arrived, dust on her boots, eyes as sharp as Valyrian steel. She carried news of broken men hiding in the woods, of rumors swirling in Old Town and the Arbor. Sansa returned as well, her bearing regal, every word measured but potent. She and Daenerys eyed each other with cool civility, but Jon saw respect bloom between them as the days wore on. One evening, as the sun set behind the city's ragged skyline, Jon found Sansa in the gardens, watching as Ghost prowled the flower beds. "She's changed," Sansa said, not looking at him. "Daenerys. She's softer than I remember." "Jon, a network error occurred. Please check your connection and try again." If this issue persists, please contact us through our help center at helpopeneye.com. K. Jon watched Sansa in the fading light, her auburn hair catching the sun's last golden rays. Her silhouette poised, a Stark among southern roses. Ghost moved like a white shadow at her feet, nose twitching as he tracked some unseen thing among the hedges. Sansa's hands were clasped before her, her eyes fixed on the city walls beyond, but Jon knew she was only half seeing what was before her. Her mind was as restless as his own. He joined her by the low marble wall, the city stretching out beneath them, smoke from 1,000 cookfires curling lazily into the dusk. For a time, neither spoke, content in the old comfort of silence. Here, in this quiet garden, the horrors and burdens of rule felt far away, but they pressed in at the edges, unspoken, unresolved. "She has changed," Jon said at last, his voice gentle, but not all at once. "She still fights every night in her sleep, Sansa. Sometimes she wakes me with a start, always reaching for something just out of sight. Sometimes I think it's the throne she's reaching for. Sometimes I think it's freedom." Sansa's lips curved into a faint smile. "That's what ruling is. You never quite escape the thing you chased so hard." She glanced at him, her expression softening. "Are you happy, Jon?" Jon considered, eyes searching the shadows beneath the olive trees. "I don't know if I've ever been happy, not truly. There are moments. I suppose I never learned how. But there's peace. Sometimes. I find it with the dragons, with her, with you and Arya nearby." He hesitated, then let the next words come, honest and raw. "Sometimes I wish I'd stayed at Castle Black, built a house in the snow. Sometimes I wish for nothing but the quiet of home." Sansa reached for his hand, squeezing his fingers as she used to when they were children, when monsters were only shapes in the dark. "Winterfell is always your home, Jon. It always will be." She looked up at the city, at the towers Daenerys was painstakingly rebuilding. "But the realm needs you here, whether you want it or not." "I think she would break if you left her." He nodded, swallowing. "I know." They stood together as the first stars pricked the sky, the city humming with life below them. Ghost prowling the flower beds, ever watchful. In the distance, a low roar echoed across the rooftops. Jon knew the sound, Rhaegal returning from his dusk patrol, wings slicing the air. The dragon was a fixture now, his emerald presence reassuring, almost beloved by the people. "Do you trust her?" Sansa asked quietly. Jon's jaw clenched, the question a blade between them. He searched for the truth, forcing himself not to flinch from it. "I trust her heart. I trust that she wants peace as much as I do. But I see the fire in her too. I see the hurt. It's always there, just beneath the surface." He looked at Sansa, a plea in his eyes. "Help me keep her grounded, Sansa. Don't let either of us forget what it's like to lose everything." She nodded, her hand tightening in his. "I won't." They parted as the bells sounded the night watch. Jon walking the long corridor back to Daenerys Solar. He found her at the table, hunched over a map of the Crownlands, candles guttering in the humid night air. Her eyes flicked up at his entrance, relief flickering through her features. "Was she difficult?" Daenerys asked with a wry smile. Jon shook his head, smiling. "Only as much as she needs to be." He poured himself a cup of wine and sat beside her, shoulders brushing. "You're rebuilding the roads again?" She nodded, tracing a line from the city's broken gates toward the north. "It's the veins of the realm. Without roads, there's no trade, no safety, no kingdom. The Crownlands are half ash. If we don't repair them before autumn, we'll have famine come winter." Memnotrian. Jon watched her hands, steady and sure. You think of things I never would. That's why the people will learn to love you, Dany. She smiled at him, softer than before. They'll love you first, Jon. You're the one who walks the markets, who lifts the children onto Rhaegal's back. They call you the Dragon Wolf now. He shook his head, embarrassed. I'm just a man. Just a bastard, truth be told. Daenerys' gaze sharpened. You're so much more, and you always were. Let them see that. Let them see us together. Strength and mercy, fire and ice. He reached for her hand, entwining their fingers, and they sat together until the candles burned low. The following days were full of activity. Jon rode out with Davos and Arya, visiting the districts worst scarred by wildfire, talking to carpenters and masons, promising new timber from the Stormlands. Daenerys held court in the Queen's Square, hearing petitions from all who would come. Mothers seeking lost children, bakers asking for grain, blacksmiths offering their skill in exchange for coin or food. Rhaegal and Drogon lay curled together on the hill outside the city, visible from the towers, a reminder to all that the peace was a hard-won living thing. Arya disappeared for days at a time, returning with news of would-be assassins, seditious pamphlets, or food smugglers preying on the desperate. Each time she returned, she sought Jon first, sometimes bringing a token from the old life. A wolf's tooth, a coin from Braavos, a letter from Gendry in Storm's End. She found him one morning in the armory, helping a young squire buckle his breastplate. She leaned against the door, arms folded, eyes glinting with secrets. You're too gentle, Jon, Arya teased. No wonder the people adore you. He grinned at her, shaking his head. There's enough harshness in the world without me adding to it. Have you eaten? She shrugged. I brought something better. She tossed him a small roll of parchment, tied with a red thread. Jon read the message. Gendry's hand, plain and earnest. The Lord of Storm's End pledged his support, offering ships and grain, a gesture Jon knew was for Arya's sake as much as the crown's. You could go to him, Jon said quietly. Arya's smile was wistful. One day, maybe. For now, there's too much to do here. She leaned closer, voice dropping. There's talk of an uprising near Maidenpool. Old Lannister loyalists. Some former Golden Company, gathering men. Davos says we should send troops. Dany thinks the dragons should be enough. Oh no. Jon frowned. Send a small force. We can't risk more blood in the streets. I'll go myself if I have to. Arya nodded, satisfied. That's what I thought you'd say. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Be careful, little sister. Arya rolled her eyes, but her grip on his hand was fierce before she slipped away. Later that day, Daenerys found Jon at the dragon pit, watching Rhaegal sunning himself on the old crumbling stones. She joined him, her mood lighter than it had been in weeks. They say the dragon pit is cursed, she mused. But perhaps it's only waiting to be blessed again. Jon smiled. The people come to see Rhaegal every day. Children leave flowers. Some pray. Daenerys laughed softly. They prayed once for the dragons to die. Now they pray for their protection. She turned, her gaze intense. We've changed more than just the city, Jon. We've changed the heart of the realm. He placed his arm around her, pulling her close. The realm needed change. It needed you. She rested her head on his shoulder, the two of them quiet together, watching as Rhaegal spread his wings, casting a long shadow over the ruined arena. The summer pressed on. Repairs to the city advanced, new wells dug, the aqueducts cleared, bridges rebuilt. Daenerys issued pardons for small folk who'd fought for Cersei, offered work rebuilding in exchange for mercy. Jon led the charge into Maidenpool with a small company, rooting out the last of the rebels with precision and restraint, taking more prisoners than corpses. Rhaegal's presence, as much as Jon's sword, discouraged bloodshed. The men who surrendered were fed, not flogged, and word spread quickly that the new rulers were just. At harvest, the Riverlands sent grain south. Gendry's ships landed at the Blackwater with casks of barley, apples, and wool. A festival bloomed in the Queen's Square, music and laughter ringing through the city for the first time since the siege. Daenerys and Jon rode through the streets together, the dragons above them. People tossing garlands, children following in their wake. At the feast that followed, Jon found himself seated between Sansa and Davos. Arya slipped through the crowd, drinking and laughing, her knives hidden but never far. Gendry arrived late, mud on his boots, face shining as he greeted Arya. Tyrion raised a toast, voice carrying over the crowd. To the queen who broke the chains, to the king who rides dragons, and to the realm, they heal together. May fire and ice burn not to destroy, but to warm us in winter's night. Bell. Laughter and cheers answered him, mugs lifted high. Jon glanced at Daenerys, saw her radiant in the candlelight, the people's adoration real and growing. That night, as the moon rode high, Jon stood alone on the ramparts, Rhaegal behind him, the city below alight with joy. Daenerys joined him, slipping her arms around his waist. For a moment, all was still. No war, no threat. Only the quiet promise of peace. I see it now, she whispered. What peace might feel like. Jon turned, pressing a kiss to her brow. Let's make it last. And so they stood together in the darkness, dragons above, the realm below, daring to dream that peace, at last, might be theirs. Oh, Kai, eh. The night after the festival, the city lingered in a rare hush. Banners hung limp and heavy in the humid air, lanterns guttered, their lights gold on the rain-washed stones. From the heights of Maegor's Holdfast, Jon watched King's Landing slumber. The celebration had swept the pain of the past away for a day, but he knew grief was never far. It lived in the shadows between laughter, in the hesitation of children reaching for bread, in the haunted eyes of mothers whose sons had not returned from the fighting. Yet peace, however fragile, was beginning to root itself in the soil of the realm. He could sense it in the cautious hope of the people, and in the slow, sure way Daenerys' footsteps no longer echoed quite so sharply through the halls of the Red Keep. He heard the scrape of boots on the stone and turned as Arya stepped into the torchlight. Her hood was thrown back, her hair wild, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. I thought you'd be asleep, she said. I never sleep easily after feasts. Jon replied, offering her the skin of sour red wine he'd been nursing. Arya took a quick draught, wiped her mouth, and joined him at the parapet. For a while they said nothing. Arya's gaze roamed the rooftops below, alert as ever. They're happy, Jon. The city, she said at last. I walked all night. People are singing again. They're even singing about you and Daenerys. He gave a tired smile. What are they singing? She grinned. That you're the white wolf with a dragon's heart, that she's the silver queen who tamed fire and ice. Some of it's filthy. She nudged him. You'd be embarrassed. He snorted, the tension in his shoulders easing. Let them sing. I'll take songs over silence and screams any day. Arya's face grew serious. It won't last forever. There are still men plotting, always are. The more you heal, the more you threaten those who loved the old ways. You and Dany have made enough enemies to last a dozen lifetimes. Then? He nodded. I know, but we're ready. Rhaegal and Drogon keep the peace better than 1,000 gold cloaks. And the city has heroes now. Real ones. He smiled at her, softer. Like you. She rolled her eyes, but Jon saw the pride she tried to hide. I'm leaving soon, she said. North. Gendry's riding with me as far as Harrenhal. Sansa needs me. Winterfell needs someone who's not afraid to do what's necessary. You have peace here. I think I'm better at keeping the wolves from your door than ruling in silk. He nodded, swallowing his reluctance. You'll always have a place here, Arya. Always. But the North will be safer with you watching its shadows. He reached out, pulled her close, and for a moment, they were simply brother and sister beneath the moon, two orphans of a vanished world. Take care of her, Arya whispered, her voice rough. And yourself. The realm loves you now. But love's a fickle thing. I know, Jon said. I'll be careful. They stood in silence until the bells tolled midnight, and Arya faded away into the dark, a shadow among shadows. The next morning dawned bright, the storm broken, sunlight spilling across the city in broad strokes. Jon rode with Daenerys along the streets, guards clearing the way as people lined the avenues, cheering and tossing flowers. The mood was jubilant but wary. The wounds of war had not vanished, but Daenerys' efforts to rebuild, her visits to the poorest quarters, the food she distributed, the slow restoration of temples and market halls, were being repaid in trust. As they reached the market square, a crowd gathered, waiting by the remnants of the great Septi. Jon dismounted and helped Daenerys from Drogon's back. A hush fell as they approached the broken steps, a hush thick with expectation. An old man stepped forward, bent and trembling, clutching a battered spear. Jon recognized him as a veteran of Robert's rebellion, his beard white and tangled. "Your Grace," the man rasped, bowing low. "I fought for kings and lost sons to queens. My house is gone. But you gave me grain when no one else would. You gave me hope. I'll kneel for that." He went to one knee, and after a heartbeat, the crowd knelt with him. Some wept, others looked up, eyes fierce and shining. Daenerys' face was pale, her jaw trembling, but she managed a small nod. "We are all done kneeling for tyrants," she said, her voice clear. "Rise and stand with me. We'll build a city that belongs to all who live in it. No more burning, no more fear. This I swear to you, by fire and blood." The crowd surged to their feet, cheers breaking the silence. Jon felt a pulse of pride, mingled with sorrow. He knew how easily love could curdle to hatred if they faltered. He squeezed Daenerys' hand as they moved on, promising himself he'd never let her face it all alone. In the days that followed, Jon returned to the council chamber. Sansa had departed for Winterfell, Arya at her side. But Tyrion remained, orchestrating trade pacts and brokering fragile truces with skill. Brienne drilled new recruits for the City Watch. Davos negotiated with the Riverlords and the Lords of the Vale. Gendry returned to Storm's End, leaving behind the promise of more grain and steel. Jon oversaw the training of a new city guard, men and women from all corners of the realm, chosen for their loyalty and their skill. He often rode Rhaegal above the city at dusk, children waving from rooftops, the sky alight with the last fire of day. Rhaegal was growing again, the wound in his side now only a pale scar beneath shimmering scales. The dragon moved with a grace that filled Jon with awe, each beat of his wings a reminder of the world's old magic and its new hopes. At council one morning, a messenger arrived from Old Town, dusty and breathless. He handed a sealed letter to Daenerys, who broke the wax and read silently. Her face tensed. "The Maester's right of unrest in the west," she said. "A Lannister cousin in Lannisport is gathering mercenaries. They claim the queen is a foreign tyrant. They seek to break away, declare a new king." Tyrion's face darkened. A lion's pride dies hard. "We must send a message." Jon shook his head. "No dragons, not yet." "Send a raven. Invite this cousin to King's Landing. Offer amnesty. If he refuses, we send a force led by men of the Reach and the Riverlands, not Unsullied or Dothraki. Make it clear we want peace, not blood." Daenerys nodded. "You're right. We will not become what we fought." Later, she found Jon on the seawall, staring out at the glint of ships beyond the harbor. "Do you ever tire of being merciful?" she asked, leaning beside him. He shrugged, a faint smile on his lips. "Mercy's the only power I ever wanted. It's the only thing that lasts. Fear dies when the swords are sheathed." "And see." She reached for his hand, pressing her forehead to his. "You're stronger than you know, Jon Snow." "I'm strong because of you," he said. Days passed in a flurry of work and whispers. News came from the north of wildling raids beyond the wall. But Sansa's letters were confident. Arya and Ghost had tracked the raiders, ending the threat without bloodshed. The riverlands flourished, the fields green and full. Even in the Reach, where resentment lingered, harvests were good and unrest faded. But trouble brewed in the shadows of the west. The Lannister cousin, Sir Martin, spurned the Queen's offer, gathering knights and mercenaries on the borders of the Westerlands. Daenerys convened her council. "We cannot let this fester," Tyrion urged. "He seeks to rally every malcontent left in the realm. If we crush him quickly, the others will scatter." Daenerys hesitated, looking to Jon. "You would have me show mercy still?" Jon's jaw was set, but his voice was calm. "Send me. I'll take Rhaegal. Let me speak to them before any blood is shed. Show them the dragon's not only a beast of war. If they yield, let them return to their lands. If they refuse, I'll bring them here, in chains if I must." She touched his cheek, eyes bright with pride and worry. "Don't get yourself killed, Jon Snow." He smiled. "I'll come back. I promise." Jon flew west at dawn, Rhaegal's wings sweeping the sky, casting long shadows over the green hills and gold fields. He found the rebels camped near the border of the Reach, 300 men beneath scarlet banners, bristling with arms. The sight filled him with an old ache. He remembered banners like these at Winterfell, at the Wall, on the fields of battle where friends and enemies alike fell. He landed Rhaegal at a safe distance, unsaddled, and approached alone. The men gaped as he strode forward, black cloaks snapping, sword sheathed. Sir Martin Lannister emerged, proud and wary, golden hair tied back, a silver lion on his breastplate. "King in the North, or is it Dragon Lord now?" His voice was mocking. Jon stopped within arm's length, meeting his gaze. "I'm neither, and both. I've come with an offer. Lay down your arms, swear peace, and you'll live. Keep your lands, your gold. Fight, and you'll lose everything." Martin spat on the ground. "You think a dragon frightens me? I'd rather die a lion than live as your lapdog." Jon's face hardened. "I don't want to kill you. You think rebellion will bring you freedom? I've seen what war brings. This is your last chance." Martin looked at the men behind him, then back at Jon. "We'll die on our feet." Jon's heart clenched, sorrow and anger warring within him. "So be it." He turned, raising a hand, and Rhaegal swept from the sky, roaring. The ground shook as he landed, smoke streaming from his jaws. Jon mounted, and the rebels broke. Many fleeing, some dropping swords, others standing firm. Jon ordered Rhaegal to circle the camp, breathing fire high above, scorching no man, but burning banners and weapons piled far from the cowering men. The show of force broke their will. The remaining knights threw down arms, and Martin, eyes wide with terror, fell to his knees. Jon took their surrender, sending the rebels home with a warning: peace or ruin. He brought Martin back to King's Landing in chains, but spared his life, locking him in the dungeons beneath the Red Keep. Upon his return, the city erupted in celebration. Jon was greeted as a peacemaker, a dragon rider who spared the vanquished. Daenerys met him in the council chamber, her embrace fierce, her voice thick with relief. "I thought I'd lost you," she whispered. He held her close. "Never." Through autumn and winter, the peace held. No new banners rose, and Jon's legend spread. The king who rode 2 dragons, the wolf who brought mercy, the man who fought not for power, but for peace. Daenerys' rule grew gentler, her presence in the city a balm. She became more than a conqueror. She became beloved. On the eve of the new year, Jon stood atop the city walls, Daenerys at his side, both dragons perched above. Snow began to fall. Soft, silent, transforming the burned stones into something new and bright. The people of King's Landing watched the snowflakes drift and smiled. Children dancing in the streets. Daenerys laced her fingers through Jon's, her eyes shining. "Do you see it, Jon? It's hope. I never thought I'd see it here." Jon smiled, his heart lighter than it had been since boyhood. "It's ours. We'll keep it safe." In the peace they had fought for, amid the snow and fire, Jon and Daenerys stood watch over the realm. A queen and her dragon knight, guardians not only of the crown but of a future finally their own. The snow did not linger long on the city's blackened stones, But for a single dawn, King's Landing glimmered under a veil of white, each roof and wall outlined in the faint glow of winter's return. In the Red Keep, the halls were quieter, the voices of courtiers hushed in awe, as if fearful to disturb the world's transformation. The usual scent of ashen burning was gone, replaced by the bracing cold and the sweet tang of pine and new timber rising from the scaffolds outside. Jon woke to the hush before sunrise, lying beside Daenerys, her head tucked against his shoulder, her hair splayed like spilled moonlight across the furs. For a time he watched her sleep, her face softened and untroubled in a way he seldom saw by day. When she finally stirred, blinking awake, Jon smiled and brushed a thumb across her cheek. "The snow's come south," he said, voice low. She smiled sleepily. "Perhaps it followed you. Or Rhaegal." Her fingers found his, entwining. "Or perhaps winter wanted to see what hope looks like." Jon chuckled and pressed a kiss to her brow. "Come see." They rose together, Daenerys wrapping herself in a heavy cloak, while Jon pulled on boots and doublet. The castle was quiet, servants and guards murmuring reverently as the queen and her consort passed. Outside, the world seemed made new. Snow clung to shattered parapets, softened the scars on the city's walls, hid the black marks of dragonfire beneath a pure, gentle layer. From the heights of the Queen's Tower, the city below seemed not a ruin, but a blank page waiting for the story to be written again. Daenerys shivered, breath misting in the dawn air. "I never thought I'd see this, King's Landing dressed in winter." Jon watched the snow fall, feeling peace settle on his shoulders. "When I was a boy, I used to pray for spring by the wall. Now I think I could live with winter, if it's with you." "Menshani." She smiled, taking his hand in hers, eyes shining in the first gold of morning. "Then let's make a world where no one fears the seasons, where every winter has its end." They stood together, watching Rhaegal circle above the city, his wings stirring the snow in gentle, swirling eddies. Across the way, Drogon perched atop the broken sept, a dark guardian among white spires. The dragons were restless with the cold but gentle, their power a comfort, not a threat. As the sun crept higher, the city awoke. Children tumbled from doorways, chasing each other with armfuls of snow, laughter rising where once there had only been screams. Market stalls opened, bread ovens steaming, and old women swept their stoops, eyes bright as they greeted neighbors. Jon saw Tyrion on the steps of the council chamber, brushing snow from his shoulders, shaking his head as if he scarcely believed what he saw. Davos limped through the yard, barking orders at workers, patching the gates. Even Grey Worm's stern face softened as Unsullied formed a snowball line with the city boys, laughter echoing off the stones. That morning, Daenerys convened the council. The great hall was warmer than usual, thanks to fresh tapestries and new braziers burning fragrant wood. The council table was full. Tyrion, Davos, Missandei, Brienne, and the newly arrived Lord Gendry Baratheon. Mud still on his boots, Arya's dagger at his side. Jon took his seat, nodding to Brienne, who wore her white cloak with pride, her blue eyes missing nothing. Tyrion raised a cup and toast. To peace, and to the queen who brought it on dragonback. Daenerys inclined her head, voice clear and firm. "We've done much, but our work isn't finished." She looked to Gendry. "You bring news from the Stormlands." Gendry nodded. "Bandits along the Roserad, old men in Lannister colors, still refusing to yield. Most of them are hungry, not dangerous. We've sent grain and offered pardons, but there are a few ringleaders stirring trouble." Jon glanced at Davos, who nodded. "The best way to win loyalty is through empty bellies. The troublemakers will find less to shout about once spring comes." Brienne's voice was steady. "The city watch is ready to patrol the roads. My knights ride at dawn. Will not allow more war to take root." Arya, slouched at the end of the table, grinned. "I'll ride with them if you wish. I'd like to see if these bandits are truly as bold as they say." Daenerys' eyes crinkled with gratitude. "Your help would be welcome, Arya." Tyrion set down his cup. "And the West?" Missandei answered, her voice quiet. "Martin Lannister remains in the cells. Letters from the Westerlands say his rebellion has died. No new banners raised." Daenerys nodded. We will hold to mercy. If he swears fealty, he'll be freed. Gendry drummed his fingers on the table. And the Iron Bank? Jon suppressed a sigh. The bank's demands were relentless, their patience thin. I'll speak with their envoy today. Offer them shares in the new granaries. Let them profit from our peace, not our war. The council dissolved after an hour, each member departing with purpose. Jon watched Arya and Gendry slip away together, their laughter easy. Brienne clapped Davos on the shoulder, and Tyrion lingered, waiting until the others were gone. He joined Jon by the window, staring out over the city. Did you ever think you'd see this? Tyrion asked, gesturing to the snow, the laughter, the dragons dozing on white-capped domes. Not in 100 lifetimes, Jon said, but I'll fight for it every day. Tyrion's eyes softened, and for a moment, the hand of the queen seemed almost content. You're the best of us, Jon Snow. You and Daenerys both. Jon smiled, grateful for the rare approval. After the council, Jon and Daenerys walked the streets together, cloaked and hooded, seeking no attention but gathering plenty. The people greeted them not as conquerors, but as protectors. Children pressed flowers into their hands, mothers offered apples and loaves. Men bowed, not in fear, but with the respect given to those who have delivered them from war. In the city's heart, the new septi was being built, stone by stone, carved with dragons and wolves, flames and snowflakes entwined. Jon watched stonemasons at their work, the sound of hammers and saws a music sweeter than any bard's. Daenerys paused to speak with a mason, her words gentle, her smile bright. The mason bowed, promise in his voice. We'll finish by spring, your grace. As evening fell, Jon rode with Arya through the outskirts, Rhaegal soaring above as the last of the snow melted into the fields. They found the bandits, boys and old men more than warriors. Sullen, hungry, tired, Arya dismounted, eyes wary. But Jon's presence, and the shadow of Rhaegal, was enough to quell violence before it began. We don't want war, Jon said, voice carrying in the quiet. Lay down arms and you'll be fed. Fight, and you'll answer to the realm. The men hesitated, then knelt, one after the other, swords surrendered with trembling hands. Arya grinned, flicking her dagger with satisfaction. I told you he'd break you with a word. They rode back under the stars, Arya's laughter ringing in the night, Rhaegal sweeping low above them, his roar a benediction. In the Red Keep, Daenerys was waiting, pale and beautiful in the candlelight. She met Jon in the solar, pulling him into her arms, relief and love mingling in her embrace. You did it again, she whispered, lips at his ear. You made peace. He pressed his forehead to hers. We did it, you and I. The winter faded slowly, giving way to a shy early spring. Green buds crept along charred branches, the fields beyond the city turning gold and rich. Daenerys spent her days among her people, Jon at her side, Rhaegal and Drogon ever near, the living promise that peace could be won by strength, but kept by mercy. A year passed. The scars of war grew fainter. Sansa ruled the north wisely, Arya protected the realm's edges, Gendry brought prosperity to the Stormlands. The council endured, voices sometimes clashing, but always bending toward what was just. Tyrion kept the city's accounts, Davos managed the harbors, Brienne's knights rode the roads, keeping travelers safe. Jon and Daenerys walked the city often, beloved now, legend woven into the very stones they rebuilt. When the snow returned the following winter, the city was ready, sheltered, fed, warm, die. The bells rang in celebration, not in fear. On the anniversary of their peace, Jon and Daenerys stood atop the highest tower, hand in hand, the dragons circling above. Below, King's Landing shone, reborn and beautiful, a city of fire and snow. Daenerys turned to Jon, her eyes shining with hope. This is our song, Jon Snow. Fire and ice, sorrow and joy. We wrote it together. Jon smiled, feeling the weight of the past slip from his shoulders, his heart full. And we'll keep writing, for as long as the world lets us. They watched the city together, guardians of a realm at peace. Two dragons above a world made whole. The legend of their love and mercy echoing through the ages. Ka. The second winter after the war was a quiet one, marked by gentle snows that drifted over the rooftops but seldom stayed. The cold kept at bay by the warmth in the hearts of a city reborn. King's Landing was no longer a place of terror and hunger. It was filled with music, trade, and laughter. Jon Snow walked the city streets daily, often alone save for Ghost at his side or Rhaegal circling high overhead. The green dragon now so familiar that children waved and ran after his shadow, fearless. Daenerys too was ever present among her people. Her white hair easily picked out in any crowd. Her smile swift and genuine as she listened to petitions and visited the sick. No one knelt any longer, except in jest. Loyalty was not measured in bent knees, but in the willing work of many hands rebuilding what had been lost. In the mornings, Jon woke before dawn and crossed the sleeping Red Keep to the council solar. He watched the city come alive through tall windows. As he read letters from the north, the Reach, the Iron Islands, Sansa wrote of snows as deep as a man's waist, of a northern peace kept by loyalty rather than fear. Arya's letters were less frequent. Short, witty reports from far-flung corners of the realm, each line carrying news of trouble stilled or friendships forged in the wild places. Sometimes Jon read the notes twice, searching for any trace of sadness or loneliness, but found only pride. By the time the city's bells rang for breakfast, the council would gather. Tyrion with a ledger and a new joke, Brian in clean armor, Davos bringing reports from the harbor masters, Missandei with papers inked in 3 languages, Gendry in from the forges, and the queen herself, pale and lovely, her laughter echoing in the high rafters. Their arguments were sharp, but rarely bitter. Daenerys had learned to listen, Jon to mediate, and Tyrion to remind them all of their victories when tempers frayed. On the longest night of that second winter, the city held a festival. Lanterns swung above every street, flickering blue and silver, and music drifted from open windows. Jon, cloaked and unarmed, wandered the crowds with Daenerys at his side. The air was sweet with roasting chestnuts and honeyed wine. At the foot of the new sept, he paused, watching children run in circles, their faces painted like wolves and dragons, their laughter bright and sharp. A little girl approached, hair in tangled braids, eyes as green as Rhaegal's. She carried a wooden carving, a wolf with wings. "For you, Lord," she said shyly. Jon knelt, accepting the gift, and she touched his hand, solemn. "Will the dragon stay forever?" Daenerys crouched beside him, her hair spilling over her shoulder, and smiled. "As long as there is peace." "As long as you and yours remember to be kind and brave." The girl grinned and darted away, her friends shrieking after her. The festival spilled into the night. When the first snow began to fall, Jon and Daenerys stood atop the city walls, looking out over 1,000 lanterns glowing in the dark, the bells pealing midnight. "Do you ever miss it?" Daenerys asked quietly, her gaze distant. "The days before peace, before the burden of rule." Jon shook his head. "I miss people. Ghosts. Sometimes the wind sounds like Ygritte's laughter or Robb's song. But not the fighting. Not the cold fear before every dawn." He looked at her, searching her face. "Do you?" She traced the line of his jaw with her thumb, her smile slow and wistful. "Sometimes, but I remember what it cost. The price was too high. I'd rather have this, a city that sleeps in safety. A husband who never lies. A future." Jon wrapped his arms around her, feeling the warmth of her even in the bitter wind. "You have all of it. You always will." They stood together as the city dreamed, the dragons above their heads, peace as real and precious as the snow underfoot. When the sun rose, Jon found Arya in the small stable behind the Red Keep, saddling her gray horse, eyes bright as moonlight. She was older now, lines around her mouth from smiles more than frowns, her hair clipped short and practical. Gendry stood beside her, packing bread and cheese in a saddlebag. "I'm riding north," Arya said, strapping a blade to her hip. "Spring's coming. Sansa wants me in Winterfell before the rivers thaw." Jon hugged her fiercely. "Give her my love. And tell Bran—" He broke off, shaking his head, smiling. "Tell him I hope he's still stranger than ever." Arya grinned. "He is. He sent a raven last month. Just feathers and a drawing of a tree. I think he's happier in the Godswood than he ever was in the Hall." "Bellwinder." She squeezed Jon's hand, her gaze searching his. "You're happy, aren't you?" He nodded. Simple and true. "I am. You?" She shrugged, the old wildness flickering in her eyes. "I'm never done wandering, but I like to know I have a place to return to. Don't let the city go soft, Jon Snow." Gendry grinned and swung into the saddle, holding out a hand to Arya. "Ready." She took it, and together they rode out, Ghost trotting behind until the gates vanished in the dawn haze. The days lengthened. The council turned to spring planting, the rebuilding of distant towns, the repair of a storm-damaged fleet. Daenerys and Jon rode out to the Reach, stopping in every village and castle, their presence both celebration and warning. The people welcomed them with song, sometimes with questions or complaints, but always with hope. Gendry's forges rang bright and hot. The Riverlord's barges returned full from the new harvest, and even the Ironborn sent gifts: salt fish, hard cheese, and strong rope. One day, returning from the fields near Rosby, Daenerys and Jon paused at a low hill overlooking the city. Rhaegal and Drogon wheeled above, casting long shadows over the green. The city walls gleamed, banners snapping, the scent of new bread drifting on the breeze. "Sometimes I still wake in fear," Daenerys said softly. "That it's all a dream. That I'll wake and find myself alone, far away, the world in ashes." Jon turned, catching both her hands in his. "It isn't a dream. You built this, Dany. We built it, together." She smiled, tilting her head to rest on his shoulder, eyes closed. "Stay with me. Always. Always," Jon promised, pressing his lips to her hair. In the autumn of that year, Sansa visited, traveling south with a great retinue of northern lords. She arrived at dusk, the city thrown into celebration, the bells ringing her through the gates. The people cheered, calling her the Wolf Queen. And Jon met her in the square, embracing her as he had not done since childhood. Sansa had grown taller, colder, yet when she smiled the years fell away. She joined the council that night, her presence commanding. When Brienne stood to speak, Sansa squeezed her hand, the two of them united by shared memory and promise. Later, as the fire burned low, Sansa and Jon walked the ramparts, Daenerys trailing a few steps behind, her eyes curious but trusting. "The North is strong," Sansa said. "Happier than I've ever known it. You've given us peace, something our family rarely enjoyed." Jon was quiet, watching the dragons circle the keep. "You gave yourself peace, Sansa. You made Winterfell safe." Sansa smiled, fierce. "So did you, Jon." So did Daenerys. I never thought I would say it, but I trust her now. Daenerys caught up, standing at Jon's side, her cloak whipped by the night breeze. "You're always welcome here, Lady Stark." Sansa nodded, her eyes glittering. "Thank you, Your Grace. And thank you for my brother's happiness." For a moment, the three stood together, Stark and Targaryen, no longer divided, the realm whole in their bond. Winter gave way to another spring. The crops were rich, the small folk content. The dragons patrolled the skies, the city grew outward, and the peace that had once seemed a fragile truce became a way of life. Rumors of rebellion withered. Old wounds faded to scars. In the far north, Arya sent ravens, brief reports of wild things and wild places, of ice bears and lost giants, always with a promise to return. Years passed. Jon and Daenerys ruled together, their council evolving but never failing, their legend growing until songs of the wolf and the dragon were sung from Old Town to the Wall. On clear days, they walked the city's walls together, hands clasped, their laughter a music that echoed down the streets. Rhaegal and Drogon soared above, protectors of the peace their riders had won. One autumn, as the sun set red and gold across the black water, Daenerys turned to Jon, her face lit with quiet joy. "This is our kingdom, Jon. Not won by fire, but kept by hope. Let's never forget what it cost us or what it gave." Jon pressed her hand to his heart. The city bathed in the last golden light. "Never," he promised. And beneath the gaze of dragons, surrounded by the people they'd saved, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen watched over a realm not of conquest, but of mercy and peace, their legacy as unbreakable as the love that bound them. The autumn winds rolled down from the godswood in the north and spilled across the lands, stirring the banners atop the red keep with scents of pine and frost. King's Landing had grown restless in the long days after harvest. Children leapt from hay carts and dogs chased each other through the markets. But everywhere the city's people prepared for winter's approach. The old fear that lingered after the wars had faded at last. In its place was a cautious optimism, a sense that even in leaner times, hunger would not be sharpened by terror or violence. Jon Snow rose before first light as the days grew shorter. In the chill of his chamber, he reached for the thick stark furs folded at the foot of the bed, brushing Daenerys' shoulder as she slept beside him. She stirred, her silver hair tangled, her eyes fluttering open. Another council at dawn? She murmured. He smiled and tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear. "There's a ship from Pentos in the harbor. Tyrion wants to argue tariffs again." Daenerys rolled onto her back, her lips quirking in a smile. "He'd rather argue tariffs than let anyone else set them. Tell him I'll join you after I see the Masons at the new hospital." Jon pressed a kiss to her brow, pulling on boots and cloak, then strode from the chamber into the waking castle. Grey Worm stood guard outside, vigilant as ever. But his face softened at the sight of Jon, and he nodded as Jon passed. Down in the council solar, Tyrion was already at work. Papers and ledgers spread before him. A mug of strong black tea steaming at his elbow. Davos arrived soon after, rubbing sleep from his eyes and muttering about sailors who'd rather fish than fight. Brienne, fresh from the night watch, greeted Jon with a brisk nod. "Good," Tyrion said, scratching a note in the margin of a contract. "The Queen has a gift for making builders out of soldiers. If she can do the same with these Pentoshi traders, we might finally turn a profit on those new grain stores." Jon poured himself tea and scanned the morning's letters. News from Winterfell was good. The North's granaries were full, and Sansa had managed to barter fresh lumber from the Riverlands without blood or threat. Arya's raven arrived before sunrise. A simple knot of feathers and a drawing of a snow bear, with 3 words in her cramped script, "Still far north." Jon smiled, tucking the message into his belt. The morning passed in swift, steady work. The Pentoshi merchant, wary but respectful, accepted Daenerys' new tariffs with only token protest. By midday, Jon rode with Davos and Brienne to the edge of the city, inspecting the repairs on the Rosewad and the new wells dug for the outer districts. Wherever they passed, people waved and shouted greetings, offering bread, cider, or sometimes only a hopeful smile. Rhaegal flew overhead, his wings stirring the crows from the fields, the children's laughter trailing after him like a banner. Even the dragons had changed. The city no longer panicked at their passing. Instead, Rhaegal and Drogon were seen as guardians. Terrible, yes, but beloved too, their flights a sign of peace and protection. In the evening, Jon returned to the castle with boots muddied and cloak damp, pausing to watch Daenerys speaking with a crowd of small folk outside the new hospital. She laughed easily, kneeling to speak with a boy missing a leg, her presence as natural as any farmer's wife. The people crowded close, comforted by her nearness. Jon's heart swelled with quiet pride. Later, as dusk settled, Jon and Daenerys dined in the solar, candles throwing golden light against the stone. Tyrion recounted the day's negotiations with comic exaggeration, making even the dour Davos laugh. Missandei brought news of a brewing in the Vale, a merchant dispute settled by Sansa's calm words and Brienne's mailed fist. When the meal ended, Jon lingered with Daenerys by the window. gazing out at the lantern-lit city. "We're changing things," he said softly, the words more prayer than boast. "Not just here, everywhere." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "It's not the change I dreamed of as a girl. Not a throne of swords, not a crown of fire. But it's more real, more lasting." She looked up at him, her eyes gentle. "Are you content, John?" He turned to her, his expression earnest. "I am. Sometimes I dream of the Wall, or Winterfell's snows. But this," he gestured to the city, to the dragons' silhouettes against the stars. "This is home." Their peace was not without challenge. In the west, a river dispute flared between Tully and Frey. Jon rode out with a small retinue, Rhaegal soaring above. In the end, his reputation and the memory of fire was enough. No swords were drawn, and the lords parted with wary respect. In the east, Daenerys sent envoys to Braavos and Volantis, securing alliances through trade and honest diplomacy, not threats. The Iron Bank sent a golden gift for her name day, evidence enough that even the coldest hearts could be won by stability and fairness. The seasons turned. Sansa visited again in spring, bringing Arya, who arrived unheralded, her hair sun-bleached and her face thinner, but her smile sharp as ever. The Stark siblings dined together in Daenerys Gardens, Ghost curled at their feet, and for an evening the castle felt like home again, a northern hearth transplanted to southern stone. Arya regaled them with stories of distant rivers, wildlings tamed, and strange beasts glimpsed on the edges of the world. Sansa watched Daenerys with a careful, approving gaze, her own poise softened by the safety she saw in her brother's eyes. As the year ripened, Daenerys pressed forward with her dreams. The new hospital opened, a marvel of clean stone, glass, and bustling healers. A school rose in the city's poorest quarter, welcoming girls as well as boys, teaching numbers, letters, and the old tales. Daenerys herself visited, answering questions from wide-eyed children. Was it true she had lived with Dothraki? Was it scary to ride a dragon? Did Jon really die and return? Each question she answered with patience and humor, her laughter brightening the halls. Jon watched her grow in these moments, his love deepening with each day. He rode often to the farmlands and coast, hearing the people's complaints and wishes, resolving disputes before they could fester. His presence was met with affection, sometimes even with teasing. He was the White Wolf, the dragon's hand, the king who did not need a crown. The realm changed slowly, but surely. Gold cloaks patrolled less with threats and more with purpose. The city's poorest were fed and sheltered. Beggars dwindled. Crime dropped. Nobles, at first wary of Daenerys' rule, found prosperity in the queen's peace. Rivalries faded, and for the first time in a generation, marriages between old enemies, Stark and Frey, Tarly and Tyrell, were celebrated with joy rather than suspicion. Through it all, the dragons endured, growing larger, their tempers tamed by Daenerys and Jon, by daily flights above a peaceful city, by the love shown them by children and elders alike. No one had ever seen such a thing. Dragons who slept beside the queen's gardens, who let small folk approach and touch their scales on festival days, who brought rain in summer with the beat of their wings. In late summer, as the days burned gold, word arrived of a storm at sea. A Lysine fleet, refugees fleeing war, had wrecked near the arbor. Jon rode south with a party of knights and healers. Supplies in tow. Daenerys joined him, the two of them welcoming the Lysine survivors, children with haunted eyes, old women, battered knights, offering shelter, food, and the promise of a new life in Westeros. That night, beneath a tapestry of stars, Daenerys and Jon walked ashore, waves lapping at their boots. The sea was calm, the air scented with salt and flowers. Rhaegal and Drogon rested on the cliffs. Sentinels in the moonlight. Sometimes I think we're only just beginning, Daenerys said, her hand finding Jon's. He squeezed her fingers, his heart light. Let it begin 100 times, as long as we do it together. She stopped, turned to face him, her hair haloed in silver. What if it doesn't last? What if some new storm rises? He smiled. Then we meet it, as we always have, side by side. Fire and ice, Danny. We're stronger for both. She kissed him, slow and deep, the stars spinning overhead, and in that moment the future felt unassailable, shaped by their hands and guarded by their love. As the years rolled on, the legend of Jon and Daenerys grew. They became the queen and consort not only of the Iron Throne, but of hearts and minds. The children born during the queen's peace never knew the terror of war. They grew up on tales of wolves and dragons, of mercy and justice, of a king who loved without pride and a queen who ruled with hope. In the twilight of another year, Jon and Daenerys stood once more atop the Red Keep, the city alive beneath them, the dragons circling in the dark. The world had changed, and so had they, seasoned by grief, tempered by joy, forged into something unbreakable. "Look what we've made," Daenerys whispered, her voice thick with wonder. Jon wrapped his arms around her, the warmth of her heart matching the glow of the city lights below. "We'll keep it safe. For them, for all of them." And above them, dragons soared. A promise, a warning, and a blessing. Their wings beating a rhythm of hope across the ages, as fire and ice endured, not as weapons, but as guardians of peace. Cow. The days grew short and golden, each sunset burning with the last warmth of autumn before the long, slow fall into winter. From the ramparts of the Red Keep, Jon watched King's Landing glitter with harvest bounty. Apples heaped high in wagons, hay bundled against the cold, the laughter of children chasing dogs in the market squares. The bells rang out at dawn and dusk, no longer a summons to arms but a gentle marking of time. At night, lanterns bobbed along the city's winding lanes, drawing lines of light through fog and gathering leaves. Daenerys drifted easily through this new world she had shaped, her presence welcome in places where once she'd brought only awe and dread. She walked unveiled, unescorted, through the bakeries and butcher's stalls, taking bread from the hands of an old woman, accepting bouquets from giddy children, smiling as she listened to tales of lost sons and stubborn goats and dreams for the spring to come. Her laughter was less rare now, though Jon alone saw the flicker of uncertainty when she lingered in the ruins of the old city or looked northward toward the White Knife. Their chambers in the Red Keep had grown less a fortress and more a home. Daenerys planted a little garden on the balcony, coaxing violets and mint from clay pots. Jon found peace beside her, reading Sansa's letters by candlelight, watching ghosts snore in the fire's glow. Sometimes when sleep eluded him, he traced the scars across his chest and remembered all he'd lost and found. At such times, Daenerys would curl against him, her breath warm in the crook of his neck, and whisper stories of her childhood. Of the lemon tree in Bravos, the taste of summer snow, the first time she saw a dragon's egg crack in the firelight. He listened, letting the music of her voice banish the dark. As the cold deepened, the council's labors turned to winter needs. Brienne rode west to keep the mountain roads clear for grain convoys. Gendry repaired storm-damaged bridges near the Blackwater. Tyrion negotiated tariffs on Dornish wine and convinced the Tyrell cousins to fund a new hospice in the city's poorest quarter. Davos managed the docks with unmatched patience, seeing that every ship carried both hope and order. One gray morning, as mist rolled up from the river, Arya returned. No warning, no retinue, simply appeared in the stables with boots muddy and eyes alight. Jon found her there, brushing down her mare, a wolf tooth strung at her throat. "You look different," he said, embracing her. She grinned, fierce and young as ever. "I caught a wild dog in the north, made it my friend. Traded stories with the free folk, chased a ghost through the shivering sea." She clapped him on the back. "And now I'm hungry. Feed me." They sat together at the kitchen hearth, breaking bread with hot broth. Arya watched Daenerys approach, appraising, then gave her a swift nod. "The north is quiet. Sansa's well. She's building an icy house. Says it's for fish, but I think she misses cold wine." Daenerys smiled, pouring Arya a cup of lemon water. "And Bran?" Arya shrugged. "The Godswood keeps him. He sends ravens, mostly riddles. She sipped, smacking her lips. You've made this city better. People talk about you, you know. Not as a conqueror, as the queen who walks among them. Ben? Jon squeezed Daenerys' hand beneath the table. Daenerys flushed, her eyes shining. I hope it lasts. Peace is a fragile thing. Arya's gaze was shrewd. Not so fragile when there are dragons on the walls and a wolf at the gates, but you need to show your strength sometimes too. Later, the three of them walked the queen's gardens, autumn leaves crunching beneath their boots, Rhaegal basking in a patch of sunlight atop the eastern tower. Arya paused to watch the dragon, her eyes wide as a child's. I've never seen him so tame, she marveled. Jon smiled. He trusts Daenerys, and me when she's near. Daenerys stroked Yon's arm, her words soft. He trusts all of us, I think. He knows who's kin and who's prey. Arya knelt to scratch Ghost behind the ears. It's good, seeing you both happy. The North remembers. So does the city. You've given them hope. Just don't forget what's out there. The world's always watching. And now, they spent long evenings by the fire, Arya and Jon sharing stories of the wild, Daenerys and Gendry laughing over plans for the city's next festival. Brienne returned from the west, weary but triumphant, reporting that even the hill clans had sent peace offerings. Honey, hard cheese, thick furs for the coming cold. Davos announced new trade from Braavos. Ships arriving with casks of oil and glass, and Tyrion produced a new wine from the arbor that made even Daenerys' laughter ring louder. One night, as a cold wind battered the shutters, Arya prepared to depart for the north again. She left before dawn, slipping away with only a note and a pine cone left at Jon's door. Jon and Daenerys watched her vanish into the mists, Ghost loping at her heels. Her figure soon lost in the winding streets. Jon felt the ache of parting, but also a deep pride. A world safe enough for Arya to walk alone. As winter crept in earnest, snow sometimes dusted the city at dawn, but fires burned warm in every hearth. The dragons kept watch from the towers. The people kept faith in the crown, and the council grew more sure in their purpose. Sansa sent news of a boy born in Winterfell, her own son, healthy and loud, the Stark blood carrying forward. Daenerys celebrated with the small folk, declaring a feast in the child's honor, and for a night, the city was a riot of music and color. When the snows threatened to close the roads, Jon rode north with a train of wagons. Grain, wool, medicines, gifts for every village along the King's Road. Rhaegal's presence alone was enough to scatter bandits and warm cold hearts. In White Harbor, he was greeted by Lord Manderley with open arms and tales of ships, soon ready to brave the icy seas once more. He returned before the year's end, the city welcoming him with open gates and cheers. Daenerys met him in the courtyard, her arms flung around his neck, her words a warm rush of homecoming. They walked the snowy gardens together, recounting what they had seen and heard, old wounds healing, old hatreds softened. That winter, Daenerys fell ill for the first time since her arrival in Westeros. It was not grave, a cough, a fever. But Jon stayed at her side every hour, pacing the bedchamber as maesters and Missandei tended her. The city watched and waited, their concern spreading through every alley and square. She recovered slowly, and the city rejoiced. Jon never left her, save to calm the council or walk the dragons. When she finally rose from bed, pale and smiling, she found the streets below festooned with lanterns, banners fluttering, the people cheering as she appeared at the window. I never thought they'd love me, she whispered as Jon held her. Not after all that's happened. He pressed her close, his voice thick with feeling. They love you because you stayed, because you changed. And let them change too. She closed her eyes. And you? He smiled, pressing a kiss to her temple. I love you because you're you. Because we endured. The year turned. The snows receded. Buds pushed up through the cold earth. And the city was filled with a new season's promise. The peace held. Children born that spring never knew hunger or fear. Old enemies found new homes. The council endured, quarrels and all, always pulling together when it mattered. On the day of the first thaw, Daenerys and Jon stood on the highest tower. Rhaegal and Drogon circling in the clear blue sky. The wind was sharp, but the air was sweet with the scent of growing things. Jon took her hand, gazing out at the city and the lands beyond, his heart full. "We made this together," he said. "It's ours." Daenerys leaned into him, her voice soft but sure. "It will last, as long as we hold it close, as long as we remember." And beneath them, dragons soared and the bells sang of peace, of hope, and of a future wrought not in fire or blood, but in the steady, stubborn work of love. Ka. Spring's return arrived with a riot of color, purple crocuses and gold daffodils, bursting from gardens where war's ashes had barely faded. The air heavy with damp earth, and the honeyed smell of fruit trees in blossom. The city scars grew softer, old wounds covered by bright new banners and fresh mortar. Laughter from the alleys drifting out over the walls. Each morning, Daenerys greeted the sun on the Queen's Tower balcony, her hair loose to the breeze, a cup of spiced tea warming her hands. Jon rose early as well, sometimes before her. Sometimes lingering to watch the city wake, his thoughts chasing northward, to where snow still dusted the high moors beyond the Gift. The council now met in a long hall, flooded with light, open to the gardens, so that the clamor of birdsong often mingled with the voices of Westeros' new rulers. Tyrion, older and stouter, had grown content with plenty and wit. He took to the work of peacetime with gusto, wrangling the city's purse and managing a fleet of scribes. Gendry and Brienne came often, she tall and careful, he rough-edged and good-natured, each bearing news from the roads, where trade flourished and the grain stores filled. Missandei and Davos worked together as a quiet pair of hands, seeing that the small folk were not forgotten and that the new hospitals bustled with healers and hope. Daenerys brought a new energy to the city's festivals. She led parades on horseback, her laughter infectious as the city cheered her along the flower market or up the winding alleys of the Hill of Rhaenys. She spent hours among the children at the new school, where she listened to stumbling songs and joined in spelling lessons, sometimes leaving with her arms full of wildflowers or crooked drawings of dragons. Jon watched her thrive, each kindness echoing outward, shaping a city that no longer saw her as foreign but as their own. At night, Jon walked the ramparts, Ghost at his side, the city lights spreading to the dark horizon, the faint roars of Rhaegal and Drogon rumbling like distant thunder. In these quiet hours, he reread Arya's letters. News of trading with the Skagosi, of wildlings moving south to barter furs and rare pelts, of empty castles filling with new families. Sansa's tidings came regularly from Winterfell, bearing glimpses of her son growing tall and bold, of Bran's silent wisdom and the strange green health of the Godswood. In late spring, the Queen called a council with the lords and ladies of every great house. The great hall filled with banners and colors unseen since Aerys's time. Martell orange, Tarly green, even the white kraken of Pike. Sansa arrived resplendent, regal and unbending, her son at her side. Arya, for once, entered the hall without fanfare, slipping into a seat near the dais, a wolf's grin on her lips. Gendry and Davos stood together, a bulwark of strength, while Tyrion fussed over the seating. Daenerys greeted each lord and lady with care. Some eyed her with old suspicion, others with gratitude. "You are all here," she began, "because peace has given us the chance to shape our realm together. We do not gather to take power, but to share it. The city's strength is yours, and yours is hers. The council will not end when this meeting does. It will continue, so that every voice, highborn or low, is heard." The days that followed were filled with debate and compromise. The Reach pressed for more freedom to set tariffs. The North insisted on the right to self-rule, but also to send judges to southern courts. The Iron Islands clamored for ships and gold, the Dornish for respect and independence. Jon brokered agreement with the patience he'd learned on the wall, and Daenerys, with Tyrion's counsel, listened more than she spoke. When tensions flared, Brienne's calm, or Arya's pointed humor eased them. In the evenings, the queen opened her solar to all. Sansa played at the harp, Arya drank with the younger knights, and old lords reminisced over sour red wine. Daenerys sometimes danced with the children, or sat beside Jon by the window, watching the dragon's shadows glide across the garden paths. Even Ghost grew famous, the city's children daring to stroke his fur and bring him treats. One golden morning, after the council broke, Jon walked the garden paths with Sansa and her son. The boy, red-haired and restless, darted ahead to chase a blue butterfly. Sansa watched her son with a gentle pride. He never knew war, she said. He takes peace for granted. I hope he never learns otherwise. Jon smiled, ruffling the boy's hair as he passed. Let's make sure he never does. Sansa looked at her brother, her voice low. You've built something rare, Jon. You and Daenerys both, hold on to it. There are always those who would tear down what they cannot rule. He squeezed her hand. We know. But we're not alone. Not anymore. That afternoon, Arya rode out with Gendry and Brienne to visit the orphanages in Flea Bottom, bringing gifts and laughter. Daenerys spent the day at the river, blessing the new ferrymen and meeting with fishermen, whose lives had grown easier in the Queen's peace. Jon met with Davos and Missandei, settling the last of the disputes from the council. Each day brought some small crisis, some new hope, and Jon found himself, at last, at ease with the never-ending work. Summer's heat pressed close by midsummer, the city vibrant with life. Festivals lasted late into the night. The smell of roasting lamb and sweet cakes filled the air. Daenerys and Jon danced in the flower market, surrounded by cheering smallfolk, the dragons above setting the sky ablaze with color as twilight deepened. A messenger arrived from Old Town, carrying news of new healing arts, and a request for a royal visit. Jon and Daenerys rode out, the road lined with banners, every village welcoming them as kin. At the Citadel, they met the Archmaesters, and saw the new wing dedicated to the study of dragon lore and wildfire. A pledge to never again let knowledge be used for cruelty. Alone. On their return, they stopped at a hill overlooking King's Landing. The city lay below, spread wide and bright, towers reaching for the sky, the dragons circling above. Daenerys took Jon's hand, her eyes bright. This is what I dreamed of. A world not ruled by fear or fire, but by hope and memory. Can it last? Jon smiled, leaning his brow to hers. As long as we keep building it, together. As long as we remember what we lost and what we found. She kissed him, slow and sure. And they rode home beneath the watchful gaze of their dragons. The months turned. Arya departed again for the far north, her promise to return always kept. Sansa returned to Winterfell, her son in her arms, the Stark banner flying high. Brienne took charge of the city guard, and Gendry's forges grew ever busier. Each blade made now a tool of peace, not war. Tyrion and Davos, one in the books, one at the harbor, competed daily to see who could solve the city's problems quickest. Jon and Daenerys found quiet moments as husband and wife, not just as rulers. They watched the city grow, walked the fields at dusk, and dreamed of a family. The people loved them not for their power, but for their presence, their care, and their willingness to endure. On the last night of summer, lanterns shone from every window, and children ran through the streets in dragon masks, singing songs of the Queen's peace. Jon and Daenerys watched from the highest tower, arms wrapped around each other as the city below glowed like a constellation. We will hold it, Daenerys whispered. For them. For as long as we can. Jon nodded, his heart full. For them, and for each other. And beneath the sweep of dragon wings, their promise carried into the night. A vow as old as winter, as bright as fire, shaping a world where peace was not a dream, but a living, stubborn truth. Ando. The sun hung low and molten over the black water. its orange glow reflected on a city alive with the hum of a late summer's day. King's Landing, once scarred by war, now wore a skin of green and gold. Gardens flourished atop old ruins. Fruit trees heavy with promise lined the broad, clean avenues. From the towers of the Red Keep, Jon Snow watched the world he'd helped shape as if seeing it for the first time. Not as a battlefield or burden, but as a living tapestry. Daenerys stood beside him, fingers entwined with his, her other hand shielding her eyes against the sun. "Listen," she whispered, closing her eyes. From the distance came the market's laughter, the rush of water from the new fountains, the clangor of Gendry's smithy echoing through the lower city. The wind carried the shouts of children chasing dogs through the flower-banked lanes. "There is peace," she said. "Not just quiet, but true peace." Jon smiled, his own heart quieter than it had been in years. "You made it possible. All I did was hold on." Daenerys' eyes sparkled, as sharp as dragonfire, but softer. "You never let go," she said, pressing a kiss to his knuckles. "That's why it worked. That's why it lasts." The world within and beyond the walls thrived on rhythms both old and new. The small folk told tales of the Dragon Queen's kindness. How she visited the sick, heard the complaints of the poorest, broke bread with orphans in Flea Bottom. Jon's legend was a quieter thing, but just as enduring. People spoke of the Wolf's Hand, who rode Rhaegal above the rooftops, who listened in silent judgment, but was always just, always fair. In the council hall, banners of every great house draped the walls, their colors once stained by battle, now signs of alliance. Sansa's letters from the north grew brighter with every moon. Her boy thriving, Winterfell's halls busy with feasts, laughter, and even the occasional Dornish envoy. Arya's ravens arrived with the seasons. Brief, sly missives from the wilds north of the Wall or the docks of Braavos, always closing with a single word: soon. Tyrion had taken to organizing debates and poetry readings, drawing together lords and fishmongers alike. He sat now at the far end of the table, his hair flecked with silver, gesturing animatedly with a cup of arbor gold. Davos kept the harbors running with a sailor's blunt humor, while Gendry's voice, rue as a storm, honest as iron, settled disputes before they could fester. Brienne, ever steady, trained the city's guard with Arya's aid, drilling them in discipline and mercy. Missandei schools now flourished in every quarter. The children of small folk learned their letters beside merchant heirs, all treated equal beneath the Queen's laws. The day's council was light, grain stores full, ships inbound from Dorne, the city's roads secure. Daenerys read a message from Sansa aloud. An account of a wolf hunt, a feast under the stars, the promise that the North would soon send apples and wool for the Queen's markets. "And one more thing," Daenerys added, her tone bright. "Lady Stark writes, 'Tell Jon Hay's godfather to my next daughter, or I'll ride south and make the dragons fetch him.'" Laughter rippled through the hall. Jon only shook his head, warmth in his eyes. "She's not bluffing." After the council, Jon found Tyrion alone in the solar, bent over a map marked with colored pins. Each one a new road, a restored bridge, a well sunk where it was most needed. "Do you ever miss it?" Jon asked quietly. Tyrion raised a brow. "Which it? Wine before breakfast? The chance to lose my head to some petty king?" He shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips. "No, this is the work worth doing. It's what I always wanted, I think. Purpose. My own mistakes are smaller now, and I can make them right before they ruin too much." He met Jon's gaze, unflinching. "You're the best hand a realm could ask for, Jon Snow. You and Daenerys, you're the reason this peace holds." "They..." Jon flushed, uncertain how to answer, but Tyrion just waved him off. "Go. See your queen. She always looks brighter when you're beside her." That evening, Daenerys hosted a feast in the castle's west garden. Tables set beneath lanterns, garlands of orange marigold, and blue gentian, wine flowing as freely as the stories. Arya had returned that morning, wild-haired and sun-browned, slipping through the crowd to sit at Jon's right with a quick grin. Brienne led the first toast, her voice ringing clear. To our queen and her king, to the wolf and the dragon, may peace endure as long as they're loved. Sansa's boy, visiting from the north with his mother, climbed into Jon's lap and begged for a story. Jon spun a gentle tale of a wolf and a dragon who saved a city with only their wits and a song, much to Arya's amusement. Daenerys, laughing, crowned the boy with a ring of daisies, her hair woven through with silver bells. Later, Arya and Gendry sparred with wooden swords. Cheered on by a throng of children, Tyrion and Missandei debated in 3 languages at once, much to Davos' confusion. Rhaegal and Drogon, perched above the gates, watched the revels in silent majesty, their scales flashing in the firelight. As the moon rose, Daenerys drew Jon away to the edge of the garden. They stood beneath an arbor of white roses, the air fragrant, the city's laughter muffled to a distant hum. "Do you ever fear it will slip away?" Daenerys asked, her voice low. Jon thought of winter, of all he'd lost. He traced her cheek. "Gentle. Every day. But we built this together. You taught me to hope, and to fight for more than survival. Whatever comes, we'll face it. We're not alone anymore." "And May." She rested her head on his chest, her arms around his waist. "You gave me the chance to be more than a conqueror. To be a builder, a mother, a queen worthy of love." Jon smiled, his heart full. "You are. In every way." Time passed, measured not by battles or betrayals, but by the rhythm of seasons and the growth of children. The Queen's Peace became legend. Bards wrote of it as a golden age. When troubles did arise, a bandit band in the Stormlands, a fire at the docks, a dispute between rival fishmongers, Jon or Daenerys saw to it personally, justice swift but fair. Brienne's city guard became the envy of every lord, their loyalty unwavering. Arya left again, returning months later with tales of wild rivers, direwolves and distant, snow-capped mountains. Sansa's daughter was born in Winterfell, with hair dark as midnight. Jon sent her a little cloak of white wolf fur, and Daenerys embroidered the Stark sigil herself. Children born in the Queen's Peace grew up on stories of dragons and wolves, of a king who kept no throne for himself, and a queen who listened. They came of age in schools open to all, in streets safe from hunger and war. On the 10th anniversary of their coronation, the city gathered for a festival unmatched in memory. Bells rang from dawn to dusk. The banners of every house flew together above the gates. Jon and Daenerys rode through the city side by side, Rhaegal and Drogon flying overhead, their shadows falling as blessings instead of omens. At sunset, Jon stood atop the steps of the Red Keep, Daenerys at his side, their council gathered behind them, the people massed below. Daenerys raised her voice, clear as a bell. "This is your peace, your city. You have rebuilt it. Together we have endured fire, snow, and sorrow. Now let us endure in joy. Let the future remember this day, not as the end of a war, but as the beginning of hope." The cheers rolled up like thunder, laughter and songs swirling through the air. Jon took Daenerys' hand, holding it aloft, and the dragons roared their approval. As night fell, lanterns floated skyward, each one a wish, a memory, a promise. Jon and Daenerys watched, arms around each other, as their city shimmered with light, the stars above echoing the hopes below. Jon pressed his lips to Daenerys' hair, the scent of roses and rain and home. "Whatever comes," he whispered, "we'll face it together." Daenerys nodded, her eyes bright with tears and laughter, her voice as sure as the dawn. "Always." And so peace held. Fire and ice united, their story written not in conquest, but in the gentle, enduring work of love. Under dragon wings, in the heart of a city reborn, hope lived, and would not die. Okay. Dame D. A hush lay over King's Landing in the pale gold hours before dawn, the city still dreaming beneath the touch of late summer's warmth. From the high windows of the Queen's Tower, Jon Snow watched the first glimmers of morning creep over the roofs and gardens, limning the dragons perched atop the outer walls in light. Rhaegal's green scales caught fire with the sun's approach, while Drogon, black and vast, exhaled steam into the crisp air, stirring the banners above the gates. Jon dressed quietly, leaving Daenerys tangled in her dreams. Her silver hair spread across the linen like a spill of moonlight. He crossed the bedchamber, boots soft on rushes, and paused a moment at the door, just to watch her breathe. Sometimes, even now, he still could not believe she was real, alive, and his, and at peace. He wondered if she felt the same, or if her dreams were filled with shadows that peace could not dispel. He made his way to the ramparts, the city silent, save for the distant shouts of bakers in the market square, and the yawn of the first cartwheels on cobblestone. Ghost met him at the steps, tail wagging, eyes pale and bright in the half-light. Together they wandered the walls, Jon's cloak trailing, his mind quiet. He breathed deep, savoring the scent of wet earth, wood smoke, and blooming thyme from Daenerys gardens below. It was on such mornings that he remembered all of the places he had called home. The hard frost of Winterfell, the biting winds atop the wall, the haunted woods north of the Gift. Each memory was softened now, not with longing but gratitude. Home, at last, was not stone or land, but a hand in his, laughter in the kitchens, the weight of a direwolf pressed to his knee. By the time he returned to the Queen's Tower, Daenerys was awake and robed in sea-green hair loose about her shoulders. She was poring over papers at the table, sunlight spilling across maps and letters. When Jon entered, she glanced up, smiling, her face unguarded. "You're up early," he said. She shrugged, setting down her quill. "There's to be a new granary built at Cobbler's Square. The merchants want a say in the location. The council wants it nearer the docks. I thought if I read every letter twice, a solution might appear." Her smile was wry. "It hasn't." Jon set his hand over hers. "You'll find the answer. You always do." She looked at him, searching his face. "Will you come with me today? It's been long since we've walked the markets together." He kissed her hand. "Nothing would please me more." They broke their fast together in the solar, Tyrion joining late, hair tousled, waving off apologies with a flick of his pen. "The city never sleeps," he grumbled. "And neither does its hand. How do you two manage to look so well rested?" Daenerys sipped her tea, eyes sparkling. "We trust you to worry for us, Tyrion. It's your true talent." He bowed, affecting great humility. "If the council grows dull, I'll slip off and join the small folk on festival day. There's more wisdom in the markets than in a room full of lords." Danderans. By the time the city was awake and bustling, Daenerys and Jon had set off on foot. 2 guards trailing at a respectful distance, Ghost ambling ahead, parting crowds like a snowdrift. The streets shone from an early rain, and everywhere was evidence of new life. Fresh paint on shutters, vines curling up new fences, children chalking dragons and wolves on the pavement. The scent of baking bread and ripe figs filled the air. Daenerys stopped to speak with a baker whose shop had burned in the last riots. Now rebuilt, it was filled with loaves shaped like little dragons and sweet buns dusted with honey and almonds. The baker pressed a loaf into her hands, bowing, then grinned at Jon, offering a steaming roll. "Best in the city, my lord. Baked under a dragon's blessing." Jon bit in, savoring the warmth. He could feel eyes on him, admiration, gratitude, sometimes awe, but rarely fear. He smiled at the children, tousled a few heads, let the smallest stroke Ghost's ears. At Cobbler's Square, the debate over the granary was already in full swing. Merchants argued with counselors, a mason's apprentice shouted to be heard, and 2 old women threatened to settle the matter with a game of stones. Daenerys listened patiently to every voice, Jon at her side, asking quiet questions. She turned conflict into humor, stubbornness into compromise, and by noon, the site was chosen. Close enough to the docks for the council's liking, near enough to the market to suit the merchants, and on ground high enough to be safe from spring floods. When the matter was settled, the crowd burst into cheers, and the bells of the sept tolled in the distance. Jon lifted a laughing Daenerys into the square's sunlight, spinning her once. As the people clapped and whistled, they walked the rest of the day through the city, over bridges, past carpenters at work on new houses, into the cool shade of the Queen's School. where Missandei read stories in 3 tongues to a rapt crowd of children. Jon watched the way Daenerys' presence eased every room, the way her laughter softened every quarrel, the way people lit up to see her walk among them as one of their own. In the afternoon, Arya returned, her horse lathered, her face sunburned and joyful. She found Jon in the castle yard as he watched Rhaegal sunning himself atop the broken dome of the old sept. Any news from the north? Jon asked, grinning as Arya leaped from the saddle. She pressed a bit of bone and ribbon into his hand. A token from Sansa, she said. Proof that the north still watched and remembered. Sansa says she'll visit come autumn. The little ones want to see the dragons for themselves. Arya's grin was sly. And Bran's built a rookery twice as large as the old one. He says the world needs more ravens, not fewer. Arya spent the night at table with them, Gendry and Brienne joining with stories of a bandit gang turned honest, now hauling riverstones for the new bridges. Tyrion produced a jug of cherry wine, Davos roasted eels, and Missandei coaxed Arya into singing a wildling song that set the table roaring. Later, after the meal, Jon and Daenerys wandered the ramparts, the city silver and blue beneath the moon. Arya's laughter drifted up from the kitchens, Brienne and Gendry's voices following. Sometimes, Daenerys whispered, I almost forget what it cost to come to this peace. Jon wrapped his arm around her. That's not a fault. It means you're living in it. She nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. Do you ever worry it could slip away? Always, Jon said. That's why I cherish every day. He pressed a kiss to her hair, feeling the future like a gentle tide. Uncertain, but rich with promise. The seasons wheeled onward. Sansa arrived in the fall, her children in tow, the city welcoming her with open arms and riotous celebration. The Queen's Council swelled with new faces, lords' sons and daughters, merchants' apprentices, clever small folk, all brought in to learn, to speak, to serve. Rhaegal and Drogon soared above the city each evening, circling the walls as watchful as the King's Guard below. That winter, with the snows came new life. The city's first public library opened beside the market, and children born during the Queen's peace toddled the gardens, fearless, watched by parents who'd never known famine or siege. On New Year's night, Jon and Daenerys led a lantern procession through the city, each flame a memory for the dead and a wish for the living. In time, the world beyond the city's walls looked to King's Landing as a beacon. Letters arrived from the free cities, from Skagos and Sunspear, from distant lands and distant kin. Daenerys replied to each, her words a bridge of hope and invitation. And as the years wore on, as peace grew roots deeper than any war's scars, Jon and Daenerys watched together from the highest tower, hand in hand, 2 dragons in the sky above. A kingdom built not on ashes, but on mercy, memory, and the patient, stubborn dream of love that would not break. In the gentle hush before dawn, King's Landing dreamed on, and the wolf and the dragon, hearts entwined, kept watch, guardians not of power, but of a world remade and cherished, a song of fire and ice that sang of peace. The dawn was cool and clear, the sky an endless blue canvas streaked with the faintest ribbons of pink. From the heights of the Red Keep, Jon Snow gazed out across King's Landing, the city shining below him like a living mosaic. The first rays of sun glinted from the tiled domes, the temple spires, the soaring new bridges arching over the Blackwater. Above, Rhaegal wheeled in lazy circles, wings gilded by the rising light, while Drogon dozed on the ramparts, tail curled around the broken stones. The Queen's banners, crimson and silver, danced in the breeze beside the direwolf's gray and white. In the soft hush before the city's day began, Jon let his eyes wander to the far horizon, where the hills were blurred by a faint mist. He was not thinking of war, or of loss, or even of the future. For once, he simply breathed, content to stand in the present. Behind him, the soft rush of skirts and bare feet announced Daenerys' arrival. She wore a simple blue robe, her silver hair loose and shining, a cup of steaming tea cradled in her hands. She paused beside John, shoulder to shoulder, following his gaze. "You're quiet this morning," she murmured. John smiled. "A slow, contented thing. There's peace. Even my ghosts are silent." "Menawasal." She touched her cup to his lips. He drank, the tea spiced with orange and clove. They stood together, wordless, watching as the city stirred, smoke rising from the bakeries, bells tolling for early prayers, voices calling across the courtyards. When at last they moved inside, the halls were alive with soft voices and warm lamplight. Nisande was already up, sorting scrolls and organizing the day's petitions. Tyrion, his hair more gray than gold now, but wit undimmed, sat reading at the council table, sipping wine and making notes in the margins. Brienne greeted them with a nod, her white cloak immaculate, eyes bright. The council met at first light. Davos brought news of new shipyards thriving at the city's edge. Gendry reported on the foundry's work for the autumn harvest. Census letter, full of the North's chill and laughter, lay open before Daenerys. Tales of her children's antics, Bran's latest riddles, the Godswood's endless green. Arya, last heard from near White Harbor, sent a scrap of parchment. 3 words and a crude drawing of a bear. Still running, always. A petition came from a cluster of Riverland villages. Invitation for the Queen and her consort to witness the first harvest festival held in peace since before the wars. Tyrion arched a brow. "Will you go?" Daenerys nodded, her eyes shining. "We go," she said, her hand finding Jones beneath the table. "It's time to see what peace looks like beyond our walls." They set out within the week. No grand retinue, only a handful of guards, Ghost padding alongside, Rhaegal and Drogon sweeping overhead. The roads were in better repair than Jon remembered from the dark days after conquest. Villages had grown into small towns. Fields, once pitted with trenches and old bones, now shimmered green and gold. They were greeted at each stop by crowds with flowers, bread, salt, and honey. Children reached for Daenerys' hands or for Jon's cloak, eyes shining with wonder when Rhaegal passed overhead. At Maidenpool, the old lord's daughter, once left orphaned by war, presented Daenerys with a garland of wild flowers and shyly recited a poem written for the Queen's peace. Jon listened to the words and felt tears prick his eyes, the ache of memory turning at last to pride. The harvest festival was a riot of color. Long tables heavy with apples and cheese, musicians playing pipes and drums, small folk in bright ribbons, dancing barefoot in the stubbled fields. Jon and Daenerys sat at the center, sharing the same simple fare as everyone else, laughing when the village dog ran off with a roast chicken, clapping to the rhythm of the drums. Jon danced with Daenerys under a garland of lanterns, her laughter rising above the music, her hair shining silver in the firelight. In the days that followed, they visited towns and villages throughout the Riverlands. At each stop, Daenerys listened to the people's concerns, answered questions about dragons, promised aid where needed. Jon spent his mornings riding out with local elders, inspecting wells, watching the first of the autumn grain brought in. He helped a farmer repair a broken plow, spent an afternoon teaching children to ride ponies, played at wrestling with a band of muddy, shrieking boys. One evening, as the first chill of autumn crept in, they camped beside the green fort. The dragons hunted in the distant hills. Ghost dozed at Jon's feet. Daenerys sat with him before the fire, wrapped in his cloak, their fingers entwined. "Did you ever imagine," she asked, "that peace could feel like this?" Jon gazed at the sky, black and scattered with stars. "Not once. Not when I was a boy at Winterfell. Not at the wall. Sometimes, I'm afraid it can't last." She leaned into him. "Nothing lasts, but we build it day by day and teach others how. That's all we can do." They spoke of children then, of dreams, of what the world might be in a generation. Jon confessed his fear, that peace would make them weak, that their children would never know how to survive the storms they had faced. Daenerys only smiled, brushing his hair back from his brow. Let them be gentle then. Let them grow strong in kindness. That's a different sort of strength. Then them sound. No. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. I hope they take after you. Their return to the city was met with celebration. Brienne rode out to greet them, the city banners flying high, crowds singing as Daenerys and Jon passed beneath the Gate of the Sun. The markets overflowed with apples and late melons. Bakers sold honey cakes shaped like dragons and wolves. Sansa's eldest met them at the palace gates, a shy, bookish boy who stammered through his greeting but stood tall at Daenerys' praise. Gendry brought news from the smithies. Arya's latest letter arrived, this time from the edge of the haunted forest, a feather wrapped around her message. That night, the council feasted under lanterns strung through Daenerys' garden. Tyrion recited a new poem in honor of the Queen's peace. Missandei played at harp. Brienne led the children in a clumsy, raucous sword dance. Jon watched Daenerys move among the guests, laughing with Davos, listening to the laments of a shepherdess, dancing with Sansa's daughter beneath the silver trees. He realized, with a strange and settling joy, that the city did not belong to a king or queen, but to all who lived within its walls. The peace held through winter, a season mild enough for roses to bloom in sheltered corners. Jon spent quiet days in the city and restless nights roaming the walls. Ghost always at his side, the dragons ranging over the dark, starlit land. He helped train the newest guards, visited the libraries, took his turn at council and market both. In the evenings, he and Daenerys read aloud together, or sat in comfortable silence, watching the moon rise over the Blackwater. As the new year dawned, King's Landing welcomed the world. Ships from the free cities filled the harbors. Envoys from distant summer isles and shy fur-clad visitors from the north brought gifts and news. The city squares rang with new languages, strange songs, and a spirit of possibility. On the eve of spring, Jon and Daenerys stood atop the highest tower as bells rang out across the city, the dragons circling overhead, banners snapping in the wind. Look at what we've built, Daenerys whispered, awe in her voice. Look at all we've kept. Jon turned to her, his heart full. And look at all that's still to come. The city, once broken and battered, shone below them, alive with hope. The peace they'd fought for now stronger than ever. Jon drew Daenerys close, and as the dragons roared above, the people cheered, and dawn broke over a world remade. Fire and ice, wolf and dragon, side by side, guardians of the hope they'd sown and the promise they'd keep. Ka. The last frost of spring melted beneath a pale sun, dew glimmering in the gardens of the Red Keep. Jon rose before dawn, the city's quiet broken only by birdsong and the distant, contented grumble of dragons on the ramparts. For a while he walked alone, ghost shadowing his steps, paws silent on flagstone, the great direwolf's head brushing Jon's palm whenever the past pressed too close. The world had grown gentle, but Jon had not grown complacent. Each day brought its rituals. The morning walk among Daenerys' budding roses, the quiet moments reading Sansa's careful letters by the kitchen hearth, the measured survey of the city's gates and the harbor's restless ships. He never lost the habit of scanning rooftops or watching faces in the crowd. But the air was different now, charged not with dread, but a kind of wary happiness, as if the whole city had taken a breath it dared not waste. The council met just after sunrise. Tyrion, ever the last to arrive, appeared with a roll of parchment and a smirk, nodding at Gendry and Brienne, who stood together near the window. Missandei poured tea as Davos described a scheme to bring more food upriver for the city's swelling population. Jon listened, nodding as the small folks' petitions were read. A request for more healers in Flea Bottom, repairs to the Queen's Market, a merchant's plea for fairer tariffs. Daenerys, in a pale green gown, heard each complaint with open patience. When the council broke, Jon lingered. He saw Daenerys draw Missandei aside to plan a new school. Tyrion and Davos arguing over the merits of opening trade with lies. Gendry and Brienne sharing a laugh as they prepared to drill the city guard. Outside, a procession of children wound through the gardens, their voices rising in song. a tune about wolves and dragons, peace and plenty. Jon slipped away, pausing in the solar where Sansa's latest letter waited. He read of Winterfell's deepening summer, Bran's silence and stillness in the Godswood, Arya's latest exploits, tracking wild horses beyond the last river, teaching Gendry's youngest how to wield a blade. Sansa wrote of peace and loneliness in equal measure. She ended, as always, with a reminder. The North remembers. That afternoon, Jon and Daenerys rode out beyond the city. They followed the river's curve through fields bright with poppies and barley, passing carts of wool and laughter from distant orchards. Rhaegal and Drogon sailed above, their shadows drifting like clouds. They reached a village where new cottages hugged the slope of an old hill, children tumbling through wildflowers, elders gathering beneath a spreading willow to watch the queen's procession. Daenerys spoke with the midwife about fresh herbs for the sick, and Jon helped a farmer repair a broken fence. The people welcomed them not with bows or fanfare, but with open smiles, bread and cheese, a pitcher of cool cider. Later, Jon and Daenerys ate in the shade, sharing stories with the villagers, tales of the narrow sea, of summer snows in the far north, of lost friends and found family. As dusk neared, Daenerys wandered among the children, letting them braid wild violets into her hair. Jon stood with a group of farmers and soldiers, watching Rhaegal and Drogon hunt in the distant woods. An old man beside him, stooped back but clear-eyed, clapped Jon on the shoulder. "My grandson's never known hunger," the man said. "Nor fear nor war. I lived through 3 kings, 2 sackings, and the madness of wildfire. But now, when I see him sleep, I believe he'll see summer after summer." Jon's heart ached with gratitude and sorrow all at once. "You've earned it," he said quietly. "All of you have." They rode home at sunset, the city's lights twinkling on the horizon. That night, Daenerys combed the flowers from her hair and joined Jon at the window. They watched the dragons return, Rhaegal's wings brushing the spires, Drogon's low call echoing like thunder over the river. "You seem far away," Daenerys murmured. Jon looked at her, the moonlight soft on her cheek. "Not far, just thinking how much the world has changed. How much I've changed." She traced the lines of his face, her touch feather-light. "Do you regret it?" He shook his head. "Only that it took so long. Only that so many never saw what peace could be." She leaned into him, pressing her lips to his brow. "Then let's keep building, Jon. Let's never stop." The months passed in a quiet rush. The city's new library opened with readings in the gardens. Missandei and Tyrion judged a contest of stories, laughter spilling late into the night. Brienne and Arya drilled the next class of city guards, teaching them to fight and to show mercy in equal measure. Sansa arrived in midsummer, bringing her son and a train of northern lords, their banners snapping in the hot wind. Jon and Daenerys welcomed them with feasts beneath the open sky, music, wine, and the clash of mock tournaments thrilling the crowds. Sansa's son, eager and solemn, followed Jon everywhere, asking endless questions about dragons, Rhaegal. Arya told wild stories around the fire, Gendry winning cheers in the hammer toss, Brienne challenging every knight who dared approach. The city's children swarmed Ghost and the dragons, bold and curious. One evening, Jon walked the city walls with Sansa. She watched the sun set, the city painted gold and red. "I remember when I hated this place," she said, voice quiet, "but you've changed it." She's changed it. "Sometimes I envy your peace." Jon smiled. "You've earned yours, Sansa. Winterfell thrives because of you." She shook her head. "It's not the same. My peace is cold, yours is warm." She glanced at him, eyes bright. "You and Daenerys have built something I never believed possible. Don't let anyone take it from you." That night, Jon and Daenerys lay awake, talking of the future. Of children, maybe theirs, Maybe those they would raise from the city's orphanages. Maybe simply the children of the realm, whose laughter filled the streets each day. They talked of Arya's wanderlust, of Bran's strange wisdom, of Sansa's new love for the South. They talked of the dragons, growing ever wiser, ever gentler, more at home than Jon ever believed possible. In the autumn, Jon and Daenerys traveled to Old Town, honored by the archmaesters and the gathered lords. They sat in the starry sept, heard hymns of gratitude, answered the questions of children. How does it feel to ride a dragon? Are you ever afraid? Will you stay or will you leave again? And always answered with patience. On their return, a festival greeted them. Lanterns, banners, 1,000 glowing candles floating on the Blackwater. The city's new healers tended to the sick. Bakers gave away sweet cakes. Musicians played long into the night. The bells pealed in celebration, their sound not of warning but of welcome. As the days shortened, Jon saw that the city had changed him as much as he'd changed it. His hair was streaked with silver, his shoulders broader, his face lined but softened. He found joy in small things. A letter from Arya, a jest from Tyrion, Daenerys' laughter as she wove through the market, a child's hand in his own. The world was still vast and wild, but here, in this city, he had found a hearth. And as winter approached again, the Queen's peace held strong. The dragons circled the towers. Children played in the frost. Lords and ladies from every corner of the realm gathered to trade and talk and celebrate what had been won. On the first snow of the year, Jon and Daenerys stood on the tower, arms around each other, watching the city below. "Do you see it?" Daenerys whispered. Jon nodded, his heart full. "I do. I see all of it, and I'm grateful." She smiled, the snow settling in her hair, her eyes bright as dawn. "Let's keep it, Jon. Let's keep it for as long as we can. Memnon?" And so, beneath the dragon's watchful eyes, in the city they'd rebuilt, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen kept the promise they had made. Not only to each other, but to every soul who called their peace home. The world endured, and hope endured with it, gentle as spring, bright as fire, unbreakable as the love that bound them. And the first heavy rains of autumn fell in the night, drumming on the castle roof, and spilling through the gutters, flooding King's Landing streets with a rush of silver water and the scent of new earth. By dawn the city glistened, every flagstone washed clean, the alleys veined with rivulets, the leaves of Daenerys' gardens beaded with pearls. The air was rich and green, alive with promise. The world felt new, and for once Jon Snow's heart felt entirely unburdened. He stood at the open window, watching as the sunrise bled gold across the rooftops, the city smoke curling lazily up into a sky washed clean by the storm. Ghost slept in the corner, one ear twitching at the whistle of swallows outside. From a nearby balcony, Daenerys' laughter drifted through the open doors. A bright sound, more frequent now, unguarded and true. She entered, hair damp and cheeks flushed, a bowl of autumn berries in hand. "You missed your chance to see the dragons drinking from the rain barrels." She teased, offering Jon a handful of blackberries. Rhaegal tried to chase the swallows. Drogon nearly knocked over a chimney. "I fear the city will never be quiet again, not while they live." Jon smiled, taking the fruit and tugging her gently to his side. "It suits the city. The people say they sleep better with dragons overhead. Or so Gendry's mother claims, when the market boys keep out of trouble." Daenerys leaned against him, the morning's light glancing from her silver hair. "I believe them. I sleep better too." She watched the rooftops for a while, her fingers twined in his. "The council meets soon. But first, walk with me in the gardens. The roses are blooming again." They strolled through dripping bowers and along mossy paths, Daenerys trailing her fingers through wet leaves, Jon content simply to follow, heart eased by her presence. and the promise of another day without threat. At the edge of the gardens, they found Arya perched on a low wall, boots muddy, eyes bright. "You're up early," Jon greeted her. She shrugged, grinning. "Hard to sleep with dragons raising such a ruckus. Besides, Brienne's promised me a bout after the council. Thought I'd wake up my sword arm." She slid down, offering Daenerys a quick nod of respect and affection that was more telling than any formal words. "You'll both be at the council?" "We will," Daenerys promised. "You're staying longer this time?" Arya's eyes softened. "Until the frost is deep in the north." Sansa sent word she'd rather I bring her stories than bring her frostbite. They all laughed, and the sound carried through the garden, startling a flock of doves from a cypress. The council met under banners still damp from the rain, the long table ringed with familiar faces. Tyrion, with his cup of spiced wine and new lines at the corners of his eyes. Brienne, polished and calm, sword slung at her back. Missandei, papers neatly arrayed, her hair a crown of tight braids. Davos, his voice warm as bread from the oven. Gendry, shoulders broader now, hands still nicked from his forge. A brief report from Sansa opened the meeting. News of her daughter's first steps, the North's plentiful harvest, and a wry request for more southern lemons. Letters from Old Town, Sunspear, and Bravos bore nothing but goodwill and requests for guidance or trade. But Tyrion's report carried weight. "We've a small trouble in the Crownlands," he said, unrolling a map. "A river's burst its banks south of Rosby. 2 villages flooded. 1 bridge swept away. I've sent engineers, but it would do the realm good for the Queen's peace to be seen there." Daenerys nodded at once. "We'll go. The people must know we are with them not only in plenty, but in hardship." "Ben?" Jon agreed. "Send word ahead that the city's best masons are coming too." Arya's eyes glinted. "I'll go with you. No one turns away help when it's offered by a queen, a wolf, and a handful of dragons." The meeting moved to lighter matters. New schools opening in the Reach, trade pacts with Lannisport, the city's first harvest theater festival. Gendry was to oversee repairs to the river bridge. Brienne would visit the villages to ensure order and fairness. Afterward, as Daenerys and Jon prepared for their journey, Arya sought Jon out in the old solar. She sat in the window seat, hands busy fletching arrows, her mood introspective. "You seem happy," she said at last. Jon settled beside her, the memory of rain still cool on the air. "I am. It's strange but true." Arya smiled. "You deserve it. You both do. Sometimes I think I've grown used to the world turning upside down, but peace is harder, more precious." "Neither one day." Jon watched her, knowing the wildness in her heart would never let her settle for long. "You'll stay for the winter?" She shrugged, tying off a feather. "For a while. Until my feet itch again. There's still more world to see. But here..." She glanced out at the city, the towers, the distant green hills. "It feels like home, even to me." He leaned over, hugged her with quiet ferocity, and they sat for a time without speaking, watching the light move across the river. The journey south to Rosby's flooded villages was swift. Daenerys and Jon rode together with Arya at their side, their guards discreet, the dragons passing overhead each day. They found the roads muddy, villagers already at work shoring up embankments, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and wood smoke. Daenerys dismounted to walk among the people, offering comfort, supplies, and the promise of help. Jon spoke with elders, helping organize repairs, wading into the river to lift stone and timber with the masons. Arya vanished for hours at a time, returning with rabbits for the pot and word of scattered families needing shelter. One night, as the rain pattered gently on the roof of a half-repaired inn, the villagers gathered around a great fire. Daenerys shared bread and stories with the youngest children, while Jon and Arya played at dice with a group of grizzled farmers. The talk was of seasons, of old griefs, but mostly of hope, of babies born that year, of fields sown with winter barley, of peace that felt less a gift and more a right. When the work was done, the bridge rebuilt and the homes repaired, the villagers threw a feast in the Queen's honor. They crowned her with wildflowers, crowned Jon with a muddy straw hat, and Arya with a garland of dogwood and thorn. As the moon rose, Jon found Daenerys at the water's edge, her feet bare, the dragon's silhouette reflected in the shining current. "They love you," he said softly, drawing her close. She smiled, her eyes alight. "They love us both. Because we stayed. Because we helped, not from a throne, but from the ground." They returned to the city with the promise of the river people ringing in their ears. "Come back for the spring fair, come back and see what you've built with us." And their hearts light. As the rains eased and autumn waned, King's Landing thrived. Markets brimmed with squashes and pears, the city's new theaters filled with laughter, and the bells rang often, not in alarm, but to celebrate a wedding, a birth, a festival of lanterns on the river. Sansa arrived with her children just before the first frost. The city welcomed her with open arms, the Stark banners flying high beside the queens. Jon and Sansa walked the gardens together, sharing quiet words as their family's laughter drifted through the dusk. Arya and Gendry sparred with Brienne for the delight of the city's children. Ghost lounged on the sun-warmed steps, surrounded by admirers. That winter, Jon and Daenerys hosted a feast for all the realm's children orphaned by war. The great hall was strung with lanterns, filled with song, and the scent of roasting apples. Each child was given a gift: a book, a warm cloak, a dragon-carved token. Daenerys' speech was brief and full of promise. "No one here is forgotten. You are part of our home. We build this peace for you and with you." Oh, now. As snow began to fall, the dragons slept on the towers. The city's streets glowed with lanterns, and the peace Jon and Daenerys had nurtured spread outward, quiet as the dawn. One night, Daenerys woke to find Jon sitting by the window, lost in thought. She crossed the room, draping a blanket around his shoulders, settling on his lap. "Tell me what troubles you," she said, voice soft in the hush. He pulled her close, her warmth grounding him. "Nothing troubles me. Not truly. I only wonder how long this peace can last, and what more we must do to keep it." She kissed his brow. "We live it, every day. That's all any of us can do." He held her, the city silent beneath the stars, and in the gentle hush Jon felt the truth of her words. They had come through storm and shadow to find a life built on hope, and it was worth everything. When spring came, the bells of King's Landing rang in the new season, and across the realm, people planted seeds, mended walls, told stories and laughed in the long twilight. The Queen's peace endured, a testament not only to fire and blood, but to stubborn, steady love. A legacy Jon and Daenerys shared with all who called their world home. The first buds of spring unfurled shyly along the garden walls of the Red Keep, dew sparkling on petals of white and gold. King's Landing woke to the scents of new grass and river wind, the air thick with the calls of vendors, the scrape of brooms sweeping away winter's dust, and the hopeful laughter of children chasing each other beneath blossoming cherry trees. The city's wounds, its blackened stones, its broken towers, were now so entwined with the green of new growth that it was hard to say where memory ended and healing began. Jon Snow rose early, as was his habit, dressing quietly while Daenerys slept, her breath soft and even beneath the fine linens. He left her a note, just a single, careful line: "Come find me in the gardens, where the world begins again," and let Ghost lead him down stone stairs to the morning's hush. Outside, a pearly fog still clung to the lower city, blurring the statues and fountains Daenerys had restored. Jon found himself drawn to the Queen's garden, where snowdrops pushed through the loam. Bluebells nodded beneath the low limbs of a gnarled fig. He knelt and ran a hand through the cold earth, remembering Winterfell's godswood, the sharp tang of pine, the sound of wind in the ancient heart tree. The sound of wind in the ancient heart tree. It surprised him sometimes how little he missed the north. Ghost nosed him from his reverie. Jon laughed, scratching the direwolf's head, then looked up at the approach of hurried steps. Sansa entered, her red hair loose, cheeks flushed from the chill. She held a parcel wrapped in wool. "You're always awake before the rest of us." she teased, sitting beside him on a garden bench. "I suppose I'll always be half wild," Jon replied, watching the sun split the clouds above. "You brought news?" Sansa smiled, handing him the parcel. "Warm mitts from Arya, stitched with the Stark direwolf. And a letter from Bran, though as usual, it's more riddle than message." Jon unwrapped the gloves, thick and white, embroidered with gray thread. He slid them on, flexed his fingers, and felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. "Thank you. Tell Arya she's the best of us at sewing, even if she denies it." Sansa smirked. "She'll be in the city soon enough to argue with you herself. She writes that she's finally coming home for a while, bringing gifts from Skagos and stories from the wilds." Then Delaware. Jon's heart lifted. The small folk will be glad. They love her tales, almost as much as the dragons. They walked the garden paths together, pausing to greet Missandei, who directed a group of children planting a row of early peas for the queen's kitchen. Gendry was there as well. Sleeves rolled, guiding a clever young apprentice as she hammered a new trellis into place. The air was rich with the promise of summer, of work and patience rewarded, of old things reborn. "Every year it feels less like a southern city," Sansa mused, kneeling to tie a green ribbon to a sapling. "It's a new place, made of what we lost and what we found." Jon knelt beside her. "You're a part of that, Sansa. We all are. Them too." By the time Daenerys arrived, her hair braided, her gown of deep green echoing the gardens, sunlight had burned away the last of the mist. She smiled to see them together, pausing to slip her arms around Jon from behind. "I should have known you'd steal my company before breakfast." He reached up, lacing his fingers through hers. "We were just keeping your seat warm." Sansa laughed, rose, and kissed Daenerys' cheek. "If I hurry, I can beat Tyrion to the council table and hide the good cakes." Missandei waved them on, and Jon and Daenerys strolled the length of the garden, pausing at the farthest wall where a view of the river and city gates opened below them. The dragons flew in slow circles above the harbor, their shadows rippling across the water. "Did you ever believe it would be like this?" Daenerys asked, voice quiet and honest. Jon shook his head. "I thought peace was a story told to children, but we made it real." She squeezed his hand. "Not just us. All of us. The council, the people, even the dragons. It's their city as much as ours." A bell tolled, its song carried on the wind from the newly restored Septat. Jon and Daenerys left the garden hand in hand, passing through the castle's wide halls where sunlight danced in mosaics across the floors. They joined the council in a room bright with tapestries and flowers, Brienne fresh from training with the guards, Tyrion with ink-stained hands and a scroll full of complaints and praise, Davos and Gendry bearing news of new wells dug in the poorest districts. The meeting was swift and full of laughter. Tyrion debating taxes, Brienne and Arya sparring over security for the coming festival, Missandei outlining plans for more schools. Daenerys signed papers for a new orphanage and granted a petition to rebuild the old market's clock tower. Then turned to Jon for advice on the best way to keep the Riverlords content. He suggested a tour through the river towns, a show of faith, with food and skilled hands for every village. Daenerys agreed, and Sansa, grinning, volunteered to ride with them. By noon the council dispersed. The Queen and Jon led a procession through the city's heart, welcomed by merchants and children, receiving bread, salt, and wildflowers at every stop. In Flea Bottom, Daenerys knelt to listen to a grandmother's request for better firewood. In the Street of Sisters, Jon helped a mason's boy carry stone to a new house foundation. When the dragons passed overhead, the people lifted their heads, not in fear, but in awe. Rhaegal and Drogon landed in the great square, surrounded by laughing children who dared to touch their scales, to press small offerings of flowers and shiny stones against the dragon's taloned feet. Jon watched Daenerys among them, her smile so radiant that for a moment he felt the world could never break again. That evening, the council gathered in the gardens for a feast. Gendry and Davos competed at ring toss. Brienne and Arya dueled with wooden swords, while Sansa and Missandei played harp and sang old northern ballads. Tyrion, already 3 cups deep, told jokes in High Valyrian to a crowd of baffled children. As the stars brightened, Daenerys drew Jon aside, leading him to the highest balcony where the whole city lay below them, pulsing with music and lantern light. "Do you know what I see?" she whispered, leaning into his side. Jon looked out, seeing lanterns flicker along the river, the glow of the forges, the dragons coiled in sleep on their towers. He felt the pulse of 1,000 hearts. Laughter, song, peace, filling every stone and street. "I see hope," he said, voice rough but sure. "I see home." She kissed him, gentle and sure. "And tomorrow?" "Tomorrow we wake early," Jon replied with a smile. "There are fields to visit, roads to walk, stories to hear, and a world to tend." She slipped her hand into his, and together they watched the city dream on. Safe, fed, unafraid, alive with the stubborn golden promise of spring. In that moment, as the night deepened, and the city's light stretched to the farthest hills, Jon Snow knew their peace was no longer a fragile miracle, but the quiet, everyday labor of a people determined never to let go of what they'd won. The world was remade, not with fire and war, but with mercy, laughter, and the steady work of love. And in the heart of it, beneath the wings of dragons, Jon and Daenerys kept watch, guardians not just of a kingdom, but of a better tomorrow. Okay. The dawn after the feast was pale and soft, the sky over King's Landing brushed with wisps of lavender and rose. Jon lingered in bed beside Daenerys, listening to the far-off calls of seabirds, the muted bustle rising from the city's streets. The scent of baked apples and wood smoke drifted up from the kitchens, mingling with the warmth of her hair against his cheek. He traced gentle circles across her shoulder, heart full with the simple luxury of a morning free of demands. Daenerys stirred, her smile blooming before her eyes opened. "You'll spoil me if you let me sleep late every day." "I intend to," Jon murmured, pressing his lips to her brow. "Let them wait a little longer. The city won't fall apart if its queen takes her rest." She turned to face him, her laughter low. "Not when the king's already up to watch over it." Jon grinned, savoring her happiness. He knew that peace had made her softer, but never weak. Her spirit, like his own, was only more resilient for all it had endured. Eventually, footsteps sounded beyond the door. Missandei's measured tread, then the soft murmur of servants laying out breakfast and news. Jon and Daenerys rose, dressing in simple linen and wool, and joined the household for a morning meal on the eastern balcony, sunlight warming their faces. Ghost curled at Jon's feet, eyes slitted in contentment. The council met beneath colored glass, sunlight scattered in rainbow pools across the stone floor. Tyrion arrived with a scroll from the Iron Islands, Lord Harlaw requesting advice on new fishing weirs, and offering a cask of smoked herring in tribute. Gendry delivered a box of steel nails from the new foundry, and spoke of a plan to teach city boys a trade in smithwork and carpentry. Brienne, her hair still damp from dawn drills, reported a successful recruitment for the city watch, now drawing from every corner of Westeros, even the children of former enemies. Arya slipped in late, eyes shining, bearing a clutch of wild garlic bulbs for Missandei and a fresh set of knives for the kitchen. She greeted her siblings and Daenerys with a grin, sprawled in a sunbeam on the floor, and offered quick-witted counsel on the matter of city pickpockets. Let them train as acrobats at the festival. At least then the crowds will know where their coin's going. The council's laughter rolled out into the hall. The matters of the realm felt lighter now, each problem an opportunity, each solution found in shared labor. Daenerys signed a writ for new schoolrooms in the river districts, and dispatched Tyrion and Sansa to oversee the Queen's spring planting contest. Jon promised to ride north with Brienne and Gendry, inspecting the new roads and bridges stretching into the Crownlands. By midday, Jon was on horseback outside the city gates, Brienne at his left, Gendry at his right, Arya cantering ahead on a bright-eyed mare. They passed through villages where children ran beside the road, laughing, waving flags stitched with dragons and direwolves. The new roads were well kept, lined with stones and bordered by newly planted chestnut trees. Farmers and shepherds greeted them with gifts, milk, bread, new cheese, and with pride in their own small improvements. At the river ford, Brienne paused to inspect the foundations of a wooden bridge, her eye sharp. Gendry tested the timbers, nodding in satisfaction. Arya, boots muddy, helped a fisherman pull in a net, then handed him a silver coin and a word of encouragement. They rested beneath a willow, sharing bread and honey, watching a flock of starlings swirl over the water. Jon listened to Brienne speak of her plans to open riding lessons for girls in the city, Gendry's hopes of forging tools for the next planting season, Arya's wild stories of her travels, each voice part of the tapestry they'd woven from what was once broken. In the late afternoon, as the sun fell westward, Jon rode ahead alone, Ghost trailing at his side. He found a hillside overlooking fields lush with new wheat, the city a shimmer of gold and white on the horizon. Rhaegal and Drogon soared overhead, their shadows sweeping the hills, a symbol of promise and safety. Jon sat in the grass, letting the wind tug his hair, and felt something settle in him, a peace deeper than any he'd known in the north. He remembered the wall, its endless cold, the burning of Winterfell, the darkness beyond the world. All of it had led here, not just to Daenerys, but to a kingdom reshaped by mercy and vision. He closed his eyes, listening to the wind, the distant echo of children's laughter, the heartbeat of dragons in the air. When the others caught up, Arya flopped beside him, tugging her boots off and letting her feet dangle in a spring-fed brook. "Are you content, Jon?" He glanced at her, the question honest as her gaze. "I am. More than I ever thought I'd be." "Dai." She leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Good. You deserve it." That evening, they returned to King's Landing by lantern light. The city greeted them with music from open windows, smells of roasting lamb and fresh bread. The bells rang out the hour, not for warning but for celebration. A baker's daughter married, a new market opened, the Queen's peace honored once again. In the gardens, Daenerys waited for Jon, her hair crowned with woven violets, her hands still stained with earth from planting. He joined her as dusk settled, and together they walked the winding paths, their shoulders brushing, their voices low. They spoke of small things, plans for the next festival, rumors of a ship from Yeti, the promise of Arya's return to the north with Gendry beside her. As the moon rose, Jon paused beside the old sundial, its stone warm beneath his palm. "It's strange," he said. "I feared peace would make me restless. But every day here is new, never dull, never empty." Daenerys drew close, her smile tender. "Peace is a kind of adventure, Jon, one you've helped teach me to love. Here, every morning brings a different hope." He cupped her face, kissed her softly, then drew her against him, the night alive with the quiet promise of their world. Above, the dragons roared, low and contented, while ghosts circled their feet, a guardian still, but now at ease. That night, as sleep came, Jon dreamed of wheat fields and distant bells, of children laughing, of Daenerys' hand in his. When he woke, the city was bright with a new day, the river sparkling, and hope unbroken. In the days that followed, word spread through the realm of a new grant for healers in the far north, of a successful harvest along the Trident, of fresh alliances sealed not by marriage or conquest, but by shared work and honest promise. The Queen's peace had become the realm's heartbeat, steady, strong and woven through with stories of kindness, courage, and trust. And so, through gentle seasons and sudden storms, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen endured, not as rulers apart, but as part of a living, growing realm, watchful, merciful, ever striving. The city they kept thrived, its heart beating in time with their own, the song of fire and ice, now a quiet, joyful harmony that no darkness could silence. Oh, eh. By mid-spring, the city's fountains ran clear and bright, their waters scattering rainbows over streets, swept clean each morning by apprentices and merchants. From the window of his study, Jon could see vendors pushing carts loaded with strawberries and fresh greens, potters and cobblers trading wares, laughing as they called to one another in the soft, golden light. Every corner of King's Landing seemed to pulse with new purpose. Even the old walls were veils of blooming roses and jasmine. The city had become a place of expectation, a place where every dawn suggested something possible. He made his rounds that morning with Ghost padding at his side and Rhaegal drifting lazily overhead, casting a fleeting emerald shadow. In the Queen's Market, Jon greeted stallkeepers by name, accepted a warm loaf from a baker, paused to listen as a small boy recited his first lesson in the common tongue. In the broad avenue before the gates, he stopped to watch Brienne lead a class of young squires, boys and girls both, through a series of drills, her calm voice steady as the beat of a drum. Parents gathered to watch, pride clear in their faces, and Jon saw in their smiles a kind of trust that ran deeper than law or oath. The morning's work brought him to the city's new infirmary, a white-walled building filled with sunlight, laughter, and the smell of fresh bread. Missandei met him at the door, her hands ink-stained from signing the latest round of ledgers. She led Jon through the wards, where healers saw to mothers and infants, old soldiers with crooked legs, children with broken arms and bright eyes. Jon spoke with a girl from the Riverlands whose fever had broken overnight. He watched her smile and ask after the dragons, promising to draw them from her window when she was well enough. Before he left, Missandei walked him out to the herb garden, where bees hummed among the lavender. "You should see the letters Daenerys receives from these families," she said. "She keeps everyone. She says it reminds her why the work matters." Jon nodded, silent, heart full with gratitude and pride. He made his way back to the keep, pausing to help an old mason lift stones for a new wall, laughing with the man about the stubbornness of spring mud and the even greater stubbornness of city geese. He found Daenerys in the solar, bent over a table scattered with letters and maps, her hair braided and wound with forget-me-nots. She looked up, her smile slow and radiant. "Did you see the gardens?" she asked, rising to meet him. "I did. And the market, and the healers, and half the children in the city, I think." He drew her into an embrace, the tension in his shoulders unwinding with her touch. "You should walk out with me. Let them see you in the sunlight." She tucked her hand into his, pressing a kiss to his jaw. "There's nothing I'd rather do." Before they left, Arya swept in, cloak slung over one shoulder, her hair wild as the spring wind. She tossed a letter to Jon and grinned at Daenerys. "The Dothraki have sent seeds from the east, barley, onions, something that smells like wild mint. They want to see if we can make them grow here." Daenerys' eyes lit. "We'll plant them in the southern gardens. Tell them I will write myself when the first shoots rise." Arya laughed. "You'll have to beat Gendry to the planting. He started a garden of his own outside the forge. The man thinks he can grow tomatoes in the shadow of a dragon." "Nemti." Jon raised a brow. "If the dragon's warm enough, he just might." They left the keep together, Arya skipping ahead with Ghost, Daenerys and Jon walking arm in arm down sunlit steps. The city opened before them, alive with the clatter of carts, the strum of a bard's lute, the scent of roasting nuts. The Queen's presence drew smiles, bows, and the occasional wave of wildflowers. Jon felt the energy of the crowd, the way their joy rippled outward. In the old quarter, they stopped to watch as a troop of orphans staged a play about the peace. One child, his hair painted silver, declared, "The Queen has tamed the dragons and given us bread." Another, draped in a wolfskin, howled for justice and chased a makeshift bandit across the square. Daenerys' laughter rang out, and Jon tossed a silver coin to the children, who bowed with theatrical gratitude. They moved on to the Queen's School, where Missandei led a lesson in arithmetic and Tyrion, having arrived to borrow a book, was soon roped into teaching a history of Westeros full of wild digressions and clever jokes. Arya settled herself on the steps, drawing sketches of the dragons as Rhaegal and Drogon soared above, occasionally dipping low to snap at the scent of roasting sausages from the cookshops. That afternoon, Jon and Daenerys sat in the library's cool shade, reviewing letters from Sansa, Brienne, and Gendry, who wrote of the roadworks and the new forge apprentices. Sansa's letter was full of news from the north, late snows, the first wildflowers, Bran's latest visions, and cryptic remarks. She promised a summer visit, her children eager to see the dragons and taste southern cherries. By dusk, The city's festival was beginning. Lanterns blossomed along the river, music rising in the squares. Jon joined the council in the gardens, where Gendry poured cider and Brienne presided over a race for the city's children, each contestant running with a painted wooden wolf or dragon tied to their backs. Daenerys crowned the winners with garlands, her laughter a beacon in the twilight. As night deepened, Arya led the younger children in tales of her travels. A white bear on a frozen sea, a firelit market in Korth, the time she and Jon had tracked a band of bandits through winter snow. Tyrion spun stories of a time when Lannisters and Starks were at war, ending each with a reminder that mercy outlasts vengeance. When the last lanterns floated into the sky, Jon found Daenerys on the highest balcony. She leaned on the stone, gazing out over the city's lights, her eyes bright with wonder and peace. "You've changed the world," Jon said quietly. She shook her head, drawing him close. "We did. All of us. Together." He wrapped his arms around her, the city spread below, the dragon's wings flashing as they circled in the moonlight. "Are you happy, Daenerys?" She nodded, her answer fierce and gentle. "With you, with them, with all we've built." He pressed his brow to hers, letting the moment settle deep inside him, a memory that would never fade. The city dreamed on. Safe, fed, unafraid, its heart beating in time with the song of dragons and the laughter of children. Hope, Jon realized, was not a thing you chased. It was what you tended, day after day, choice after choice, with mercy, patience, and love. And beneath the banners of wolf and dragon, in a city reborn, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen watched over the realm. A peace hard won, a promise kept, and a future as bright and wild as spring. Blah. Ka. The festival lanterns lingered in the trees for days after, swaying in the soft breezes that turned King's Landing golden and green. Spring poured through the city gates, bringing crowds from the far corners of the Crownlands and beyond. The fields outside the walls rippled with young wheat, and even the brickwork along the river sparkled in the sun, as if the city itself had been made new by the laughter and song of its people. Jon Snow began each day with a walk through the waking city, Ghost at his side, the direwolf's white fur collecting the petals dropped from overhanging branches. In the Queen's Market, the stalls had grown even more colorful. Carpets from Bravos, bright copper kettles, cheeses wrapped in woven reeds. He spoke with the merchants, learned news from distant ports, and nodded to children who wore hand-sewn cloaks, shaped like dragon wings or wolf pelts. The children greeted him as easily as if he were their own elder brother, never a king but always someone to be trusted. One morning, he found Daenerys and Arya watching a troop of children in the shadow of the old sept. They had gathered in a circle, their voices raised in song. Arya clapped along, then dropped into the dust with them to play a game of riddles and leaps. Daenerys watched, her smile quiet and proud. "She belongs here," Jon said, settling beside his queen. "She belongs wherever she chooses," Daenerys replied, voice full of fondness. "But I hope she stays a while." Arya looked up, her hair wild, face sun-warmed. "I heard a ship from Skagos arrived in the night, supposed to have an ox cart full of white apples. Who wants to race me to the docks?" Jon grinned, and Daenerys laughed. "We'd both lose. Arya's feet are faster than any wind." Arya flashed a wolf's grin. "I'll save you an apple, if you both promise to come watch the sailboats race at sunset." It was a promise easily made. The day's council was lively, as always. Gendry presented a plan for new aqueducts, tracing lines on parchment with inky fingers. Brienne and Sansa, recently arrived with her children, shared news from the north, and Missandei brought tidings of new markets opening beyond the Blackwater. Tyrion, cheerful after a morning in the city's libraries, sparred with Arya over some finer point of Braavosi law and lost. Much to the council's amusement, Daenerys approved funds for the city's hospitals. Sansa proposed a spring fair to celebrate the ties between North and South, and Brienne reported the latest successes of the city watch. Crime was down, and the guard's newest recruits, including orphans from the Queen's schools, showed pride in their work. As council ended, Daenerys lingered by the window, gazing down at the busy squares. "There's always more to do, isn't there?" Jon stood at her side. "Always. But today, let's just enjoy what we've done." They joined the others at the docks as the sun drifted low. Rhaegal and Drogon soared above, drawing every gaze. The riverbank was thronged with people, merchants, sailors, small folk, and lords' children alike, waiting for the sailboat races to begin. Sansa's son cheered on the smallest skiff. Arya balanced atop a piling and shouted encouragement to any who would listen, and Brienne directed the crowd with gentle firmness. When the boat set off, their sails snapped bright as banners, and the dragons wheeled overhead, their shadows swirling over water and masts. Laughter, shouts, and song rolled down the river, and as twilight fell, lanterns floated out into the current. Each a wish, each a memory carried downstream. After, Daenerys and Jon walked along the river's edge. The city behind them glowed with lantern light, and the air was thick with honeysuckle and the first faint promise of summer. "I used to fear the river," Daenerys said, letting her fingers trail through the water. "In the east, the rivers meant danger. Here they mean life." Jon watched the lanterns float. "We've made them into something new. That's all we ever hoped for." They stopped at a little bridge where children fished by moonlight. Arya joined them, breathless, arms filled with apples and a handful of river stones for Sansa's youngest. "You should have seen the look on that merchant's face when I traded half a song for these," she said, eyes shining. Daenerys took an apple, biting in with a laugh. Jon leaned on the rail, his heart full, the city's noise and warmth holding him close. Later that night, the family gathered for supper in the Red Keep gardens, long tables beneath blossoming pear trees. The dragons slumbered on the towers, the city's bells chimed the hour, and Ghost, dozing at Arya's feet, was soon surrounded by children vying to braid his fur. Tyrion raised a toast to peace, to family, to the stubborn magic of spring. Sansa's daughter sang a northern lullaby. Gendry traded tales with Davos of storms survived, and forges rebuilt, and Brienne, at Sansa's urging, told the story of how she had bested Sir Loras at a tournament in the days before war. When the stars came out, Jon and Daenerys slipped away, walking the garden paths, arms twined. The city's lanterns shimmered below, the world sweet and safe. "Every night I wonder if this is just a dream," Daenerys said, voice quiet. "If I'll wake in some foreign land and find it all gone." Jon stopped her, drawing her close, pressing his brow to hers. "This is the dream we made. No one can take it." She searched his eyes, and whatever she found there made her smile. A fierce, unguarded joy. "Then let's keep dreaming it. For our children. For theirs." They walked on, the night alive with promise, every step a vow. Seasons spun onward. The Queen's Fair brought together people from every reach of Westeros, laughter and song echoing from dawn until long past midnight. Sansa returned north for the harvest, but left her heart with her family in the south. Arya came and went, restless and beloved, bearing stories and gifts. Gendry's foundries prospered, Brienne's guards kept the peace, and Tyrion's libraries grew ever more crowded with scholars and dreamers. Each morning, Jon and Daenerys walked the city, seeing it alive with the hopes they'd kindled. Each night, they stood together beneath the dragon's wings, guardians of a world they had remade, stubborn in its beauty, unbreakable in its hope. And so, as the lanterns rose once more over river and hill, the Queen's peace endured, a promise carried forward by every heart it had touched, a legacy of love that would linger long after their own voices faded into the songs of spring. Oh, Kai. The warmth of early summer spread across King's Landing in waves, setting the river agleam and coaxing vines up every sun-struck wall. The city wore her finest colors, purple wisteria spilling over old stones, roses nodding in palace gardens, pennants rippling in market wind. Every morning the streets teemed with traders and minstrels, bakers and children, knights in polished steel and women balancing baskets heavy with fruit. The old wounds of war had faded to faint lines beneath the city's new skin, In their place, laughter grew as wild and stubborn as dandelions in the cracks of the world. Jon Snow greeted the season with a sense of awe he'd never known before. He walked the city at dawn, Ghost at his side, greeting fishwives and potboys, and visiting Dothraki horsemen alike. The dragon banners flew over every gate, but it was the sight of children playing chase beneath the spreading limbs of new-planted chestnuts that stilled Jon's heart more than any sigil or song. In the Queen's solar, Daenerys held court in the broad morning light, the chamber filled with the buzz of news and small petitions. Arya sprawled in a window seat, boots muddy, hair tangled, listening as Sansa read out a letter from Winterfell, a report of green fields, newborn calves, and Bran's latest cryptic vision. Brienne stood beside the Queen, her sword belted but her hands gentle as she accepted the thanks of a grandmother from the city's farthest reach, whose granddaughter had been taught to read by the Queen's school. Tyrion shuffled the day's parchments and grumbled about the pace of progress. "All this peace is exhausting," he declared, to general laughter. "We should import a few pirates, just for the excitement of a decent debate." Daenerys met his eyes, and her laughter, bright and genuine, carried across the table. "No pirates, Tyrion. Not even for your wit. I'll settle for a new poem instead." As council business wound down, Jon sat on the sun-warmed stone steps outside the Queen's study, watching the city's heartbeat pulse through the open gates. Rhaegal basked on the roof above, scales glinting, while Drogon circled lazily in the sky, a shadow that sent only awe, never fear, through the crowds below. Daenerys joined Jon, brushing his shoulder with her hand. "You look at home." Jon glanced up, smiling. "I am, more than I ever imagined. The city's changed me. It's changed us all," Daenerys said. She leaned into him, voice low. "There are days I don't recognize myself. Softer, perhaps, or simply stronger in ways I never thought I'd be." He pressed his brow to hers, feeling the old ache of longing, now gentled by belonging. "You made this possible. All of it." A commotion at the market drew their eyes, children racing in the square, their shrieks of joy echoing through the open windows. Sansa's eldest, Jon's namesake, was leading the charge, his hair wild as a wolf's, his laughter sharp and true. Daenerys watched the scene with quiet pride. The city is theirs as much as ours. It will outlast us. "Let's give them more than peace," Jon said. "Let's give them memory. Stories. Something to carry when we're gone." They walked together into the square, welcomed with shouts and songs. Arya tumbled out of a bakery, flour on her nose, dragging Gendry behind her. Brienne lifted a laughing child high into the air. Sansa braided flowers into her daughter's hair, and Tyrion, in the shade, spun riddles for a circle of wide-eyed listeners. As the day ripened, Jon found himself swept into the preparations for the Queen's summer tour, a journey through the Reach and the Western Riverlands, a show of unity, and a chance to hear new voices. Daenerys planned every detail herself, mindful of old tensions and new needs. Jon rode out with the first scouts, stopping at crossroads inns to speak with innkeepers and field hands, learning what worried and what delighted them. He carried word back to the city. The harvest was strong, roads were sound, the scars of war healing even in the farthest hamlets. Before their departure, the city celebrated with a festival, tables loaded with cherries and honey cakes, dancers on every street, musicians plucking out tunes from Old Town and Korth alike. At dusk, Jon and Daenerys led a parade down the main avenue, flanked by Arya and Sansa, Brienne and Gendry, Tyrion and Davos, Missandei, and a cohort of students from the Queen's school. Rhaegal and Drogon soared above, their shadows wreathed in firelight. Afterward, in the hush of the palace gardens, Jon and Daenerys stood alone beneath a blooming magnolia. The night buzzed with song and memory. "I never thought to see a day like this," Jon said quietly. "Not when I stood on the wall. Not when I died and was born again." Daenerys traced his jaw, eyes shining. "You're still the boy from the wall, but you're more now. You're what peace makes of a good heart." He kissed her, the soft press of lips full of gratitude and promise. "We'll keep this, Dany. As long as we can." The journey west was a tapestry of color. Golden wheat fields, green valleys, orchards heavy with fruit. Everywhere the people gathered, cheering the Queen's passage, pressing flowers and gifts into her hands. Jon met farmers and stonemasons, watched children tumble through games and races, listened to old men tell stories of the first dragons and the first kings. In a small village on the banks of the Mander, Arya joined a ring dance, her laughter as bright as the bells. Gendry traded hammers with the local smith, Brienne presided over a foot race, and Sansa counseled women on planting and harvest, her voice full of the North's clear calm. Tyrion found a tavern with the best cider in the Reach, and Davos bargained for a boatload of saffron and salt. One night, in the candlelit loft of a manor house, Daenerys gathered the household close and told stories. Of her brother's dreams, of her first glimpse of the Wall, of the girl she had once been, and the queen she'd become. The villagers listened, rapt, and when she finished, Jon saw hope shine in every face. When they returned to King's Landing, summer in full flower, the city greeted them with bells and banners. Jon felt the joy of home as never before, the city's heart beating in time with his own. In the evenings, he and Daenerys walked the gardens, speaking quietly of all they had seen. Fields thriving, rivers running clear, people proud and unafraid. He told her of a farmer's promise. "My grandchildren will never know war." She told him of a girl who wished only for a book and a quiet place to read. "I wish the same for every child," Daenerys whispered, pressing her face to his shoulder. "That peace be the memory they carry forward." Jon held her close, watching the dragons settle on the palace roofs, wings folding in the dusk. "We'll see it done, together." And so the days unfurled, slow and bright, filled with the labor and laughter of a city at peace. Arya left and returned. Gendry's forges rang with the sound of promise. Sansa sent news of northern snows and southern roses, and Brienne's guards patrolled every street with pride. Ghost prowled the walls. Children fed the dragons sweetmeats, and the Queen's schools filled with the voices of a generation born to hope. Through it all, Jon and Daenerys walked side by side. Never rulers set apart, but kin among kin, guardians of a promise made not just to each other, but to the world they'd remade. And in the hush before dawn, as lanterns guttered and the city dreamed, Jon would hold Daenerys close, whispering into her hair, "This is ours, Dany, and for as long as we breathe, peace will live." Yeah, hey. A hush of expectation hung over King's Landing as the height of summer crested, the city shimmering beneath banners of gold and scarlet, silver and green. The air itself tasted of ripening fruit and salt from the river breeze. At sunrise, the markets rang with song and barter. By midday, the city's fountains overflowed with children and laughter. And by dusk, music spilled from every window, mingling with the cries of swallows, swooping above the old red rooftops. Jon Snow felt the season's weight in his bones as he rose each morning, yet it was not the burden of war, but the deep, steadying ache of responsibility and joy. Each day he donned plain linen, left the castle with Ghost at his heel, and lost himself in the daily pulse of the city. In every market stall, in every classroom, at every half-built bridge, he found echoes of his own hope and Daenerys' vision. Peace, he'd learned, was not a single shining victory, but 100 quiet acts, a word of comfort, a hand on a child's shoulder. A promise kept. Daenerys ruled in the full radiance of the season. She held court beneath colored awnings, sunlight caught in her braids, her laughter quick and true. The city adored her for her presence as much as her power. No request was too humble for her ear. She listened to the woes of cobblers and spice merchants, to the dreams of young maesters and girls who wished to ride dragons. The Queen's kindness had become the city's heart, her strength its spine. Sansa lingered in the capital with her children, her grace and wit admired by nobles and small folk alike. Arya came and went, sometimes returning from the wilds with arms full of rare herbs and news from distant rivers, sometimes vanishing on wind-stirred roads with a smile and a promise to be back by the next full moon. Gendry's forges rang through the day. Brienne trained the city's guards and taught the first girls to spar with shield and sword, and Tyrion held a weekly council of scholars, where laughter was as common as learning. In those long golden evenings, Jon and Daenerys often walked the palace gardens together, hand in hand, their voices low. They shared stories of the day. A squabble settled in Flea Bottom, a child found lost and returned, an old man's laughter at seeing the dragons chase each other through the clouds. Sometimes Jon would pause, watching the city glow beneath them, and marvel at how far they'd all come. One night, as lanterns blossomed across the city like a new constellation, Daenerys drew Jon to the highest balcony overlooking the river. The bells told the hour. Below, the city hummed with life. "Do you remember the day you first came to Dragonstone?" she asked, her voice hushed and bright. He nodded, smiling at the memory. The sea spray, the fear, the stubborn pride. "I thought I'd never see peace again. And yet here we are." She leaned into him, her voice trembling with wonder. "I never knew peace could be so loud, so filled with life." Jon pressed his forehead to hers. "It's the song we wrote, Dany. All of us. Every child that laughs, every parent who sleeps without fear, every field left unburnt." She was silent a long moment, then lifted her head. "I want to give them more, Jon. I want to see every child fed, every family with a roof, every girl and boy free to choose their path. Can we do it?" He took her hands in his, certain as he'd never been. "We can. Not alone. But together with all of them. With Arya and Sansa, with Gendry and Brienne, with everyone who dares to hope." She smiled. A smile he would never forget. Fierce and luminous. "Then let's begin again. Every morning, for as long as we're given." The next day, the city was swept up in the midsummer fair. Streets filled with dancers and vendors hawking candied ginger and cooled wine, poets reciting verses in the squares, children chasing painted hoops beneath floating ribbons. Jon helped Missandei judge the best pie contest. Gendry led a team of apprentices in constructing a wooden dragon for the river parade, and Arya challenged half the city's boys to a race through the old Seps ruins. Brienne and Sansa presided over the Queen's games, cheering children and adults alike as they tried their hand at archery, singing, or games of wit. Tyrion officiated the debate between two learned septons and a Dornish merchant, but was soon sidetracked by a troop of jugglers who taught him to toss apples for the children's amusement. Daenerys moved among the crowd, never apart, her presence a benediction. When a storm threatened at midday, she laughed, bidding the people to dance in the rain. The fair did not scatter, if anything. Joy swelled louder, music and laughter echoing through the silver deluge. When the sun returned, the city was cleaner, greener, shining in every direction. That evening, as the fair drew to a close and lanterns floated down the black water, Jon and Daenerys stood at the water's edge, the dragons flying low above the river, their wings mirrored in the glassy surface. Arya joined them, hair dripping, cheeks flushed. "Best day I've had since I last slept beneath the open sky." Sansa, holding her youngest, nodded. "The North will remember this. I think the whole realm will." Brienne and Gendry appeared with Brienne's little squire perched on his shoulders, his arms outstretched to the stars. Tyrion found his way to the group with Davos in tow, both sipping spiced wine and debating the best flavor of fair pies. Daenerys looked around, her eyes shining in the lantern light, and said softly, "This is how peace grows. In laughter, in memory." Jon kissed her temple, holding her close as music drifted on the river breeze. And in love. Most of all, in love. As darkness settled, the city slept in gentle contentment. That night, Jon dreamed not of snow or war, but of fields heavy with grain, of children's laughter, of dragons wheeling overhead, of a realm made whole, carried on the backs of all who'd once been broken. The days that followed were quiet, measured not by triumph but by small victories. A roof mended, a child's fear soothed, a new tree planted in the palace gardens. Missandei opened a new school in the poorest district. Arya led a group of children on a wildflower hunt through the city parks. Gendry hosted the first market fair outside the city walls, bringing farmers and merchants together from across the Reach and Riverlands. Jon and Daenerys rode the boundaries of the city often, sometimes together, sometimes apart, always returning at sunset to share what they'd learned. Each night they found each other in the quiet, talking over plans for the morrow, hopes for the years to come, and all the ways they might serve their people and their family. In time, peace became not a gift but a habit, hope not a dream but a foundation. And under the watchful gaze of wolves and dragons, the city and its rulers kept faith with all they'd built. Never perfect, but always striving, always together, in a song that would echo for generations. And so, as another summer waned and lanterns flickered in the evening air, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen stood above their city, guardians and companions. Their story still unwritten, carried forward not on banners or blades, but in every kindness, every lesson, every act of gentle strength. The days grew longer, the sun riding high and slow above King's Landing, gilding every spire and field with fire. Summer found the city wide awake, its streets packed with vendors and travelers, the riverside markets strung with bright pennants, and the air thick with spice and laughter. Each dawn, Jon walked the palace gardens with Ghost at his side, letting the hush before the city's rush ease him into the day. The roses had climbed all the way to the old sept ruins. Figs swelled on the trees planted in Daenerys' first spring, their shade a cool haven for sparrows and small children who hid among the roots during games. One morning, as bells from the Sept of Baelor chimed over the rooftops, Jon found Daenerys sitting in the gardens, her knees drawn up, her gaze far away. Sunlight painted her hair silver gold, and the perfume of crushed herbs hung around her like a memory. He sat beside her, brushing his fingers over her knuckles. "A dream?" he asked quietly. She shook her head, smiling faintly. "Not today. I was just listening." The city's so alive. Sometimes I close my eyes and try to count every voice. She turned her hand in his. "Do you remember what it felt like, those first weeks? The world still raw with fire and fear." He nodded. "I thought it would never heal. Some days, I wasn't sure we would either. Now. But we did." She leaned her head against his shoulder, a rare contentment in her voice. "We made something lasting, Jon." He pressed a kiss to her hair. "We're not done yet." They walked together through the garden paths, pausing to greet Missandei, who was teaching the youngest children a song in Valyrian, and Gendry, sweat-streaked and cheerful, setting up a tent for the midsummer contest of strength and skill. Arya arrived from the city gate with a string of river perch, and news of a band of northern traders who'd ridden in before dawn. "They've got stories of ice as thick as a man's arm and honey as sweet as summer wine." Jon smiled at her. "Are you settling down at last?" Arya rolled her eyes. "When I'm old and tired. For now, I'll stay through the fair. Sansa wants me to help with the Queen's Shield match. She's worried the Dornish girls will outshoot the rest." Daenerys laughed, leading them both toward the palace steps where Brienne awaited, organizing a cluster of would-be squires. The palace itself had become a living symbol of the new peace, open courts with fountains, tapestries from every region, and kitchens where cooks from the Reach, Dorne, and the Free Cities shared recipes and laughter. At council that day, Sansa sat beside Tyrion, reading out a letter from Bran, another riddle, though this one ended with a clear blessing for the harvest and a hint of storms in the distant north. Gendry reported on the completion of a new bridge across the Blackwater Rush. Missandei outlined plans for a new granary and a healing house in the southern ward. Brienne's guards had taken in a dozen more orphans, who now slept in the Queen's barracks, eager for training and purpose. As the meeting ended, Daenerys remained at the table, reviewing a stack of petitions and thank yous from every corner of the city. "Every day," she murmured, "the work grows, but so does the hope." Jon watched her, pride and love quietly blooming in his chest. That's how you know it's real. Nothing this good ever comes easy. He found Arya in the outer ward, teaching a group of city children to throw javelins. Brienne laughed as she demonstrated the proper stance, and Arya, finding a poor throw, let the smallest girl win a round, to the delight of the watching crowd. Sansa, meanwhile, met with traders from Old Town, her voice calm and warm, every word building new alliances. That evening, the palace glowed with the light of 100 lanterns. The midsummer fair unfurled through every court and alley. Bakers sold lemon cakes and sweet buns, minstrels played lutes and pipes, and contests of strength, wit, and song drew crowds from dawn to midnight. The dragons circled above, their shadows drawing cheers and not a trace of fear. Jon stood beside Daenerys as the people gathered for the festival's opening. Tyrion called for silence, then raised a cup. To peace, to mercy, to the stubborn hearts that made a city into a home. The cheer that followed was thunderous, rolling up the palace walls and out across the river. Children danced, their laughter rising above the music. Arya led a group of them in a game of wolf and dragon. Sansa helped crown the winners of the baking contest. Gendry arm wrestled a sailor from Dorne, letting the man win to the delight of the crowd. Brienne judged the Queen's shield match, and Missandei presided over a riddle contest in 3 tongues. Jon joined a team in the tug-of-war, muddying his boots, and earning a round of cheers when Ghost, wagging his tail, joined in on his side. Afterward, Jon and Daenerys slipped away to the gardens, their hands still dusted with flour and honey. Lanterns floated in the fountains, and the air buzzed with the scent of roses and warm bread. They walked beneath the fruit trees, voices low. "Do you miss it?" Daenerys asked suddenly. "The struggle, the urgency of battle." Jon shook his head. "No. I miss those we lost, but I never miss war, not when I see this." She paused, gazing at the city's lights. "Sometimes I fear it's all too fragile." He turned to her, cupping her cheek. "Maybe it is. But so is every living thing. The trick is to cherish it all the more." "Benderweincho." She kissed him, her smile soft. "I do. Every day." The fair lasted 3 days, each night ending in a riot of lanterns and music, the river reflecting the sky's own stars. News spread of the city's peace. The Reach sent a delegation of poets. The Vale's knights rode south to compete. Even the Ironborn sent gifts. Pearls, coral, and promises of safe harbors. The children of the Queen's school staged a play in the great square, telling the story of the war and the peace that followed in songs of dragons and wolves. Sansa lingered for the harvest, her children learning to ride in the palace mews. Arya disappeared one morning, only to return at dusk with a bundle of wildflowers and a grin. Gendry's apprentices presented the Queen with a new set of garden tools, forged from melted swords surrendered after the last battle. Brienne's city guard paraded through the streets, cheered by every hand. Each evening, Jon and Daenerys met in the cool quiet of their chambers, or beneath the silvered boughs of the orchard, sharing what they had seen and heard. "It feels unending sometimes," Jon said one night, his voice thick with wonder. "I never thought peace could grow so deep." Daenerys rested her head on his chest, listening to the even beat of his heart. "It's not unending, but it endures, because we keep choosing it. And we will," Jon promised. "For them, for us." Late in the summer, a great storm swept up from the south. Rain hammered the city for 3 days, the dragons hunched on the towers, Ghost asleep by the hearth. When the sun returned, Daenerys gathered her council and the city's people in the square, offering thanks for safe homes and for neighbors who had helped each other through the long night. That night, lanterns floated again on the river, and every house was lit with the memory of hardship faced and overcome together. Jon watched the city glow, Daenerys' hand in his, and knew that the strength of peace was not in its ease, but in the fierce ordinary love that tied every heart to every other. Autumn would come, and storms after it. But in the golden hush of summer, King's Landing lived, and so did hope, bright and enduring, under the shadow of dragons and the unbreakable promise of 2 souls who had learned at last to build not just a kingdom, but a home. Okay. The last of summer's heat settled over King's Landing, ripening figs and apples in the palace gardens, and bringing a languid golden haze to every courtyard and alley. By mid-morning, the city pulsed with the low, contented bustle of a capital at peace. Market stalls overflowed with the season's bounty. Cobblers and seamstresses hawked new wares along the bustling Queen's Road. Laughter spilled from taverns and open windows. The clang of Gendry's forge drifted down to the river, where children sailed boats beneath banners of dragon and wolf. Jon Snow greeted the day as he always did, rising before dawn, letting ghosts slip through the garden shadows to greet the first vendors at the gates. He found Daenerys in her solar, bathed in sunlight, a pile of letters before her hair braided with late roses. She was laughing quietly as she read, eyes bright, feet bare against the cool tiles. He sat beside her, leaning his shoulder to hers. "News from the north?" "News from everywhere," she replied, holding out a letter penned in Sansa's strong, precise hand. "Sansa writes that Arya has taken her youngest to see the ice flowers at the edge of the world. She sends a basket of gooseberries and asks when we'll visit again." Jon smiled, picturing Arya wild and unburdened, a pack of stark children trailing in her wake. "She'll never stay in one place. The north suits her." Daenerys traced her thumb over the parchment. "She is what the world can be, unafraid." She sighed, eyes drifting to the window where sunlight spilled over the city. "Will you ride with me this morning?" He squeezed her hand. "Always." The city greeted them as kin rather than rulers. Small folk called blessings. Merchants pressed them with honeyed cakes and apples, warm from the sun. At the market, Missandei was teaching a girl to read from a scroll of old tales, while Tyrion debated with a Braavosi spice merchant about the price of saffron and the merits of blue plums. Gendry appeared from the forge, his arms streaked with soot, offering Daenerys a new garden spade with a dragon worked into the handle. Arya's laughter echoed from the riverbank, where she showed Sansa's eldest how to tie a perfect fishing knot. Brienne drilled a line of new guards near the square, her calm instructions firm but never harsh. A group of city orphans among them, grinning with pride at their new cloaks. Sansa herself, visiting for the close of the season, moved through the city with the children at her side, her poise now as familiar as Jon's own presence. They made their way to the Queen's School, where the younger students performed a play, silly and bright, about the founding of peace. Daenerys watched, her laughter warm and unguarded, as a small boy in silver-painted braids led a cardboard dragon on a string and declared, "No more burning, only bread and books." The children cheered, and Jon felt something inside him loosen. A quiet pride, deeper than victory, brighter than any crown. As midday approached, the council met in the open-air garden. Tyrion read out the letters from the Iron Islands, news of a new lighthouse, a promise of salt and fish for the city's tables. Gendry reported on the repair of the southern bridge, Brienne on the patrols through the Reach. Missandei brought word of new trade with Volantis, and Sansa spoke of the North's harvest, grain and apples, a banner year. Daenerys approved new funds for the healing house, praised the city's masons for their work on the aqueduct, and promised to visit the Queen's Market for the autumn fair. She listened as a baker's apprentice asked for help with a broken oven, as a street minstrel requested more lanterns along the riverside, as a seamstress lobbied for lessons in new patterns for the girls of Flea Bottom. Why deity? After the meeting, Daenerys pulled Jon aside to the shade of an old fig tree. "I thought peace would make us slow," she whispered. "But there is always something to do, always someone new to meet. Some days it frightens me. It is so fragile, Jon." He brushed a wisp of hair from her cheek. "That's why it matters, because it takes tending, every day, every season, like a garden." She smiled, leaning in for a kiss. "Then I'm glad you're here to help me weed." Later, Jon rode out with Sansa and Arya to visit the city's edge, where a new field was being plowed and the ground broken for another school. Sansa marveled at the sight. This city grows faster than Winterfell's orchard ever did. Arya slipped away for a foot race with the local children, returning, breathless, with a fistful of wildflowers and a gleam in her eye. As sunset approached, the family gathered in the Queen's orchard, the trees heavy with fruit, the grass strewn with petals and the remains of a dozen picnics. Gendry and Brienne played at fencing with willow wands. Arya juggled apples for the children, and Sansa leaned against Jon's shoulder, her laughter rare and true. Daenerys presided over it all, the firelight catching in her hair as she led a toast to peace, to family, to the hope that had carried them from battlefields to harvests. The dragons slept on the palace walls, tails curled, dreams deep and gentle. When darkness fell, Jon walked with Daenerys through the quiet corridors to their chamber, Ghost leading the way, his tail a soft banner. They sat at the window, the city's lanterns shining below, the air thick with the promise of rain. "Do you think they'll remember us?" Daenerys asked, her head on his shoulder. He wrapped his arm around her. "They'll remember what we built. That's all I want. That's all any of us can hope for." She nodded, her breath warm against his throat. "I want them to remember laughter and bread, not fire and blood." He kissed her hair, closing his eyes. "They will. Because that's what you've given them. What we all have." Nay. Outside, the first drops of rain tapped at the glass, and the city below breathed deep and easy. Jon and Daenerys lay together in the hush, the dragons a distant promise above, their families' laughter echoing in their dreams. By morning, the city gleamed anew. The air smelled of earth and hope, and King's Landing, reborn and enduring, welcomed the dawn, watched over by the Queen and her king, and the gentle, stubborn, ordinary magic of peace. Okay. Dawn broke silver and clear, the last summer storms having swept the sky clean. The palace gardens in King's Landing glistened with rain, the scent of wet earth and bruised mint wafting through open windows. Jon Snow rose early, as was his custom, letting the quiet and the soft whimpering snores of Ghost anchor him to the waking world. He watched the sun climb past Daenerys' tower, gilding her window, and smiled at the memory of her laughter in the night. She had dreamed of flying, she'd whispered, a memory that left her bright-eyed and flushed. He found Daenerys already dressed, barefoot on the balcony, drinking in the new light and the bustle below. The city was alive with promise. Bakers opened shop. Children raced in the alleys, skipping over puddles. Bells pealed from the sept. Doves clustered on the palace roof. Daenerys turned at his approach, her gown the soft green of moss after rain. "Good morning," Jon said, touching her cheek. "Dream again?" She nodded, smiling. "This time I was a child on Dragonstone, running the cliffs. No war, no fear, just wind and waves." She tucked her hand in his, drawing him close. "Will you walk with me? I want to see the city as it wakes." Nenderwall. They slipped down the back stairs, Ghost trailing, and out into streets washed fresh by the night's rain. Small folk greeted them as neighbors, not sovereigns. Daenerys stopped to help an old woman ride an overturned cart. Jon spoke with a boy mending fishing nets by the river. The new brickwork along the docks shone with pride. The Queen's Market was a riot of color. Heaps of plums, figs, and bright beans. Bakers singing as they kneaded dough. A chorus of children reciting their lessons to Missandei beneath a painted awning. Arya found them at a stall selling honeycombs. Her boots splattered with dew, her hair wild. She pressed a piece of comb into Jon's hand and winked. Brienne's teaching the youngest to swim in the fountain. Sansa's with the grain merchants, pretending she can't drive a bargain better than all the city put together. Then, Daenerys grinned. "Arya, will you come to council? We're debating opening the old east wall for another garden." Arya shrugged, but her smile was bright. "If I must, I must. But only if there's lemon water after." They continued their walk, pausing to watch Gendry argue cheerfully with two smiths about the best design for new wheelbarrows. The forges were busy, tools and plowshares, not swords. On a balcony, Sansa leaned out, waving her brother and sister over. Her children clustered behind, clutching a basket of green apples. Sansa's eyes, as always, missed nothing. "Join us for the council?" she called down. "In a moment," Daenerys replied, voice bright as birdsong. At the morning's council, the air was as fresh as the city. Brienne reported that the new barracks had opened to much celebration. Tyrion, as always, had a list of clever but costly improvements for the city's sewers and lanterns. Gendry brought a new set of tools for the city's masons and told a funny tale about a goat in the smithy. Sansa read out the North's harvest forecasts. Healthy, promising, while Arya made jokes that sent the children at her side into fits of giggles. Missandei announced the success of the Queen's schools. Every child in the city can read their own name and write a letter, Your Grace. Next year we'll start teaching sums to the oldest. The council cheered, and Daenerys signed a new charter for more teachers and scholarships. When the council ended, Daenerys lingered. "Jon, will you come with me to the new gardens?" she asked, a gentle note in her voice. "I want to see if the sunflowers have bloomed." He walked beside her through streets that had once trembled at their names. Now people nodded, unafraid. The air rang with the clang of hammers, the shouts of children at play, the calls of fruit sellers and weavers. In the new gardens, carved from the city's old east wall, sunflowers stood taller than a man, their golden faces tracking the sun. Daenerys laughed in delight, plucking one to tuck behind Jon's ear. He blushed, the laughter rising from his chest as she kissed him in the open air. Arya joined them, carrying a stray kitten she'd rescued from a rain barrel. "The world's gone soft," she teased, but her eyes were warm. "No one runs when a Stark and a Targaryen kiss in public. Sansa says the old lords would faint." Jon grinned. "Let them. The world's changed." As noon approached, Sansa summoned them to the market square. The Queen's Fair was in full swing, booths of sweetmeats and music, contests of strength and wit, dances from the Reach and the Dornish marches. Tyrion judged a baking contest, his lips stained with berry juice, while Gendry demonstrated new water pumps for the city's wells. Missandei led a reading of stories for the children, her voice clear and kind. Brienne and Arya refereed a game of hoops and jacks, with Arya insisting the rules changed every round. Daenerys, crowned with a garland of wildflowers, danced with Jon in the square, their steps slow and certain as the city clapped in rhythm. The dragons soared overhead, Rhaegal and Drogon tracing wide circles in the blue, their shadows welcomed as omens of good luck. Ghost prowled between tables, collecting treats from admirers. That evening, as dusk settled in lavender and silver, the family gathered atop the city walls, watching lanterns float on the river. Sansa's children sang a northern lullaby, Arya juggled apples for the littlest, and Brienne leaned her sword aside to laugh at a story from Davos. Gendry and Missandei debated the next festival's theme, while Tyrion toasted peace, friendship, and the endless good sense of queens who marry northern bastards. Daenerys watched it all, her hand in Jon's, eyes bright with quiet joy. "Do you ever wonder if it's all a dream?" she whispered. Jon pressed his lips to her temple. "If it is, I never want to wake." Night fell soft, stars pricking the velvet sky, the city murmuring in its sleep. Jon and Daenerys lingered on the walls. The dragons curled above, ghost at their feet. The bells tolled midnight, a gentle promise carried on the breeze. They watched the world they had built, brick by brick, hand in hand, vow by vow. A city reborn in peace, family entwined, hope sown as deep as roots beneath the walls. And as the moon rose, high and bright, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen kept their silent watch over the kingdom, guardians of a joy no storm could undo. Autumn crept softly into King's Landing, gilding the tips of the trees in the Queen's gardens, and lending a crispness to the air that sharpened the laughter in the palace courtyards. Dew slicked the flagstones each morning. The scents of roasting chestnuts and cider rose above the markets, mixing with the salt of the river and the last honeyed perfumes of fading roses. With the turn of the season, the city seemed to draw in a deeper, steadier breath, no longer restless with the raw growth of summer, but content, ripe, and watchful. Jon Snow relished these dawns, when all the world was silver blue and quiet. He would walk the ramparts with Ghost, pausing to watch ships slip out on the morning tide, their sails already painted with the light of the rising sun. In the shadowed courts, children bundled in cloaks played at knight and dragon, their laughter echoing off stone. He thought of all the kingdoms he had seen, wild, hungry, broken, and found himself smiling at the sight of this one mending, not with swords or banners, but with games, patience, and small joys. Daenerys met him in the upper garden. Her hair braided with red leaves, her cheeks rosy from the brisk wind. She wore a simple cloak the color of storm clouds, her hands tucked into Joan's as they wandered beneath the apple trees. "The harvest is almost in," she mused, nodding to the city below. "Missandei says the stores are full to bursting, and the bakers are making new loaves with walnut and honey. Do you remember when hunger was the city's shadow?" Jon squeezed her fingers. I remember thinking we might never see the end of it. And now—" He glanced down to the river, where a team of children, led by Arya, hauled a net of shining fish onto the docks. "Now it feels like we've planted something that won't die in one hard winter." Daenerys smiled, pride clear in her eyes. "You planted it, Jon. All of you. Sansa, Arya, Gendry, Brienne. Even Tyrion with all his clever mischief. And now every hand in the city helps to tend it." They passed the old sept ruins, where the foundation stones had been ringed with a new garden. Mums, asters, late sunflowers, their color defiant against the coming cold. Brienne was there, leading a training session for the youngest squires, her voice a steady rhythm as the children clattered wooden swords. Sansa, with her youngest in tow, knelt in the earth beside a circle of elderly women, teaching them how to press bulbs for the next spring. In the Queen's Market, Jon and Daenerys paused for hot cider and spiced bread. Missandei greeted them with news of a successful trade voyage from Pentos. Saffron, figs, fine glass, and Gendry arrived with his apprentices, laughing as they displayed a set of new iron lanterns, the handles worked into tiny dragon shapes. Tyrion, rosy-cheeked from the wind, recited the latest city expenses, then challenged the bakers to a contest of apple tarts, which ended with half the council sticky-fingered and grinning. Arya returned from the docks with a wild tangle of river flowers and a string of tiny fish for Sansa's children. She pressed a flower behind Daenerys' ear, her smile quick and bright. "The north will come soon enough, but the river's still fat with fish. The city eats well this year." As the sun climbed higher, Jon joined Daenerys for the morning's council in a new hall hung with tapestries, scenes of rivers, fields and dragons in flight, all rendered by local weavers. Sansa reported a strong harvest in the north, plans for another granary, and the birth of 2 more lambs in Winterfell's fold. Brienne and Gendry discussed city repairs and the next round of lessons for the orphan boys, now apprenticed in the forges. Missandei outlined plans for a library in Fleabottom, stocked with books in both the common tongue and Valyrian. Daenerys listened to every voice, her answers as warm as the sunlight on the council table. When an old woman came with a petition for more blankets in the Queen's schools, Daenerys wrote the order herself and pressed a coin into her hand. Tyrion proposed a festival for the harvest's end, and Arya, grinning, volunteered to lead the children in a lantern parade. After council, Jon found Sansa in the gardens, her lap full of windfalls, her youngest asleep beside her. "You look content," he said, settling beside her. Sansa smiled, her eyes tracing the patterns of clouds above the towers. "I am. It feels like the stories old Nan told us. Safe, warm, full of promise. The city is yours now, Jon, yours and Daenerys. But you've made it a place where a Stark can feel at home." He squeezed her hand, feeling the peace settle into his bones. "It was never mine alone. It never could be." Now, as dusk painted the sky in hues of copper and rose, Daenerys led her family and council through the city's streets for the first harvest lantern parade. Hundreds gathered, apprentices, merchants, children, and old men. Arya and Brienne marshaled the youngest in gleaming rows, lanterns bobbing as they walked. Sansa sang with the bakers. Gendry lit the last lantern from his forge. Tyrion handed out sweets and cider from a barrow. Daenerys and Jon followed at the rear, hand in hand, lanterns aglow all around them. The parade wound through every market and garden, crossing bridges hung with garlands, ending in the palace square where the dragons perched, silent and watchful, their eyes reflecting the sea of flickering lights. Daenerys, crowned with river flowers and maple leaves, called the city's blessing aloud. "Let this harvest be only the first of many. Let us hold peace as we hold this light, together, bright against the dark." Danderol. John echoed her, his voice carrying. You've all made this city what it is. You keep it safe. You keep it growing. Thank you. All of you. As the people cheered, Arya released a cloud of night moths into the sky, their wings scattering in the lantern glow. Brienne hefted Sansa's youngest. Gendry hoisted a laughing boy onto his shoulders, and Missandei linked arms with Tyrion, leading the children in a song of peace. When the moon rose, Jon and Daenerys lingered in the quiet garden, the city's lights reflected in the river far below. Is this what you hoped for? Daenerys asked, her head on Jon's shoulder. It's more, Jon murmured, watching the city's lights flicker. I hoped for survival. We built a future. She smiled, their hands twined. Let's not waste it. Let's build it every day, as long as we can. Then, MC. They sat together as the night deepened. Dragons curled on the towers above, ghosts sleeping at their feet. Autumn's hush wrapped the city in promise, a season to gather, to remember, and to dream. And in the heart of that dream, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen held to each other, guardians of a peace both fragile and fierce, as enduring as the lantern light that burned through the longest night. A.K. As autumn ripened, a hush of golden calm wrapped King's Landing, drawing sharp scents of apple and wood smoke through every winding lane. The leaves in the Queen's gardens turned from green to scarlet and gold, drifting down to carpet the paths where Daenerys liked to walk at sunrise. The air was alive with the music of the season, distant bells, the ring of Gendry's hammer, the laughter of children chasing each other, in cloaks stitched with dragons and wolves. Jon Snow rose each day before the dawn, savoring the quiet before the city stirred. He'd begun to take his first cup of tea outside on the ramparts, Ghost pressed against his knee, watching as the fog lifted to reveal the wide world they had helped remake. Ships slipped through the mists on the Blackwater, their sails full of trade and promise. Along the walls, banners snapped, stark gray and Targaryen red entwined, the new standard of a city that had learned to braid its differences into strength. Daenerys joined him one chilly morning, her cheeks pink from the cold, hair braided with yellow leaves. She tucked herself against his side, sharing his warmth, her hands wrapped around a mug of mulled cider. The apples are sweeter this year, she murmured, passing him a wedge of tart fruit. Missandei says the city's bakers can hardly keep up. Jon bit into the slice, savoring the sharp, clean taste. It's as if the land itself is glad for peace. She watched the sunrise paint the sky. And you, Jon? Are you glad? He glanced at her, the question simple and true. I am. More than I ever thought I could be. They strolled together down to the gardens, where Arya was teaching a gang of city urchins to climb apple trees. She dropped down from a branch, scattering leaves, and flashed a grin. If you want any for breakfast, you'd best be quick. These little wolves eat like bears. Daenerys laughed, gathering apples into her cloak, and Jon joined in, remembering childhood mornings in Winterfell's orchard, when the world was still full of possibility. Arya ran off with the children, promising to show them how to find wild mint for their next feast. Later, at the council, Sansa arrived with her eldest daughter, the girl's hair a bright autumn fire, her voice strong as she delivered news from the north. The first snow had dusted the hills, the stores were full, the wolves fat and lazy before the coming winter. Brienne reported on the newest class of city guards, half of them orphans, quick and loyal. Gendry set down a bundle of plans for new water wheels and small windmills, his face glowing with pride at the work of his apprentices. Tyrion, as always, had a list of requests and a handful of sly jokes. The Queen's granaries are full, but the city's cup is empty, at least until the Reach's new wine arrives. I propose we hold a harvest feast and thank the gods for barrels and bellies alike. Daenerys agreed, setting the feast for the week's end. Let's invite everyone. Let every table in the city groan with food and laughter. That afternoon, Jon and Daenerys visited the school in Flea Bottom. Missandei greeted them at the door, her hands ink-stained and her eyes shining. The children stood to sing a song they had learned, half in the common tongue, half in Valyrian, the melody as bright as the leaves outside. Jon knelt with a group of boys as they worked out sums with chalk, while Daenerys listened to a girl read her first story aloud. Arya drifted in later, teaching the boldest to tie knots and whistle through their teeth. The city, once full of fear, now rang with hope and ambition, its youngest dreaming new dream. At dusk, the palace kitchens filled with the scents of roasting meats, spiced squash, and warm bread. Sansa and Brienne oversaw the baking of pies, apple, cherry, and pumpkin, while Gendry showed the children how to twist dough into dragon shapes. Daenerys, her sleeves dusted with flour, laughed as Arya tried to outdo her at tossing apples for the pie. Jon, savoring the noise and light, caught Sansa's eye across the kitchen. She crossed the room, looping her arm through his. "Did you ever think you'd see this, Jon? All of us together, not at war, but at home." He shook his head, voice thick. "Never. And now I can't imagine anything else." The harvest feast was a thing of legend. Lanterns lined every window and bridge. The palace halls were thrown open to highborn and commoner alike. Music tumbled from every room. Tyrion presided over a contest of riddles, Davos judged the pies, and Arya's urchins darted through the crowds with plates piled high. Daenerys wore a gown of crimson and gold, her hair crowned in autumn leaves, Jon at her side in black and gray. Sansa toasted the queen's peace. Gendry presented a great cake in the shape of a dragon. The dragons themselves watched from the towers, their eyes gleaming, their presence an unspoken blessing. As the night deepened, Arya gathered the children and led a lantern procession through the city, the lights floating like stars above the river. Brienne and Missandei walked together, heads bent close, while Gendry and Tyrion trailed behind, singing bawdy songs and waving to the crowds. Jon and Daenerys lingered in the gardens beneath the moon, the noise of the city fading into a hush of crickets and the distant roar of the dragons. She took his hands in hers. Her smile, soft as velvet. "You brought me home, Jon. More than any castle, more than any crown." He brushed a kiss to her brow. "You gave me hope. And the rest we made together." The first frost came soon after, painting the gardens silver, but in the warmth of their home, the peace they had built endured. Each morning, the city woke eager for the day. Each night, lanterns flickered in windows, a gentle promise that darkness would not win. And so, through the turning of the leaves, the soft hush of winter's approach, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen kept their vigil. Guardians of a peace won not by fire or blood, but by kindness, patience, and the daily courage of choosing love. Their city, alive with promise, dreamed on, safe beneath dragons' wings, bright with the laughter of children, and unbroken in its hope. With the first sharp winds of winter, King's Landing changed its colors again. The crimson leaves gave way to bare branches and pale sunlight, the air tinged with wood smoke and distant sea salt. The markets grew dense with root vegetables, cabbages, apples wrapped in straw. Fishwives wore woolen shawls, and even the bells of the city seemed to ring a little more brightly in the frosted morning air. Jon Snow loved these weeks, when the city's pulse slowed, but grew no less certain. There was a steadiness to the rhythm of autumn's end. Lanterns lighting the way home at dusk, laughter rising from open tavern doors, Ghost's white coat flashing like a snowdrift through the garden shadows. The dragons, grown languid with the cold, stretched on the sun-warmed tiles and dozed through the day, their breath rising in clouds of steam over the towers. One morning, Jon woke to the sound of rain rattling the windows and the muffled roar of Rhaegal greeting the sunrise. Daenerys lay warm beside him, her hair a scatter of silver on the dark furs, her breathing slow and contented. He watched her for a moment, memorizing the gentle curve of her cheek, the way her brow smoothed in sleep. She had learned, at last, how to rest. He rose, drawing on wool and leather, and padded down to the kitchens. There, he found Missandei and Sansa wrapped in shawls, heads together over a steaming pot of cinnamon and oats. The kitchen boys bustled about, peeling apples for tarts and sampling the first new cheeses from the autumn herds. "Hungry?" Sansa asked. setting a bowl before him with a smile. "Always," Jon said, and grinned. He ate quietly, listening as Sansa outlined plans for the day. New cloaks for the youngest orphans, another lesson in sums at the Queen's school, a visit to the city's newest library to meet with a group of eager students. Daenerys arrived soon after, radiant in a gown of heavy blue velvet, her cheeks pink from the fire. She greeted everyone by name and kissed Jon lightly before sitting with Sansa, drawing out a set of letters written in childish hands. "The children wrote us poems," she said, pride in every word. "One of them thinks dragons should wear mittens. Another wants to know if Ghost likes honey." Missandei laughed. "It's not a bad idea for the dragons, Your Grace. The cold is coming faster than we thought." The morning's council was short and full of good humor. Gendry arrived with a new snow shovel, bragging about his apprentice's work. Brienne reported that the last of the autumn stores were locked away, the city guard ready for any winter storm. Tyrion, with a mug of mulled wine and his usual wry smile, proposed a Winter's Eve festival in the palace square, so that even the darkest days are brightened by song and cider. Arya was the last to arrive, trailed by a gang of laughing children. Her hair was damp from the rain, her eyes shining. "We taught the little ones how to make lanterns out of old jars. The city will glow for a week." Daenerys approved a round of gifts for the city's widows and a new fund for the Queen's schools to buy more ink and paper. Jon promised to inspect the city's wells and see that every hearth had enough firewood. Sansa and Missandei drew up lists for the Winter's Eve feast, while Gendry and Brienne argued over the best route for distributing food during a snowstorm. By midday, the rain cleared, and the city emerged bright and shining, awash in the scent of rain-wet stone and distant pine. Jon rode out with Arya and Ghost to the city's edge, where farmers bundled up the last of the turnips and carrots, the fields already dusted with the year's first frost. They walked the dikes, mended fences, and laughed with the children who gathered to see Ghost and ask Arya about her travels. That night, Daenerys joined Jon on the palace's highest balcony, watching as the city lit lanterns against the early dusk. Below, the palace square filled with people. Bakers selling hot bread, smiths displaying their wares, children parading with painted jars aglow in the softest reds and golds. Music drifted up through the cold, slow and sweet, carrying memories of home for every soul. "We built this," Daenerys whispered, her head on Jon's shoulder. "Not alone, but all of us. Every voice, every hope." Jon nodded, holding her close. "We built it so it would last." They stood for a long time, neither speaking, simply listening to the pulse of the city and the breath of dragons overhead. When at last they descended to the square, they joined hands with Sansa, Arya, Brienne, Gendry, and all of the people who had made the peace, each one holding a lantern, each flame a promise against the coming dark. The festival stretched long into the night. Tyrion toasted the Queen and her king with hot cider, Davos told stories of winter storms at sea, and Arya and the children danced around the lanterns until their feet ached. Daenerys sang an old Valyrian lullaby, her voice clear and strong, and the crowd fell silent in awe and gratitude. When the last lantern was set afloat on the river, Jon and Daenerys walked the city's walls, Ghost at their side, the dragons watching from above. Snow began to fall, soft and silent, settling on banners and rooftops, painting the city silver and white. In that gentle hush, Jon looked out over the city and felt the weight and wonder of what they had made. Daenerys squeezed his hand, her breath curling in the cold, her eyes bright with hope. "Winter comes," she said, smiling. "And we are ready," Jon replied, the truth of it shining in his heart. Beneath dragon wings and lantern light, with family and friends beside them, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen watched over a realm no longer ruled by fear, but by hope, kindness, and the stubborn daily miracle of peace. And in the quiet, as the city dreamed on, they knew their work, like the turning of the seasons, would never end, but would live on in every life they touched. Ah, ka. The first true snows fell on King's Landing in the dead of night, silent and soft, turning the city's rooftops to frosted silver. By morning, the palace gardens glittered beneath a pale winter sun, and the statues along the Queen's Walk wore powdered crowns. A hush lay on the city, broken only by the muffled cries of children who rushed out to hurl the year's first snowballs, their laughter sparkling in the crisp air. Jon woke to the cold glow of morning and the comforting weight of Daenerys' arm across his chest. He watched her breathe. Her lips curved in a half-smile. Silver hair spilled over his shoulder. She stirred, eyelids fluttering open as a single snowflake drifted through the high window and landed on her brow. She blinked, brushed it away, and met Jon's gaze. Snow in the south. The world truly has changed. He smiled, his hand finding hers beneath the covers. It's a kinder world now. She laughed softly. Come. Let's see what mischief the city is making with this gift. Wrapped in cloaks and furs, Jon and Daenerys crossed the palace to the kitchens, where Sansa and Missandei were already at work over bubbling kettles, overseeing the baking of honey bread and the stirring of spiced chocolate. Arya, cheeks flushed, burst in from the garden, boots soaked, a scarf wrapped haphazardly around her neck. Brienne's teaching the children how to build a snow fort, Arya announced. Sansa, you'd best come see before she lets them raid the pantries for ammunition. Missandei poured mugs of steaming chocolate for all, and bundled loaves of warm bread into baskets for the kitchens in the city's poorer wards. Daenerys handed out instructions: no child to go without a scarf, the Queen's schools to let lessons wait for snow games, and extra logs to be sent to every home whose chimney did not yet smoke. By the time the family set out, the city was alive with joy. Ghost dashed ahead, bounding through drifts, scattering the children who raced behind him with shrieks of delight. At the foot of the palace steps, Brienne directed the construction of an elaborate snow citadel, her voice gentle but firm as she guided little hands. Gendry arrived from the forges, carrying a box of tinned sweets for the winners of the coming snow battle. Tyrion stood atop a snowbank, a garland of holly about his brow, composing an epic poem about dragons and snowflakes, much to the crowd's amusement. Sansa, stately and bright-eyed, held her youngest on her hip and dispensed words of encouragement to every budding snow architect. Jon and Daenerys wandered the courts, greeting the people as neighbors more than rulers. In Flea Bottom, they found a dozen bakers teaching children to shape snow into loaves and cakes. In the Queen's Market, Missandei supervised a snow sculpture contest. One team forming a perfect direwolf, another, under Arya's fierce eye, a sinuous dragon that rose nearly as tall as the market's old clock tower. Later, as the sun arced low, bells rang from every quarter, calling the city together for the winter's first feast. Lanterns glowed in every window and along the bridges. Banners of red and gray, wolf and dragon entwined, were strung across every avenue. Jon and Daenerys walked arm in arm at the head of a slow procession. Sansa and Brienne behind, Arya juggling snowballs for the children, Gendry and Tyrion bringing up the rear with baskets of hot pies. The feast was held in the palace's central courtyard, the tables heaped with winter fare. Roasts and breads, greens and roots, honeyed apples and cream. No distinction was made between highborn and small folk. Every family found a place. The dragons slept in the gardens, Rhaegal's breath curling in the cold, Drogon's tail wrapped around the roots of a bare cherry tree. As dusk fell, Sansa rose to lead a song from the north, a low, haunting tune of hope and homecoming. Arya joined her, her voice wild and sweet, the city listening as if spellbound. When the last note faded, Brienne told a tale of a knight's courage and the gentle power of mercy. Tyrion followed with a story of winter at Casterly Rock, drawing laughter and the clinking of mugs. Daenerys stood then, her presence luminous in the lantern light. "You have all made this city a home," she said. "You've given us warmth in winter, hope in darkness, and a future born of peace. Let this night mark not only the season's turn, but the promise we keep to one another. No one forgotten, no one left behind." Jon spoke next, his words simple and true. "We survived fire and storm together. Now, together, we thrive. May every winter find us side by side. A hush fell over the crowd, then a rush of applause. Lanterns were raised and released, floating upward to join the stars. The dragons lifted their heads, letting out a pair of rumbling, contented roars that shivered the rooftops and sent children spinning in awe. As the feast ended, the family lingered at the palace steps. Sansa gathered her children. Arya wrestled in the snow with Ghost and the orphans, and Brienne and Gendry handed out the last of the sweets. Daenerys leaned into Jon, her breath warm at his throat. "Do you ever worry it will change?" she whispered. He held her close. "Change is what brought us here. We made something strong enough to weather it." She smiled, hopeful and fierce. "Then let it come. We'll welcome every winter, every spring." That night, as the city slept, Jon and Daenerys walked the silent halls, listening to the hush outside, the deep, peaceful breathing of dragons and people alike. They watched the snow fall, slow and gentle, cloaking the city in white. At last, in the quiet before dawn, Jon pressed his forehead to Daenerys. "Whatever comes," he said, "we face it together." She touched his cheek, her eyes shining. "Always." Outside, beneath the endless falling snow, King's Landing dreamed on, safe beneath dragons' wings, held close by the stubborn daily magic of love and hope. In the heart of winter, peace endured, and so did the promise that had remade a kingdom, that no night, however long, could outlast the morning. The city wore winter like a crown, frost limning the stones and battlements with a silvery gleam. By sunrise, King's Landing resembled a jewel box, spires crusted with snow, flags still and crisp in the blue light, the black waters slow and dark beneath its skin of ice. The quiet was broken only by the soft pad of boots on the frosted streets, the shouts of children rolling snowballs through the squares, and the distant, contented rumble of dragons perched atop sunlit towers, their breaths fogging the morning air. Jon Snow stood at his window, arms folded against the cold, watching as the city shook itself awake. There was no chaos, only the hum of a realm grown steady and kind, bakers pulling warm loaves from their ovens, lanterns still flickering in windows from the long night, children racing to the queen's schools, with books hugged close to their chests. Somewhere below, he heard Arya's laughter, wild and sharp as the wind, and the softer call of Sansa's youngest, marveling at a sparrow perched bold as a prince on the garden's bare apple tree. He dressed in thick black wool and found Daenerys already in the gardens, her hair unbound, a cloud of white breath surrounding her as she watched Ghost bound through the snowdrifts with a pack of small children in pursuit. Daenerys wore no crown today, only a cloak of silver fox and her own radiant smile, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug. She beckoned Jon close, her eyes bright with delight. "Come see what Arya is teaching them." She whispered, laughter spilling from her. She started a snowball war. The city guard versus the market boys. Ghost, of course, takes no side. He just steals the spoils. Jon grinned and pressed a kiss to her cheek, savoring the rare ease in her. "We should choose our allegiance wisely. There are some fierce warriors among the bakers." Betty. They joined the fray, Daenerys pelting Jon with a snowball that burst in his collar, Arya shrieking in triumph, Sansa laughing from the sidelines, wrapped in furs and flanked by her brood. Brienne refereed, booming out the rules, while Gendry played both sides, handing out fresh ammunition to anyone who called him friend. After the last fort fell, the crowd dispersed for hot broth and honeyed bread. Sansa took Jon's arm as they wandered toward the kitchen, her cheeks flushed. "Winter suits the city," she murmured. "It feels safe, somehow. Even beautiful." Jon nodded, watching the sun burn away the last of the mist. "There's a different kind of hope in winter. We built something strong enough to last through any season." Then, inside, Missandei and Daenerys organized the daily distribution. Extra bread for widows, kindling for those without, letters sent to the farthest corners of the realm. Arya flopped onto a bench with a mug of mulled cider, recounting tales of the last market day. The children's first sight of snow, A baker's dance. A wild cat rescued from the river by Brienne and now fat, tame, and adored. The morning's council met in the East Solar, where the sun warmed the floors and snowmelt dripped steadily from the high glass. Gendry reported the completion of a new bridge, Brienne the expansion of the city watch patrols, and Sansa news from the north. Snows deep but stores full, the wall watched and wildlings thriving. Tyrion, cheery and sharp, proposed the founding of a city theater, to keep the minds of our young as lively as their feet in snow. Daenerys approved more funds for the healers and gave her blessing for Tyrion's winter players. Arya promised to train the orphans in stage fighting, her eyes dancing with mischief. The meeting ended with a plan for a lantern-lit festival to mark the turning of the year, a promise of spring in the deepest heart of winter. As the afternoon waned, Jon and Daenerys walked the ramparts, arms linked against the wind. Below, the city shimmered with life. Smoke curling from 100 hearths, merchants hawking winter wares, the bells of the sept ringing a soft, hopeful song. The dragons slumbered on the palace roofs, their warmth a silent shield. Jon paused, looking out over the snowbound gardens, the silvered city, the bright threads of joy and work and care. "Does it ever feel fragile to you?" he asked quietly. Daenerys leaned into him, her eyes on the horizon. "Of course, but everything that matters is fragile. That's why we hold it close, why we mend it when it tears." He nodded, a slow smile blooming. "I never thought the quiet would mean more to me than the storm." She squeezed his hand. "The quiet is what we fought for, what we earned." At dusk, the lanterns were lit, and the city gathered in the square. There were songs from every corner of the realm, northern dirges, Dornish ballads, Reachman tunes about the harvest and hearth. Arya led a pack of children in a wild dance around the lanterns. Sansa sang with the older folk, and Brienne told a story of a knight who won her honor not in battle, but by sharing bread in a snowstorm. Tyrion recited a new poem, clever and kind, about wolves and dragons sleeping in the same den. Daenerys and Jon sat together, arms around each other, watching the faces of their friends and family, the lines of care eased by firelight, the children's eyes bright with the purest faith. When the lanterns were at last released to float into the night sky, Jon pressed his lips to Daenerys' hair. "I wouldn't change a moment of it," he said. She leaned into him, fierce and certain. "Nor I. Even the hardest days brought us here." Night fell soft and deep. In the hush, the city slept, safe beneath dragon wings, ringed by hope. Jon and Daenerys watched from their high window, arms twined, hearts full. As the first flakes of a new snow began to fall, they smiled, ready for the seasons, for change, for all that would come, knowing the world they'd built was strong enough to hold against any storm. And in the heart of winter, with peace shining like lantern light, the promise endured. Oh, eh. The cold held for weeks. Frost feathered every window in the Red Keep. The air crackled so bright and pure that Jon could see his breath as soon as he stepped from his bedchamber each morning. Snow crept higher along the city's alleys, muffling footsteps, weighing down the boughs of the old palace orchard, until the apples and pears seemed to huddle for warmth among their leaves. Yet King's Landing was no longer a city that shrank from winter. Its people faced the season with stubborn pride, and the city's heart, rebuilt on laughter and mercy, beat stronger for the hush and challenge. Jon's days took on the simple rhythm of snow and fire, work and comfort. He shared breakfast in the kitchens with Sansa, Missandei, and a shifting crew of children and old folk. Everyone who sought the company and warmth of the Queen's table was welcome there. Each morning, Arya slipped out before dawn to teach a band of orphans how to track animals by their prints in the snowy gardens. Each evening she returned, boots caked with ice, cheeks aglow, telling stories of foxes glimpsed on the city's edge and wild geese, startled from the frozen ponds. Daenerys relished these cold days, waking before the sun to walk the ramparts with Jon and Ghost, her breath white in the moonlight. She dressed in furs and velvet, hair braided with silver ribbon and sprigs of holly, her presence a beacon for the small folk, who now thronged the palace steps with petitions, gifts, and increasingly, letters of thanks. She listened to each one. Every request: firewood, a lesson in letters for a grandson, a stubborn broken roof, was heard with care. The Queen's schools taught the youngest how to read, and the oldest how to tend to their neighbors' needs. All through the cold, the halls of the palace rang with the sounds of children's voices, echoing up the marble stairs. Brienne kept the city watch drilled and content, forging close bonds between her knights and the small folk they now called neighbors and friends. Gendry spent his days in the warmth of the smithy, forging axes and shovels, mending pots, and dreaming up clever new tools for moving snow from the city's crowded lanes. Tyrion, delighted with the forced leisure of winter, spent more time in the palace library, working with Missandei to record stories and legends brought by merchants and maesters from across the realm. Sansa moved through the city like a calm flame, her laughter rising from every corner where she paused. The Queen's kitchens, the granary, the sick house, the crowded inns. Her children, at home in every season, made games of the chores, sweeping snow from doorways, delivering loaves, and carrying lanterns through the blue shadows of twilight. One icy morning, Daenerys called a council in the palace's high solar. The windows were thick with frost, but the fire on the hearth blazed cheerily, and every seat was full. Jon, Sansa, Arya, Brienne, Gendry, Missandei, Tyrion, Davos, even old Septon Murmison, his beard rimed with snow. Gendry reported that the city's granaries were full, the bakers hard at work, and the smiths had nearly finished a new bell for the sept. Brienne spoke of the night's patrols, quiet, except for children sneaking through the alleys with candles and sweets. Missandei passed along a letter from the north. The wall still stood firm. The wildlings had sent a caravan of furs, and the first shipment of winter vegetables was already making its way south. Tyrion, eyes bright with mischief, unveiled his newest scheme. A winter masquerade open to all, with prizes for the best costumes and stories. "Let us welcome winter with song and wit, not fear," he declared, to laughter and cheers. Daenerys approved the masquerade, ordering the palace seamstresses to set aside their needlework for the city's children. Each was to have a mask, be it of wolf, lion, or dragon. Arya volunteered to help craft the wildest disguises. Sansa suggested each mask be matched to a gift or favor at the end of the night. Jon watched it all, feeling the warmth of his family and friends against the cold outside. When the meeting ended, he lingered with Daenerys, the two of them watching snow swirl through the window, the dragons stirring on their towers, in the fading winter sun. "Are you happy?" she asked softly. He nodded. "I never thought I would be, not like this. The North taught me to endure. Here, I've learned to hope." She slipped her arms around him. "You gave hope, Jon. To me, to all of them. You made it easy to believe that spring will come again." He pressed a kiss to her brow. "It will, and every spring after." The masquerade became a legend before it even began. On the chosen night, every street glimmered with lanterns and garlands. The city's children poured into the palace, each in their mask. Wolves, stags, rabbits, griffins, and even tiny dragons with tails, sewn from velvet and beads. The small folk and the nobility mingled without care. Brienne came dressed as a gentle bear, Gendry as a laughing fox, Sansa a rose crowned with frost. Arya's mask was a crow, all shining black feathers, her laughter fierce as ever. Daenerys wore a mask of fire and snow, her gown shimmering with silver thread, while Jon's wolf mask fit so well that Ghost whined and circled him twice before recognizing his scent. The night spilled through the palace and out into the city squares. Songs and riddles, tales told by firelight, competitions of skill and chance. Tyrion presided over a contest of wit, Missandei awarded ribbons for the best dance jigs, and Davos spun tales from his days at sea that had even the youngest children wide-eyed with wonder. As midnight neared, Daenerys stood before the crowd, removing her mask. "Winter cannot last forever," she called, her voice ringing. "But while it does, let us make of it a joy and a memory. May every shadow be chased away by song and kindness. Sever. Jon joined her, the wolf and the dragon side by side, hands clasped. You are all part of this peace. You keep it. You shape it. No crown or throne or mask can change that. And when the spring comes, we'll welcome it together. The masquerade ended in a riot of music, lanterns, and laughter. The dragons, sensing the joy, swept overhead, their shadows passing over a city unafraid. Later, Jon and Daenerys lingered at the window, looking down at their people. He pulled her close, heart full and sure. The world is changed, he said. We changed it. She smiled, her eyes bright in the firelight. And we'll keep changing it. Winter to spring, sorrow to hope. Outside the snow still fell, silent and beautiful. And in the palace, the warmth held, a beacon through the long night, a promise of all of the mornings still to come. And now, Eshti. As the longest night of winter approached, King's Landing transformed into a city of fire and frost. Snow blanketed every roof, muffled every alley, and clung in gleaming crystals to the city's gates and battlements. In every window, lanterns burned, some gold, some red, some white as new milk, each one a ward against the dark, each flame a sign that the city had learned to celebrate winter, not fear it. Jon Snow felt the season in his bones, but there was no ache in it. Each morning he woke before the sunrise and walked the frost-laced ramparts, Ghost pacing at his side, steam rising from the direwolf nose. The dragons slept late in the cold. Their massive shapes sprawled on the sun-warmed towers, nostrils steaming and tails curled around each other for warmth. Down in the kitchens, Sansa and Missandei prepared breakfast for all who came, stewed oats and honey, fresh bread, apples roasted with cinnamon. The queen's table had become the city's heart, open to squires and scullery maids, to the baker's apprentices and seamstresses, and sometimes a hopeful merchant with a clever tale or a new recipe. Arya would sweep in from the darkness before dawn, cheeks pink, hair tangled, trailing a flock of children who hung on her stories of the night streets. A fox's glimpsed in the gardens, or a snow owl perched above the old gate, or the time Ghost and Brienne had frightened 2 grown guards with nothing but a silent charge. Daenerys relished these mornings. She wore wool and velvet, her silver hair bound in a thick braid, and often walked the city before council. Jon would accompany her, hand in hand, cloaks drawn tight. They visited the poorest districts first, seeing that every fire was lit, every child wrapped in warmth, that the bakeries had enough flour, the sick house enough wood for boiling water. The queen's school still rang with laughter, even in winter. Each day, Daenerys would sit with a new class and let the children read to her, listening, encouraging, correcting with a gentle smile. One snowy afternoon, Brienne led a troop of city guards and orphans on patrol through the winding streets, teaching them not only how to keep order, but how to help, delivering firewood, repairing shutters, fetching a midwife when a child was born in a narrow, lamp-lit room. Gendry's smithy was always busy. He forged door latches and pans as often as he did swords or armor, and took pride in sharpening the tools of carpenters and cobblers alike. Tyrion, wrapped in his thickest furs, had become the court's master of stories, organizing readings and riddles each night in the palace library. Even dour old Davos had found his place, organizing trade caravans to keep the city's stores full, teaching orphans their letters, and sometimes showing them how to tie the knots of a sailor's line. As the solstice neared, Tyrion proposed a festival, the Long Night's Lanterns, to fill the city with firelight and song. Sansa and Arya planned a lantern parade from the sept to the palace, every child with a painted jar or candle. Gendry built great braziers for the squares, and Brienne organized the city guard to lead families from every district to the gathering places. The days grew shorter, but the city only shone brighter. In the palace, Daenerys and Sansa oversaw the making of thousands of paper lanterns, red for hope, gold for memory, blue for courage, green for new beginnings. Arya helped the children carve wolves and dragons and ships and flowers into the paper, every lantern a work of art. The queen herself painted a single lantern white as snow, a gift for the city's oldest resident, a midwife who had delivered half a generation of children, her eyes bright as winter stars. On the eve of the longest night, the city gathered. Lanterns glowed from every window and hung from the trees in the palace gardens. The dragons flew above, silent shadows in the silver dusk, their scales reflecting every flickering light. Jon stood with Daenerys on the palace steps, surrounded by family and friends. Sansa in a cloak of grey fox, Arya arm in arm with Gendry, Brienne and Davos, Tyrion with a mug of mulled wine, Missandei and the teachers from every queen's school. Daenerys spoke first, her voice clear in the frozen air. "We have known long nights before, but together we have brought the dawn. This city belongs to all of us, to every child, every parent, every wanderer who found a home. Tonight, we light lanterns not to chase away the dark, but to honor what we have built together, hope that will burn through every winter." Sansa led the singing, her voice rising strong, joined by Arya's wild harmonies and the high, sweet notes of the children's chorus. Brienne and Gendry carried the first lanterns down the palace steps, the crowd following, lanterns lifted high. Jon and Daenerys walked at the head, their lanterns glowing with painted wolves and dragons entwined. The parade wound through the city, past the Queen's Market, the granaries, the forge, the wide square where bakers handed out sweet bread and cider to every passer-by. The dragons swept overhead, breathing harmless bursts of fire into the air, lighting up the sky with golden red. Children danced, and elders wept tears of memory and joy. At the riverside, the crowd gathered for the final rite. Tyrion told a story of the first long night, of a promise kept through darkness. Arya and Missandei guided the children as they set their lanterns floating down the river, each flame a wish, a prayer, a memory sent out to sea. The lights drifted in a long, shimmering train, carrying the hopes of the city into the winter night. Jon watched it all, heart full. He drew Daenerys close, her head resting on his shoulder as the lanterns faded into distance. "Can you believe it?" she whispered. "That we could come so far?" He kissed her brow, his answer certain. "We came here together, all of us. It's more than I ever dared hope." Later, as the city slept, Jon and Daenerys returned to the ramparts. The dragons slumbered on their towers, the lanterns glimmered faintly on the dark water, and the hush of winter lay deep on the world. Jon wrapped his arms around Daenerys, her warmth grounding him in the hush of snow and hope. "We'll keep it," he promised, "for all the long nights to come." And as dawn edged the eastern sky, the promise of spring glimmered with the lanterns, and the peace they had made endured, quiet, luminous, and strong as the love that had built it. In the weeks after the Long Night's Lanterns Festival, a hush deeper than mere silence seemed to settle over King's Landing, the hush of a world at rest. The snow lingered, blue shadows collecting under every arch and eave, but life within the walls moved to the steady beat of a city that had learned, through fire, hunger, and loss, to trust the gentleness of winter. The Queen's Garden slumbered beneath a thick white quilt, and Jon, bundled in furs, found himself drawn there more often in these days. The orchard paths crunched underfoot. He often walked with Ghost at his side, his thoughts as calm and quiet as the cold. Sometimes Arya joined him, her face ruddy from the wind, snow caked on her boots, a band of children trailing in her wake. Sometimes it was Sansa, her arm looped through his, sharing news from the north or plans for the next spring's planting. Daenerys made a habit of walking there too, her hood thrown back, cheeks flushed, her steps slow and unhurried. Sometimes she carried a book of poetry, sometimes a small basket of seed for the winter birds, who now flocked to her hands as fearlessly as the city's children. In these quiet walks, Jon and Daenerys spoke little, their comfort in each other made up of quiet glances, gloved hands entwined, and the easy closeness of those who have endured both darkness and light together. The city beyond the palace walls was a tapestry of industry and peace. The Queen's schools, always open, were more crowded than ever, with children eager for warmth and stories as much as lessons. Missandei and Tyrion took turns teaching. Missandei gentle with the littlest, Tyrion spinning wild tales that made even the shyest children laugh aloud. Gendry's forge glowed orange late into the evening, the ring of his hammer shaping tools and toys, sleigh runners and new locks for city gates. Brienne and the city watch walked the streets in twos and threes, shoveling snow from the steps of the old and the ill, helping bakers deliver bread to houses whose doors were kept closed against the cold. One morning, the council gathered in the Red Keep's warmest chamber, a fire crackling, and a kettle of mulled wine on the hearth. Sansa presided over the distribution of last year's seeds to every district. On the first thaw, she explained, they would plant turnips, beans, and barley in every patch of ground, not claimed by stone. Arya announced that her wildlings, a band of orphans, half-street urchin and half-knight in spirit, had cleared every alley in Flea Bottom, turning snowdrifts into fortresses and the city's stray cats into the heroes of a dozen tall tales. Brienne reported the City Watch's success in finding every family in need before the first great blizzard hit. Gendry brought news that his smiths had completed a series of new stoves for the poorest wards. Missandei laid out plans for a festival at Winter's End, where every neighborhood would contribute a story, a dish, and a song to share with the rest. Tyrion, with a glint in his eye, announced that the Queen's Library now had a waiting list for the newest stories from the north, and that, at Daenerys' command, he had begun work on translating old Valyrian romances for the city's lovers to read aloud by firelight. Jon watched Daenerys through all this, noticing how her eyes lingered on every speaker, her attention total, her gratitude real. When the council dispersed, she lingered by the fire, Jon beside her. Every day feels like a page in a new book. She confessed softly, I used to fear winter. I thought it was an enemy. But now I see it as a time to tend what we've planted, to dream what we'll build when the thaw comes. Jon brushed a strand of hair from her brow, pressing a kiss there. It's the peace we made, Dany. This is what it means to be safe. Even the cold can't touch it. The days lengthened by slow degrees. Lanterns still glowed in every window, but now the city's song had shifted. A thread of hope, the promise of spring, humming beneath the surface. In the kitchens, Sansa and Arya led a small army of children in the making of sugar cakes and berry jams, gifts for the Queen's schools and the city's healers. Daenerys herself visited every ward, bringing firewood and stories, making sure no hearth was left cold. One day Jon found Brienne in the stables, fitting a new set of snowshoes to the feet of her squire. You were right, she told him as she worked. Peace is harder work than war, but it is better. I can see it in their eyes, every child, every watchman. They know the city is theirs. That evening, Arya organized a moonlit hunt through the gardens, her wildlings and Sansa's youngest in tow, lanterns bobbing as they sought fox tracks and lost mittens in the snow. Gendry served as judge, awarding sweet buns to every participant, and Daenerys laughed as she chased the children past the frozen fountain, her voice bright in the cold. As the moon climbed, Jon and Daenerys lingered at the edge of the gardens, watching the city shimmer in the white glow. Rhaegal and Drogon slept on the palace roof, tails curled, puffs of steam rising from their nostrils. Daenerys leaned into Jon's shoulder, her voice a whisper. Do you remember the first time you saw snowfall? He nodded, memories flickering, Winterfell's ancient godswood. The silence of the wall, a boy's wonder swallowed by a man's burdens. I never thought snow could mean hope, not until now. She looked up at him, her eyes shining. Promise me we'll hold to this no matter what comes. He pressed her hand, fierce and gentle. I promise. We'll hold it for each other, for them, for everyone. Mender Ralaso. The last snows of winter came gentle, the city sighing beneath their weight. The festival of stories arrived at the turning of the season. Every ward sending lanterns, pies, and tales to the Queen's square. Songs were sung, laughter shared, and the Queen herself led the final dance, spinning with Sansa, with Arya, with every child brave enough to take her hand. And when spring's first crocuses split the frozen earth, King's Landing was ready. Jon and Daenerys watched together from the palace walls as the city woke. Bells ringing, hope bursting in every window and garden. The peace they had made. One daily kindness, one shared meal, one story at a time, endured, a living thing, as bright and miraculous as the sun climbing out of winter's shadow. And in the heart of it, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen stood side by side, keepers of a realm remade, their legacy written in the laughter of children, the warmth of fires, and the unbroken thread of hope winding through every season yet to come. The snows that had blanketed King's Landing for months at last began to thaw. Shrinking from the eaves, receding in silver rivulets through the city's alleys, turning the markets to a patchwork of wet stone and green promise. As the winter light softened, and the first pale crocuses thrust up from beneath the Queen's gardens, a restless joy returned to the air. It was a city not only surviving winter, but savoring the peace that had allowed it to endure. Jon Snow greeted the spring with a quiet awe that never left him. Each morning, he paused at the ramparts, Ghost beside him, watching the sun rise over a city that had learned, through hunger, fire, and long cold, to greet each new season with hope, not dread. The dragons woke with the dawn, stretching their wings, their roars rolling over the city not as a threat, but as a promise. Here was a place of guardians, a home kept safe by fire, but held together by kindness. Daenerys loved these first days of spring most of all. She woke early, pulling Jon from the warmth of their bed with a promise of fresh air and the scent of earth. Together, cloaks loose, they would walk the orchard paths, watching Sansa's youngest chase after the rabbits awakened from their winter burrows, and Arya, hair streaming wild, teaching the city's boldest children to leap over the last crusts of snow. The Queen's gardens, always a symbol, were now a living thing. Pale purple, gold, and green bursting from every bed. Daenerys moved among the crocuses and hyacinths, her laughter bright, her fingers dusted with soil, as if the very world had chosen her to coax it from its slumber. The city, too, was waking. In Flea Bottom, windows thrown open for the first time in months, the Queen's schools overfilled with children, their boots muddy but their eyes bright. The bakers kneaded dough for hot loaves laced with honey, while the butchers and cheesemongers filled the air with news and gossip, and the promise of the first spring lambs. Missandei and Tyrion began planning the Spring's Light Festival, determined to make it grander than any since the days before the war. Brienne led the city watch through the melting streets, pausing to help an old woman sweep snow from her threshold, or to mediate a good-natured argument between neighbors over the best method for pruning apple trees. In the palace, council met with new energy. Gendry arrived with a basket of snowdrops, his cheeks red from the forge, boasting of the new plowshares and shovels his apprentices had made for every field and garden in the city. Brienne and Arya had drawn up a plan for a citywide foot race, open to every child and grown-up who dared. The winner would receive a crown of wildflowers and the honor of lighting the first festival lantern. Sansa presided with a gentle authority, her calm anchoring the others, her children scattering through the halls with news from the north, snow still deep at Winterfell, but the first ravens of spring returning, wildlings venturing south to trade pelts and furs. She shared news that Bran, now seldom leaving the Godswood, had sent a vision, a single white blossom growing in a circle of ice, a sign that peace, like spring, is strongest when it blooms from the coldest ground. At the council table, Daenerys' eyes sparkled with plans. "Let us plant a blossom for every child born this winter," she said, "and mark every birth with a promise that the city will be their garden, their shelter, their home." The council agreed, and Missandei sent word to every midwife and nurse, while Gendry prepared tiny silver trowels as gifts for the mothers. Spring's Light Festival arrived with a riot of color. Lanterns painted with dragons, wolves, and the city's new sigil, red and silver entwined, hung from every gate and window. Music drifted from every corner. Fiddles in the Queen's Market, drums in Flea Bottom, songs carried from the north by Sansa and her kin, from Dorne by travelers with ribbons in their hair. Rhaegal and Drogon soared above, their scales flashing in the sun, drawing cheers instead of fear. The foot race ran from the old sept to the new school, children and adults laughing, Arya darting through the crowd and tumbling over a market cart, with a triumphant whoop. Brienne, impossibly fleet for her size, was bested only at the finish line by one of Sansa's daughters, crowned with violets by Daenerys herself. Tyrion presided over a contest of riddles, Missandei led the parade of lanterns, and Gendry and Davos kept the festival tables groaning with roast lamb, fresh bread, and cakes shaped like dragons and wolves. That evening, as the festival lanterns were lit and floated up into the mild blue dusk, Daenerys took Jon's hand and led him to the palace wall. Below, the city shimmered with fire and life, music and laughter. "Do you see it?" she whispered, leaning into his side. "What we've built." He pulled her close, feeling in her the warmth and pulse of a future that had once seemed impossible. "I see it. I feel it. It's in everything. Every song, every lantern, every child." She brushed a lock of hair from his brow, smiling. "Promise me, Jon, no matter what comes, we keep building. We keep tending, like a garden. No piece is ever perfect, but it's always worth the work." He kissed her softly, the answer in his touch and in his heart. "I promise. For you, for them, for all of us." Spring nights grew longer, the city restless with hope and plans. Brienne and Arya organized games in the Queen's gardens, the children's laughter chasing away the last chill of winter. Sansa oversaw the planting of new beds in the poorest wards. Missandei ensured every schoolroom had enough books and candles for the bright evenings. Tyrion kept the taverns lively, his riddles and tales drawing laughter from strangers and friends alike. In quiet moments, Jon and Daenerys walked the ramparts at sunset, the dragons circling overhead, the city's glow rising to meet the stars. Sometimes, they spoke of what they had lost. Ghosts that still lingered, names whispered like a prayer. More often, though, they spoke of what remained. Family, friends, the stubborn daily miracle of a city healing itself. One night, as the crocuses closed beneath a cool wind and the last lanterns flickered out, Jon held Daenerys on the wall and watched the city sleep. "Whatever comes," he murmured, "we'll meet it together." She pressed her hand to his chest, feeling the strong, steady beat of his heart. Together, always. And in the heart of spring, in a city remade, peace endured. Not as a fragile dream, but as a living thing, rooted in hope, blooming with every dawn, and guarded by the unbreakable bond of a wolf and a dragon, who had chosen, day after day, to love, to build, and to believe. The spring's light festival faded into memory, but its laughter and music lingered in the air, and in the bright faces that filled King's Landing squares and streets. Each morning dawned warmer, the crocuses replaced by bluebells and daffodils, the city's gardens alive with color and hope. Jon Snow found himself welcoming the world's restlessness, for the city itself seemed to sing. A low, tireless harmony of boots on cobbles, market songs, and children's voices. On these gentle mornings, Jon's heart was light. He rose early to walk the ramparts, Ghost padding at his side, the old direwolf's muzzle speckled with new gray. The palace bells rang out each hour, not as a warning but as a call to life, summoning bakers to their ovens, scholars to their books, gardeners to the beds where green shoots pressed up with astonishing insistence. The dragons soared with the dawn, their shadows stretching over rooftops, the small folk waving as though to old friends. Daenerys met him one day in the gardens, her skirts damp with dew, her hands smeared with black soil. She held a small pot of violets, her smile bright as sunrise. "Every seed we planted has grown," she said, voice low and full of wonder. "Look what this city has become, Jon." He set his arm around her waist, drawing her close. "You made them believe it was possible. You led them into spring." She kissed his cheek, laughter rising. "And you steadied every root, every heart. We built it together." They walked among the blossoming trees, stopping to greet Sansa and her children, who were overseeing a group of young ones planting herbs near the palace wall. Sansa's calm voice mingled with the clear peals of her daughter's laughter. "Arya, perched on a stone bench nearby, was teaching a knot of urchins to whistle through grass blades, her own smile sly as a fox. Brienne passed with a wheelbarrow full of mulch, Gendry following with a spade and a hopeful look that soon earned him a kiss from Arya as the children hooted and cheered. The city was flush with new projects. Brienne and Gendry had begun repairs on the ancient city walls, their crews a blend of seasoned stonemasons and newly trained apprentices from the Queen's schools. Missandei and Tyrion orchestrated the opening of 3 new reading rooms, filling them with tales in half a dozen languages. Sansa oversaw a weaving hall, where the women of the city spun cloth and stories side by side, the older women teaching songs of the north, the younger ones bringing dances and dreams from the Reach and Dorne. Jon himself often found purpose in the small things. He helped a tanner dig a drainage ditch behind her shop, held a crying child while a healer stitched up a scraped knee, settled a dispute between rival fruit vendors with a coin toss and a gentle word. He found, to his own surprise, a quiet joy in these moments, a reminder that leadership, once a burden, was now an act of care. As spring deepened, Daenerys called a council in the palace's sunniest hall. The room filled with friends and family, light slanting through open windows. Tyrion reported on the city's new aqueducts and the arrival of a ship from Old Town bearing books, wine, and a fresh batch of riddles. Gendry described the progress of the wall repairs, boasting of Arya's uncanny knack for spotting weak stones. Missandei shared letters from across the realm, merchants in Lannisport, wildlings in the north, even a group of summer islanders who had sent painted shells and a promise to visit. Sansa spoke last, her voice sure and steady. Every village and ward reports a full larder and no hungry bellies. The north has sent grain for the next 2 years. The wildlings want to trade furs for seeds and tools. And Bran. She smiled, her eyes far away. Bran sends word that the trees remember us. He says the roots of peace are deep and growing deeper. Daenerys turned to Jon as the council drew to a close, her gaze shining. Let's walk the city. No banners, no ceremony. Just you and me and anyone who wishes to join. They set out that afternoon, cloaks unmarked, hands entwined. The people greeted them as neighbors, not rulers. In the Queen's Market, a group of bakers pressed fresh rolls into their hands. In the river district, a boatman offered them a ride down the Blackwater, the water sparkling with the reflections of banners and dragon wings. Arya and Gendry caught up with them by the old sept, where children played at swords and dragons among the mossy stones, their games loud and wild and full of joy. As dusk fell, they climbed the slope to the city's highest gardens. The view was breathtaking, a city golden in the evening sun, the river winding bright and slow, the dragons circling above as if to bless the very air. Sansa arrived with her children, Brienne with a basket of early cherries, Tyrion and Missandei bearing a bottle of arbor wine and a story for the twilight. They shared a meal under the open sky, laughter rising with the stars. Arya told tales of her travels, Gendry boasted of his apprentices, and Brienne recounted the day's work with the watch. Sansa's youngest fell asleep in Jon's arms, the child's trust so absolute that Jon felt tears prick his eyes. Daenerys kissed his brow, her expression gentle. "Do you see it?" she asked. "This is what we fought for, not thrones or crowns, but moments like this." He nodded, voice thick. "It's everything." That night, the city glowed with lanterns. The palace windows shone with candlelight and music, but Jon and Daenerys wandered the quiet gardens, listening to the wind in the new leaves. Rhaegal and Drogon roosted on the towers above. Ghost prowled the shadows, and for a little while, the world seemed to hold its breath, a perfect peace. They sat together on a low stone wall, watching the city sleep. Daenerys leaned into him, her hair silver in the moonlight. "Spring always feels like a beginning." She whispered. Jon took her hand. "Then let's begin, again and again, for as long as we're given." She smiled, her joy quiet and boundless. "For as long as we're given." And in the heart of a city renewed, with dragons overhead and love at their side, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen kept watch, tending not just a kingdom, but a garden of hope that blossomed anew each morning and promised with every breath that peace was theirs to grow.